What is up, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, Apple, Spotify, and everyone tuned in on the Texas Sports Unfiltered app? Welcome in to another edition of Bucky and BK live on Texas Sports Unfiltered and on the free TSU app. Today is Thursday, December 18th, 2025, and the Buck and I are with you for the next 2 hours. On today's show, Lee Sterling from Paramount Sports will join us at 8:40. We'll talk about the first round of the college football playoff and preview some of the other big bowl games coming up. A new era in Miami. Quinn Ewers taking over for Tua Tagovailoa. We'll talk about that. Another draft declaration out of the University of Texas. Another college football coach fired for cause. We've got Doug Gottlieb stepping down from his radio job. The biggest home sale in the state of Texas this year. Plenty to dive into in the world of sports and beyond on a Buck Off Thursday edition of the show. We'll take your Buck Ons and Buck Offs as well. Appreciate y'all starting your mornings with us. Buck on to you, my man. How are you today?
I'm doing fabulous. The sun will shine today, I do believe. I think we'll have some sunshine today because, boy, has it been gloomy over the last 2 days, drizzly and just kind of nasty, you know. I'm not going to say it's been cold, but it's been cool, and it looks like we'll see the sun today. That sun's going to be out here for a while with us too. You know, through next week into Christmas, like 75 degrees on Christmas. That's okay with me. It's not warm enough. It could be 85. It'd be like that. I like that even. So, it's a good day. It's a good day. It's going to be a good day. It's going to be a good lead into some of these playoff games, some bowl games coming up now. I may even start getting into basketball a little bit.
There you go.
But I did see one of my fabulous Westerns that I don't think I've ever seen the end of. I watched The Man Who Shot Liberty Valance with Jimmy Stewart, John Wayne, Lee Marvin. I don't know how I swear I don't know how it ends. I don't know how it ends. I know I've seen it, but got to find out who shot Liberty Valance. Now, my wife was telling me, but I've never seen the end of the movie, I don't believe. For some reason, I've gotten to parts of it and then just got disinterested, or it must have been late. But it's one of my Cowboys classics. That's when John Wayne was calling Jimmy Stewart Pilgrim. That's where that, okay, Pilgrim. I mean, Jimmy Stewart was a lawyer coming out to the West, and John Wayne was just John Wayne.
So you didn't watch the end of the movie yesterday, or you did?
No, I didn't. It was going on 9 o'clock, and for me, that's the bell starts to ring. Then, I get tired early. I'm not like you. I'm not traveling all over Austin like a damn truck driver.
All right,
that'll make you tired.
Yeah, I was doing a lot yesterday. I stopped at 2 different truck stops. One of them I got a shower, and one of them I got some meth from a lot lizard.
Nice.
I had the full trucking experience yesterday, just not in a truck. So, no Westerns were consumed by me yesterday. I don't know how you like a movie so much and you don't take the time to sit and watch the end of it. How does that work?
Now, these are those things that I need to know from the kids. How do I stop the movie at a certain point when I can come back the next day and finish it? Can you do that? Can I do that on Fubo?
I think you can record, can't you? You got to know that.
Dude, no, I don't how do I have that? How do I do these things?
Well, you hit record. That's how you do that.
Just like that, huh?
Yeah, should be a button on your remote or something on Fubo that says record this show, and then you could go back and watch it. I know you had that with YouTube TV. I feel like you do with Fubo as well. I'm just not as familiar with it.
Yeah, I got to see that. I got to see it in that movie. There's some great acting in there. Jimmy Stewart is awesome in it.
It doesn't sound like you like it that much if you won't actually sit down and watch it.
Hey, what's important is my sleep.
Yeah, well, how old is that movie?
Oh, it's old as shit, man.
Yeah, you've had a lot of years to actually sit down and watch the whole thing. I'm
gonna get my lovely wife to do that for me today. Find that movie, dial it up, and I'm gonna watch the whole thing from the beginning too. I'm gonna start all over again.
Did you figure out Fubo on your phone yet?
No, you're supposed to help me with that.
I thought you downloaded it.
No, Monday, you're gonna help me Monday.
I'm going to
before
help you
we start our
Monday.
show.
Oh, you got to make sure you know your username and password. I can't help you with that. I think that's your holdup.
Yes, my wife has all that.
Okay. Well, unless she comes to Sue Patrick on Monday, then
I'll
I'm
get
not
it
going to
from
be
her.
able to help
I'll
you
get
with
it
that.
from her. I will get it from her. She likes to keep all the belongings for sure. Good morning to soldiers at Fort Hood, Texas, the soldiers in the state of Texas, and all those that fight for us each and every day. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. We do appreciate what you do. We appreciate your family sharing you with all of us. And as BK's out there running around, for you folks too in the military, be careful out there. I know you may not have been around here lately, but people drive crazy around this place. Hey, by the way, they drive crazy everywhere. Everybody's a NASCAR driver this time of the year.
Oh, yeah. That's how it
Or
always
an
works.
Amazon deliverer.
Or an
Or
Amazon
receiver.
deliverer. Yeah.
Yeah.
Especially yesterday with the rain. People are driving like maniacs out there. But yeah, be safe, be smart, and happy holidays. We're 1 week till Christmas, Buck.
I know. I don't know how they pick up the pace when it's raining here. I'm always, this is the time to slow down. But drivers around here seem when it's rain like it's as dry as can be. They get up on you and they're going fast. I'm like,
you're the problem. Thank you very much. You've just admitted it. When I say they're driving like maniacs, I mean they're driving 30 below the speed limit just because it's drizzling outside.
oh no,
That's going to cause more problems than actually driving fast.
I'm okay. I'm okay in the rain. I'm not. I don't cruise along. I get going. You know, I got the benzo, so I feel good with the kind of four-wheel drive, and I mean it's good. It feels good. It's just I'm just saying that, but people come zipping by you, and they get right on your bumper like it's they're trying to draft me. I'm like, I'm going fast enough, dude.
Shake and bake, Buck.
What if an old lady walks across the street?
On the highway?
Well, anywhere. I got to make a move.
If old lady walks across the highway, then she gets what's coming to her.
No, we gotta avoid the old lady and kids.
On the highway.
Old man, teenager walks across the highway, dead, gone.
Oh man, yeah. Don't be walking across the highway. That feels like you're digging your own grave if you're doing that.
Yeah, and we got enough people around here to try to cross I-35 thinking they can make it.
Yeah, we don't need that. We'll be doing that, everybody. Be safe out there.
Mm-hmm.
1 week till Christmas, and golly, I wish Texas was in the playoff because we wouldn't be talking about Westerns and traffic if they were.
That's true.
We still got to wait 13 days before the Texas Longhorns play another game. Of course, the college football playoff does start tomorrow. We'll spend some time today previewing the weekend. We'll also spend a lot of time tomorrow talking about those 4 first-round games. But, Buck, how about this? You know, it's funny. We talked about this at the end of our show yesterday, the possibility of the Miami Dolphins moving off of Tua Tagovailoa, who had a horrible game on Monday night against Pittsburgh, and the Dolphins lost, which officially eliminated them from playoff contention. We were wondering, and I was kind of suggesting the possibility of Quinn Ewers taking over as Dolphins quarterback for the final 3 games. Within 1 hour after we got off the show, Mike McDaniel, the head coach of the Miami Dolphins, for now, announced that Quinn Ewers is, in fact, going to be Miami's starting quarterback for at least this Sunday's game against Cincinnati. So the lifetime Longhorn will make his first career NFL start this weekend.
Yeah, and that's good. I don't know where Miami goes after that, and who cares? You know, Tua, they owe him lots of money. I know that.
Yeah,
and I mean, they'd have to have a trade, but I mean, who wants that dude?
I don't know. I don't think anyone wants that dude in a trade because his contract is so big. I think the Dolphins are probably going to have to cut Tua and just eat a bunch of dead money, which
the dead money's like $99 million, some weird number, isn't it?
Right.
They owe him $56 million.
Look, it's possible to be in a situation like that and turn things around relatively quickly. Now, it's not easy, but the best example I can give is what's going on in Denver right now. I mean, they owed Russell Wilson a ton of money. Now, Sean Payton took over. Russell Wilson was his quarterback. That first year was a disaster, and they're like, we don't care what it takes. We need you gone. And they paid him a crap ton to leave. And obviously, they ended up drafting Bo Nix, and here they are in year 2 of Bo Nix, and they've got the best record in the NFL right now. So it's possible maybe Miami does the same thing where they're like, yeah, we're going to owe you a lot of money, whether it's a trade or a cut, but we know you're not the guy, so there is no point in paying you to stick around. We'd rather pay you to leave.
Yeah, I mean, every game for them is not played in Miami and in hot weather. They got to go to some cold weather games, and this dude is over for his career.
Yeah.
40 degrees or below. And it gets a lot colder in Pittsburgh and places like that than just 40 degrees. You know, New England, New York. I mean, he plays in places that the guy's over. I mean, the record is right there in everybody's face. They see that. They understand that. You know, and he's turning into Tua Interceptier now all of a sudden. I mean, when he throws an interception, he throws it directly to the guy. It looks like he's point shaving.
Right.
Guys don't have to make difficult interceptions with him.
I think he leads the NFL in interceptions this year.
He's got like 15 or something like that.
I think it's 14, but either way, it's more than you would like. And yeah, I think this was a pretty easy decision for Mike McDaniel to make. And you're right, though.
And he doesn't have many left in him.
Right. Yeah, I think Quinn Ewers is kind of his last chance, right? If Quinn Ewers looks really good down the stretch, then maybe Miami's like, okay, let's see what we've got with Mike McDaniel and Quinn Ewers together. Now, it may be too far gone for Mike that he's done regardless, but I think this is part of the decision for Mike McDaniel is just like, man, it's not going to work with Tua. It's proven that it's not going to work with Tua, so let me try something else to see if I could save my job here in these last 3 weeks.
Yeah.
And I don't know. I mean, there's a lot of high-paid quarterbacks who it feels like it happens every year, where just high-paid quarterbacks don't work out. They end up switching teams. Obviously, the Kyler Murray situation in Arizona has been a disaster. They benched that guy midway through the season. He's making a crap ton of money, and it's a similar thing where if Arizona wants to get rid of him, they're going to have to pay a lot.
Yes.
And you wonder where he's going to go. Like, someone's going to take a chance on both of those guys because they're former first-round picks. They've got some talent. They've had moments where they've looked really good. So they'll get starting opportunities next year. But it's just musical chairs at the quarterback position in the NFL every year.
Yeah, you know, when you think of who needs a quarterback, eventually Pittsburgh's going to need one. So it's just a matter of time with Aaron Rodgers. They can keep playing that charade, but that you know, he's only a couple picks away and then not winning a playoff game before that thing ends with him. I don't know. The Jets always need one. Who else always needs one?
Raiders need one.
There's
the Browns always need one.
Browns always need a quarterback. So but do you take chances on those guys? Or it's almost like you need to get one out of college and start all over again. That's what the Browns do. They just get the wrong one.
Yeah.
They get it wrong no matter what it is. A veteran, a rookie, they get it wrong all the time.
So just look at Baker Mayfield, right? Like, even when they get it right, it's just wrong because it's Cleveland.
Yes.
You know, like Baker Mayfield, turns out he's a pretty good NFL quarterback. Cleveland obviously drafted him number 1. I think he had a great rookie year, and then just because it's the Browns, he fell apart and he sucked, and he just goes to a better situation, and now he's very, very good, making a lot of money. So, yeah, I mean, the Browns, they drafted 2 quarterbacks last year.
The Saints still need a quarterback.
Saints maybe need a quarterback. Yeah, I don't know how much of a chance they'll give Tyler Shuck. The Browns drafted 2 quarterbacks last year with Gabriel in the 3rd and Shador and I think the 5th. But they're still being mocked a quarterback in a lot of these early 2026 mocks. So, yeah, I mean, there's 3. It feels like there's 3 quarterbacks who have a shot to go in the top 10 this year, with Fernando Mendoza out of Indiana, Dante Moore out of Oregon, and then Ty Simpson out of Bama. Like, those are the names that you keep seeing at the top of the draft. But there's more than 3 teams that need a quarterback, which is why, Tua's going to get another opportunity. I mean, hell, the Colts, I know it's midway through the season. This is a different situation, but the Colts just brought a 44-year-old out of retirement because they're so desperate for a quarterback. Teams are desperate.
Yeah, that'd be silly to say that the Colts shouldn't be looking for a quarterback. Yeah, they should.
Well, they've got
that dude gets hurt a lot. We almost forgot that guy not only sucked when he was a Giant, but he got hurt a lot too.
Right. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I think the thing with Daniel Jones is his injury might cause him to miss part of next season. So I don't think the Colts are going to draft a quarterback super high, but they might bring in just a temporary stopgap.
Absolutely. You're right about that. That's one of those Kyler Murray you got to look at.
Maybe.
I mean, but what kind of pain is he's going to be if he's not your starting quarterback?
I wonder. Yeah. Do they give Anthony Richardson another chance, or are they just like,
Oh, I forgot that guy, often injured guy, is still there too.
I know, and he's still under contract, so they're not paying him much because he's on his rookie deal. So maybe they just hope he's good enough. I don't know. Like, the overarching point is there's a lot of need for quarterbacks every year in this league. It's funny.
Yes, there is.
It feels like there's 10 new starting quarterbacks every season, and you're thinking, all right, like, we're good. We're set here. Obviously, the year plays out, and then we're in the exact same spot again. So, I don't know.
Yeah, guys like Kyler Murray, Tua, I don't know. They're kind of flashy, but then all of a sudden they just fade out. The consistency just doesn't seem to be there with those guys.
No, it doesn't. It really doesn't.
I mean, as much as I think Kyler Murray's talented, I wouldn't. I just don't feel like that guy can lead my team. Sorry.
No, I don't either. I don't think he has it up here. I think you're
Yeah.
dead on. And I think that's why Arizona got rid of him. Like, they were just tired of having to coddle this guy because he wasn't putting in the work that you need to put in as a franchise quarterback in the NFL.
For sure.
Like, Kyler Murray could clearly win on talent alone in high school and college. We all saw it. I mean, he was undefeated, one of the best Texas high school football players ever at Allen. It was awesome. I mean, won a Heisman Trophy at Oklahoma. Such a good athlete. He was a first-round pick in the MLB draft too. But, hey, guess what? There's a lot of other elite athletes in the NFL.
Yes, there is.
And you can't just win on that alone. You got to do a little bit
And in
more.
that position, you got to be pretty sharp.
Yeah, exactly. You got to be a leader, and you got
can't
to
be a total
studying.
airhead. No, you can't be an airhead. He seems to be like an airhead.
You can't be hanging out at Best Buy at midnight waiting for the new Call of Duty game to come out every single November.
And that's how important that is to you. That's kind of goofy.
Yeah. And then with Tua, you talked about the cold weather stuff. You also have the concussion stuff with Tua.
Yeah, I always forget about that. Every time he goes down to the ground, I'm wondering if he's going to get up. So
right. The first graduate of the Bucky Godbolt Fall School, which
he's done, by the way, he's done quite well since then.
You're right.
Since that 15th concussion.
I think this year he stayed healthy, right?
Yeah.
I'm forgetting a concussion at some point. He's had
he's not been concussed in almost a year.
Yeah. So you've got the cold weather stuff, which is funny because he plays in Miami, but the teams in his division are in New England, New Jersey, and Buffalo, New York.
Yeah.
So that doesn't help, but also the concussion stuff and the interceptions. And it's just, I understand the move.
I just always worry about with Tua is when is he going to wake up one morning and he's going to forget everything in the playbook?
It looks like he already has.
He doesn't quite know where the receivers are going to turn, so he throws it to the other guy.
Maybe it's not a playbook thing. Maybe just his brain is so jumbled that he can't see colors correctly, and he's like
that could be it too. Never thought about the color thing.
He's throwing to the other team. I don't know.
All the colors look the same to him.
Yeah, and you might call it impatience, but I think it's smart. Like, when you know that you don't have a Super Bowl winning quarterback,
right,
there's just no point in keeping him around and just sticking around and sticking it out and hoping and praying that it eventually gets there. You got to have a franchise guy. And now we get to see if Quinn Ewers can be a franchise guy, Buck. I mean, this is kind of an audition for him. And, unlike Kyler Murray and Tua Tagovailoa, who were first-round picks who are going to get limitless opportunities to prove their worth. Quinn as a 7th rounder, I don't know how many chances he's going to get. This feels like he's got to make the most of this one.
Oh, for sure. Hell, for him, if he can have a lifetime of being a backup in the NFL for 12 years, that's a pretty good life. That's pretty good living. You still played in the NFL. There'll be times when you get in there and have to lead the team. You don't have to be a star. He's got to just stay in the league.
Yeah. That's a great point too. Like, I'm going like
what a great living. What a nice living.
For sure.
We saw Cole McCoy make an incredible living,
Yeah.
In the NFL.
Oh my God. Cole McCoy, Chase Daniel.
Oh yeah.
I mean, there's been a bunch of guys who have just been good enough to be a backup, but hey.
But as you said, Jesus whiz, Phillip Rivers is 44 and they're calling him up.
I know.
And dragging him out, out of the old folks' home to play quarterback. That's a great living. It's a great living. It's a lot of work. It's not easy. Still got to get up. You still got to get hit. Somebody's still going to step on your foot. You got to make your arm. So it's, you have to stay in great shape, but that's okay.
With the Phillip Rivers situation, right? Like everyone was kind of hyper focused on the fact that he pushed back his Hall of Fame vote 5 years because he returned to football. He also, by returning to football, gets him and all of his 10 kids and his entire family an extra 10 years of health insurance from the NFL.
Wow.
So everyone's talking about the bad stuff. Like, I bring that up to say, yeah, if you're a backup, if you last in this league for a long time, obviously get those NFL contract monies.
But if you got 100 kids.
Right, you also get those benefits. I don't think Quinn Ewers is going to have as many kids as Phillip Rivers has. Maybe he does. Who knows? But like this, yeah, there are plenty of benefits to just sticking around. So I'm sure he wants to be a franchise guy. I would love to see him be a franchise guy. I know the odds of that happening are very slim, but yeah, even if he just plays well enough down the stretch, it could keep him around for a few years as a backup.
Absolutely.
That might be good enough. Obviously, if he lights the world on fire, then you wonder if the Dolphins are going to at least give him next year. Like, hey, Tua's gone. Zach Wilson ain't it. We know that. And we don't have a high enough draft pick to get one of those 3 top 10 quarterbacks. So we're going to give you a shot. If you suck, great. We'll have a very high pick in 2027. If you're good, even better. We've got our guy.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the owners have to look at it from a financial standpoint. How do we do with this guy at quarterback? Did we sell all our season tickets? Was the stadium sold out? And in Miami, they love the Dolphins. They're going to be there no matter if they suck or not. They just want something to talk about, because they know the Hurricanes aren't going to get it done for them with that head coach. So,
oh, man. Yeah, the Dolphins owner, Stephen Ross, who's a big Michigan guy, by the way.
Wow.
Like the biggest donor, I think, to Michigan athletics. So we'll see. He's got other things on his mind right now. But yeah, I mean, he's far from the best owner in football, but he's willing to do whatever it takes for his team to win.
Sure he is.
And remember, they got popped a couple of years ago for meeting with Tom Brady when they weren't allowed to meet with Tom Brady. I think it cost them a first-round draft pick. So he's always got something up his sleeve.
Yeah, and once again, all these things that we had heard about Sark earlier, and then the "I'm here forever" kind of deal. See if Mike McDaniel gets fired in Miami, that name is going to come up again.
Yeah, I think it'll probably come up again. I still don't think Sark is leaving. I still don't think Sark is leaving.
And if Quinn Ewers plays okay for the next couple of games, that name will pop up.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I feel like if Sark comes back to Texas for another year and has a bunch of success with Arch Manning and Texas gets back into the playoff, Steve Sarkisian would have his pick of the litter if he was interested in going to the NFL. I think right now, I don't know if he would get any NFL offers, but I don't know if he'd want to go to the Dolphins with their quarterback situation or Tennessee with their quarterback situation. I don't know if I would leave this for that.
I mean, is Cam Ward that bad?
Hasn't been good. I mean, it's a rookie. You give him time.
I mean, that team's not that great.
I'm more concerned with that organization being bad than the quarterback being bad.
Because
like, that is a downtrodden franchise.
They're okay defensively. Offensively, they just don't have an offense, I don't believe.
I mean, they're 2-12.
Ooh.
There's nothing
really. They don't have an offense, defense, or special teams.
There's not a lot okay
no.
with Tennessee, and their ownership is a freaking disaster, too. It is a mess. They have no idea.
Who's running the whole show there?
Well, it's the Adams. It's Amy Adams Strunk is her name. She's the descendant of Bud Adams, who obviously moved the Oilers from Houston to Tennessee. So that guy's just a hated name in this state, especially down in the Houston area. But yeah, she really has no idea what she's doing. Wow. So I just look, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe Sark wants to be in the NFL so bad, he'll just take it because there's only 32 of those gigs. But I think it would behoove him to come back, and I fully expect him to come back next year too. At this point,
I'm just saying that name for that certain place, Miami.
Yeah,
it's come up before. Since it's come up before, if they make play, I just don't see them bringing their head coach back again. And if they don't make the playoffs, and they got it's getting towards a 0%, right? Or are they just done?
They're out.
Oh well,
yeah, that's part of the reason why they're making this quarterback change too. I think some Dolphins fans were maybe hoping it would happen earlier because of the way Tua has been playing.
But they were still in it.
Yeah, they were still in it, and they weren't going to pull the plug on the starter while they still had a glimmer of hope that they could get in. But now they're done. And look, Quinn Ewers was third on the depth chart. He's been the emergency quarterback every Sunday, and he jumped Zach Wilson. I think part of that is because, we already know what Zach Wilson is in the league, right? You know he's not a franchise guy. So I think this is Miami just, all right, let's see it. Let's see it, Quinn. Are you good enough to be something in this league? Because we know Tua is not. We're giving up on him, and we've all seen Zach Wilson to this point. So Quinn has played in one game this year in relief of a struggling Tua Tagovailoa and a blowout loss the Dolphins suffered against Cleveland back in October. Quinn 5 for 8 for 53 yards, took a couple of sacks. So again, that's all we've got. Obviously, this will be his first career start on Sunday against Cincinnati. How about Joe Burrow and Quinn Ewers, Buck?
There's a name who looks like he's trying to get the hell out of Cincinnati. There's all kind, that guy's getting paid an awful lot to not play, but it just seems like some of the stuff that's been said, is all that, and it sounds like, oh, I didn't mean it that way, which I really did mean it that way. I think he's trying to find a way to get out of there. Now, if that guy got to the right team, look the hell out, but that's going to cost everybody.
Yeah, he's gone from
Joe. And all you got to do is just pray that he doesn't, have a door slam on the back of his heel or something like that, or he's not playing pickleball with his cousin somewhere and he screws up his toe. He's that guy. He gets the weird injuries. You know what I'm saying? Like baseball players that fall off the back of trucks and things like that. Oh, I was playing with my kids and I fell down the steps. I mean, he seems like that's the kind of injury he gets, What
do you have? Turf toe this year, which caused him to miss a bunch of games. Yeah. I mean, he's dealt with all sorts of stuff from major to minor. It feels like he misses games almost every year, but he's awesome. I mean, we know how good he is. He is. The Super Bowl before. He's been like the one quarterback in the playoffs that has been able to beat Patrick Mahomes, at least in the AFC. So he's a great.
There's always discussions that, it's my attitude. It's not the Cincinnati Bengals. The Bengals stink. Their ownership has always sucked. It's not your attitude. You're just fine. You get hurt a lot, but it has nothing to do. You want out. That's what he wants. He wants out of Cincinnati.
He's become Joe Fool. He's no longer Joe Cool. I mean, stuff he's saying is pretty ridiculous. Like he's like hinting at retirement. He's hinting at like requesting for a trade. He said yesterday, a lot of crazy things happen every year. When he was asked about his future.
Joe. Hi, Joe. Thanks.
Shut up, dude. Like, come on. But I don't know. I mean, maybe he wants out. I won't push back too much about the Bengals being a garbage franchise. They always have been.
Why doesn't he just go around the corner to the Cleveland Browns? They'll try it.
Yeah. Well, look, if Joe Burrow is made available, then plenty of teams going after him. Now, I think Cincinnati would be insane to trade him. You just don't trade a franchise quarterback like that. I don't care what he says at a press conference or how often he might get hurt. Like, he's too good to trade. But obviously, if he is traded, then you better get, think of what the Texans were able to get for Deshaun Watson. And Joe Burrow is more proven and less freaky than Deshaun Watson.
Yes.
That's the starting point, I think, of a Joe Burrow trade if you're Cincinnati, if he requests out. But again, you do whatever you can to make sure he doesn't request out.
Oh, yeah, you're right. It's time to start making that guy happy. And, I mean, that's all they've done. They wanted to keep every receiver there. They didn't want to help their defense. So whatever Joe Burrow wanted, he got. And then he gets hurt.
Yeah, and then he gets mad.
He plays a game of pickleball with his girlfriend, and he's hurt.
Right. Yeah, that defense used to be great. Now they've fallen apart. That offensive line has really never been great. That's part of the reason why he gets hurt so much.
That guy's been running for his life since he came to Cincinnati.
Yeah, pretty much. So, I don't know. There you go. Fun one to watch. Just a couple of Ohio State kids, Buck. Joe Burrow and Quinn Ewers.
Oh, yeah.
That's where they both became famous in college, I think. But excited for that one. I'm rooting for Quinn. I hope every Longhorn fan roots for Quinn, even if you were maybe an arch guy last year. I'm pulling for Quinn in the league. He did a lot for Texas, and I'm excited for him to get this opportunity. And let's see what he does in these final 3 weeks of the season.
Speaking of pulling for people, do I need to be pulling for the Aggies and Oklahoma? Who should we be? Is it just watch the game? Don't really have an interest in. I don't like pulling for Alabama either.
You should never, ever
for Oklahoma, ever
root for Oklahoma.
Ever.
And I would argue that you should never, ever, ever root for Texas A&M
over Miami, except for it's Miami,
unless they're playing Oklahoma.
Oh, okay.
Look, I don't like Miami. I'm not a fan of them, never have been. And since the Elite Eight in 2022, I've been very angry at Miami.
I think I'm going to have to pull for the Aggies.
Why? Oh, because you're a huge Aggie fan. We know that.
Oh, what? What?
Yeah, you talk about it all the time. Anybody who's listened to the show for more than the first 31 minutes of today knows that you're a not so closet Aggie fan.
I can't root for Miami. I can't root for the U. There's no way. How can I? You can't do that. You'll be rooting, in the closet somewhere for the Aggies instead of University of Miami, the Canes.
No, I'm rooting for the Canes. All right.
By the way,
I'll just think that I'm rooting for their chicken tenders instead of their football team.
No, dude,
supporting Canes.
No, the big coach from the Aggies are going to beat the knucklehead from Miami.
Well, let's get into that. Yeah, we'll talk about the playoff. Yeah, that's, okay, we'll get into that. We'll give some early thoughts on the 2 playoff games that anybody cares about, which are the first 2 playoff games of the weekend, by the way. We'll also talk some Texas football, more storylines, another draft declaration for the Longhorns yesterday. This one, not a huge surprise, but it's worth talking about. Before we dive into any of those stories, though, how about our first round of sponsor shout-outs?
Say hello to our friends over at the League Kitchen and Tavern in Lakeway, Belterra, Bee Caves, and Avery Ranch. Chef-inspired comfort food for the heart and soul, made from scratch daily, folks. Cobb salad, all-day breakfast, happy hour from 3 to 6 each and every weekday. And Thursdays, prime to wine, half-price bottles of wine with your prime rib dinner. And the prime rib there is absolutely delicious. All kinds of savings on single glasses of wine, select beers and cocktails there. Lonnie's Eggnog is available for you right now. The burger of the month is the Steakhouse Burger. Chef specials, of course, shrimp cocktail, steakhouse wedge, and the unbelievable sundae that they have. Oh, they've got an ice cream sundae that's magnificent. No, Buck hasn't had it. I did have it last year, but I haven't had it this year. They're Austin-owned and operated since 2011, and they use fresh products locally here. They get their produce locally in the Austin and Central Texas area. As I said, love hanging out at the League Kitchen and Tavern. Great locations, as I said, Lakeway, Belterra, Bee Cave, and Avery Ranch for the League Kitchen and Tavern.
Yes, indeed. Shout out to the league. Also, some love to Covert Bee Cave. If you're in the market for a newer pre-owned car, truck, or SUV, go see our great friends at Covert Bee Cave. Don't just take our word for it. Take these people's words for it.
I don't have to worry about shopping for mechanics to make sure it's done and done right. I come up here, I'm in, I'm out. They give me a loaner sometimes, and it's hassle-free.
If you have any questions, they'll go ahead and help you out and educate you. They're not just here just to sell you a vehicle. They're here to build a relationship.
They treat you like family, and then they make the experience what you want it to be, not what they want it to be.
Covert, born and raised in Austin,
where you are always treated like family.
And of course, our friends over at Sue Patrick, where we'll be next Monday. They've been doing it since 1975, the incredible selection of Texas Longhorn apparel, collectibles. They've got tons of Texas-themed gifts, items, everything that you're looking for the holidays and more. Caps, polos in all sizes, extra small, small, medium, large, extra large, double X, and triple X for you big ones out there. They got it all at Sue Patrick. Sue Patrick, $59 or more on online orders, free curbside pickup, and folks, plenty of parking space at 5222 Burnett Road. So you don't have to run around for miles and park here and walk there. Get an Uber from your parking space to go into a place to shop. Not at Sue Patrick's. Very simple, very easy for you. The jelly cats are there. Boy, they got some kind of cool jelly cats. The eggplant is back. The jelly cat, the eggplant is back. They've got a new white cloud with legs on it. I got to go. Well, I'll be there Monday, so I may have some last-minute shopping to get done, of course.
You will.
Always at Sue Patrick for sure. Go to SuePatrick.com for more information, folks.
You know, they don't sell this at Sue Patrick, but I got a hunch we're going to get one of these at Sue Patrick on Monday.
Yes.
OLIPOP.
You getting creamed this morning?
We're getting creamed. Buck on to OLIPOP.
Yes,
and
indeed.
Buck on to getting creamed in the morning.
Nice.
Nothing better than that. Shout out to OLIPOP. Restocked a couple of days ago. This is my favorite flavor, but hey, if you're not a fan of the cream soda, they've got more than 20 different flavors of OLIPOP to choose from. This is the best soda you will ever have because it tastes like soda. Everybody loves the taste of soda. But unlike the sodas that you've been drinking in the past, this is actually good for you. Prebiotics, plant fibers, botanicals in every single can, ingredients that support good digestive health. It's not like OLIPOP just isn't bad for you. No, it's actually good for you. You get health benefits every time you drink this. You get taste bud benefits every time you drink this as well. Again, more than 20 flavors to choose from. Y'all see us drink it all the time. Get you some HEB, Costco, Walmart, Target, 7-Eleven, grocery stores, convenience stores all over the world. Next time you shop, make sure you shop OLIPOP.
Late Bussy just went by. What's that all about?
Ooh. Bussy must have been drinking last night.
Somebody left a kid behind.
Oh, you think it's that? I was thinking the driver was a little hungover this morning, got off to a late start.
They're not used to driving in the sunshine. They missed a kid that probably come back. Mom said, "Hey, you left him up standing out. He's still standing waiting here."
Dude, if you miss the bus, you got to get your ass to school on your own, don't you?
Yeah, I had that when I was a kid in Bethlehem. The Catholic school was probably about 6 miles away. I've done that. That's just late, and the bus is pulling off, and that dude is never turning back or never stopping a block away.
Yeah.
Hey, look, there's Bucky. Look at run, Bucky, run. Quite how they said it, but look, there he comes. No, Bussy just kept on going, man. I had to thumb out to school. I've had to thumb to high school before. Didn't have to take the elementary school bus. My house in the alley was right across the street from my Catholic school, so it was just 2 blocks, and I was at middle school, or from 7th grade on. It was kind of nice, and then I got to high school. I had to start taking a bus. And I missed that bus a few times in the morning.
Sorry, did you just say you thumbed the bus driver a couple of times?
No, I thumbed to school.
You went thumb up to get a ride? That was the trade you made?
That's when you could do that, and you didn't have to worry about stranger danger.
I feel like if you put your thumb up there, it's pretty dangerous.
No, thumbing a ride, man. I used to do that all the time. I almost picked up another one the other day. I'm like, I'm going this far. They're going straight ahead. I could drop this person off about 8 or 9 miles from here. But something in me just tells me, just don't do it.
Did you do it?
No.
Yeah.
No, I just don't want to be stabbed or chokehold. You know what I mean?
I don't think any of us want to be stabbed.
I don't want to be raped by some dude just on his way, to pick up meth. But they're just needing a ride. Not everybody's going to try to kill you, I don't believe.
No, not everybody would, but unfortunately, a couple of bad apples have ruined the hitchhiking experience for everyone.
Yes, they have.
That's the problem. Like, I'm kind of bummed. There's a lot of reasons why I'm sad that I wasn't alive before I was. I'm kind of sad that I missed the hitchhiking era.
Dude, that was fun. I'm going to tell you, it was the hitchhiking era. BK was fantastic. You could do it all over town. And then, I didn't have a car when I was in high school. I didn't have a car until I got out of college, my own car. And, you had to get around the places in your town. And if your buddies weren't going to pick you up, just stuck your thumb out. If you got on the right road, they just drop you off right there. Nobody thought anything of it. Nobody thought you were going to try to manhandle them or anything else. Yeah. And you'd get in there. A guy would be with his girl. You sit beside her. You just have a pleasant talk. Now it's like, no, I can tell that person. I can't pick him up. There's no way. Now I've also had hitchhike where I had to get back in the back of the truck. Just jump in the bed. We'll take you to there and just get out. But you're not getting inside the truck.
Is that better?
No, dude, if you need a ride, you don't care.
Right.
I guess you can. The only thing that's not kosher to some people is you can't jump on the back of a motorcycle with another dude.
And
that's wrong too. I don't know that. I only learned that when I got to Texas. That's not allowable. But I'm like, if I got to get somewhere, I'm jumping on the back of a scooter. Can't I, if we were on an island or something? I can't be in there with swim trunks, going swim trunks to swim trunks with a dude.
You're talking Speedo to Speedo?
Yes. No?
Can't accept that.
You have to walk the distance then?
You got to walk or wait for somebody with a car to show up. Have you done that before? Have you gotten on the back of a motorcycle with another guy?
In Pennsylvania, dirt bike, just messing around, but not going distance on the street where people could actually see me. No.
Not that there's anything wrong with that, but did you,
Yeah,
where were you holding? Where'd you put your hands there?
on the bottom of the seat of the bike.
Oh,
I
so that
didn't-
means you were like leaning forward.
Come on, man.
If you do that, you got to thrust your hips out a little bit forward. So you were,
Is that what this is all about? Homophobia doing this? Riding that? Dude, if you need a ride, now, I mean, if I need a gas and I had a gas can with me, is that cool? Can you go in the back with a guy? If you're going to get gas for your car, you ran out of gas?
where are you when this
I'm
happens?
on the back still.
No. Like if you're on a highway and there's hundreds to thousands of cars who are going by, then no, you wait for somebody else to stop.
Yes.
But
What if I'm out in the country somewhere and dude stops with his motorcycle and says, get on the back, bring your gas can, I'll take you get some gas. No, that's still not acceptable. You got to be kidding me. That is so strange.
can't accept that.
But I can't like go out to Long Island and be on the back with my Speedo on no matter what, even if you were just having fun at the beach.
No, I don't think you should ever be doing that.
He's got a little moped.
Look, plenty of people do that. That's just not the way I swing, you know?
Oh,
If it's the way you do, that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. But I didn't think you were about that life.
I just once I got here, that whole thing about on the back of a motorcycle with the dude, I'd never heard that before till I got here. I guess they play different games in the Pennsylvania area.
Yeah, too many unwarranted reach arounds down here, I suppose. had people a little nervous. Oh man,
God.
that's good. All right. Hey, speaking of that, the Aggies play this weekend.
Yes.
That's the second college football playoff game. I guess we should go in order. The first one is tomorrow night. Oklahoma hosting Alabama. Of course, it's a rematch of a regular season game that the Sooners won in Tuscaloosa. OU's won 2 straight against Alabama since joining the SEC. This line has been going back and forth, Buck, but looking at it right now, the Sooners are slight favorites. OU minus 1.5 is what I'm seeing on my 4-letter network app right now. 7 o'clock tomorrow night. Where are you at with this one?
Well, I want Alabama to win. I don't want OU to win the game, but I don't think Alabama's going to win. I think OU is going to win this game. Don't like what I've seen of Alabama the last 2 games. Their quarterback's not playing well. Their receivers not catching balls, and they don't have any run game. And they're going to make this quarterback who's not played well over the last 2 football games, BK, totally one-dimensional. They will eat up whatever Alabama's running game looks like, and it looks bad. It looks as bad as their run game or worse.
This might as well be Army-Navy Part 2.
Yes.
Because the total for this game is 39.5. I mean, that's what you get with Army-Navy. Like, that is how bad these offenses are, that they are giving them an over-under similar to what we had last weekend with Army-Navy. That's crazy, dude. That is crazy that it's that low.
Is.
But I would still lean under. Like, I'm thinking this is a 20-17 game, which that's the under right there.
Could be.
So both of these offenses, like you said, they've fallen on some hard times. You were talking about Ty Simpson, the Alabama quarterback who, is a potential top 10 pick in April's NFL draft. Like that guy, we were talking about that guy maybe winning the Heisman a month and a half ago, and he's fallen on some tough times as of late. John Mateer, since the Texas game, has just looked lost out there. And like you said, I mean, look, neither of these teams have a running back with more than 500 yards through 12 games this year. So it's just, I mean, if you like defense, hey, you're going to love tomorrow night because these are 2 very, very good defenses. But if you like offense, then you might want to watch some high school football instead.
Yeah, you're right. It's not going to be an offensive showing. Like I said, the wide receiver, the sophomore there, who was fabulous as a freshman, just great for Alabama. That guy's done that. That guy's looked so disinterested over the last 2 games. It looks like he can't wait to get to the year where he can get drafted and get the hell out of Alabama.
Yeah.
And I know they pay that dude a lot of NIL money. His effort hasn't been there. The quarterback, by the way, hasn't been looking for him at all. So and they don't have a runner. And that's, like I said, it's hard to believe that places like Oklahoma, Alabama, and Texas don't have a runner. It's like, really?
Yeah. Going back to Ryan Williams, the receiver you're talking about. Yeah, I mean, he was one of the best receivers in the country as a true freshman last year. Remember, he was only 17 years
He's
old.
only,
Buck.
yeah,
That was
yeah,
the
he's
talk.
only
Every
17.
game he played, it was like Colt McCoy and Jordan Shipley are roommates. It was like Ryan Williams is 17 years old. It was something every announcer would say 10 times on every broadcast.
And he's like disappeared.
Yeah, well, and we talked about Ryan Wingo a lot yesterday, and I mentioned that Wingo was second in the SEC in drops. He's second to Ryan Williams.
Yeah, that guy dropping the ball. That guy was making incredible catches as a freshman.
I'm telling you, man. Yeah, I mean, last year he had 865 yards and 8 touchdowns. This year he's at 631 and 4. And again, leads the conference with those 9 drops. It does look like he's kind of checked out, but he can't go pro after this year. Like,
No, that's what I'm saying. He's got to come back. I mean, it looks like he's trying to find a way to get through this till he gets to the NFL. And they're going to be a little skeptical of it. Well, I shouldn't say that. They'll take that dude's so talented. It's ridiculous.
yeah, maybe he's like, yeah, this year doesn't matter that much. Like next year, as long as I put together a really great junior year,
Yeah,
then
that could be it.
it's all a wash what happens this season. I don't know. I mean, just the whole Alabama offense has just not looked right down the stretch. Yeah, Ryan Williams isn't their best receiver. Jeremy Bernard is their best receiver.
Yeah, he goes to number 5. He'll throw the ball to that cat.
Yeah, I like that guy.
And by the way, that dude drops balls too.
Yeah.
They got some dropsies there.
They do have some dropsies there. Yeah, no, it's not the Alabama offense that we've grown accustomed to seeing in recent years. And I think Alabama's the better football team. I do. I know they're struggling. They're not playing well as of late, but let's not forget what OU did the last time they played a game, right? Like we all, the whole world, because there were so few games in conference championship weekend, saw Alabama get steamrolled by Georgia, right? That was an embarrassing job. The last time Oklahoma played the week before, they needed a miracle touchdown on a coverage bust to beat a crappy LSU team at home with no coach. So they've got their issues too. And that first game they played in Tuscaloosa, Alabama outgained OU by 200 yards. The reason OU won, they had an 87-yard pick six, and they had, 3 takeaways, and Alabama had 0. And their kicker made like 18 50-yard field goals in that game.
That's right.
So I don't know, man. Like early on, I was all Oklahoma on this game, but I think Alabama's a better team. And at some point, that has to matter. Didn't matter last year when they played. Didn't matter this year when they played.
They need to play like they're the better team.
They do. And they haven't. All that matters is winning the game, right? And they haven't found a way to beat Oklahoma. But I'm starting to lean Alabama with this one. But I don't think either of these teams beats Indiana. And I'm still not that bought in on the Hoosiers. I
would agree with you on this. The Hoosiers will score on both of these teams.
Yeah, I just don't trust either of these offenses enough. Again, OU's defense is elite. I think Alabama's defense is borderline elite, but I don't think either of these offenses are good enough to beat the number 1 team in America.
Well, in the scuttlebutt, I believe if Kalen DeBoer loses this game, he may bail out.
That's the big storyline too, right? Like, I think Michigan is waiting. They've interviewed one person, by the way. The one formal interview Michigan has held for their coach opening, Buck?
Somebody that's not somebody that's on their staff.
Somebody that's on their staff. I didn't ask who wasn't the interview. I asked who was. You would have had it right if you believed in yourself.
I don't know. Was it Sharon from the jail cell or something?
No, Biff Poggi.
Biff did get an interview. Well, yeah, they had to have somebody be the interim coach. So you got to bring them in and say, hey, would you like this job for a couple of weeks? Because you won't have it after that.
Right.
Win, lose, or draw.
They gave him a real interview for the real job.
Unless you win the national championship, you're not going to have this job. So win a couple games, maybe we'll keep you on the staff, and maybe not.
It'd be tough for Michigan to win the national championship considering they're playing Texas in the Cheez-It Bowl.
No, I'm sorry. That's right. They are not into that deal. Hey, how about if you win the Cheez-It Bowl? Maybe. No, they're not keeping it. That's the last guy on their list.
I think you're right. Like they'd like Kalen DeBoer more, but if they get told no by Kalen DeBoer, if Kenny Dillingham at Arizona State says no, if Jed Fish at Washington says no, which I don't think he would, but if like all of their top guys are we're good.
If Wake Forest wanted to leave and take it, they'd take him before they take this this dude that they have. This guy is the last guy on. He's the last guy on the list.
I read a
besides the
report.
head coach of Lehigh.
I read this report of from a Michigan insider yesterday. It said, quote, "The former Charlotte head coach has secured backing from major donors and stabilized the program during turbulent times.
Boy.
While Poggi clearly ranks below Michigan's primary targets, influential donors will push for his permanent appointment if top candidates fall through."
As I said, he's the last on the list. If a bunch of them fall through the cracks, through the door, fall off the building, he's the last guy.
Here's what happens for Biff Poggi to get the job. Alabama wins on Friday, so Kalen DeBoer's out. Kenny Dillingham just uses the Michigan job for a raise at Arizona State. A couple other guys say no. Then Michigan beats a linebacker-less Texas team and convinces themselves that that's some really, really impressive win. And boom, there you go. Biff Tannen from Back to the Future is the new head coach
Oh, no way.
of the Michigan Wolverines.
No,
I'm almost rooting for it now. I don't want Texas to lose.
They're calling the coach at South Lake Carroll and saying, "Hey, would you like this Michigan job?" And there'll be assistants and OCs that will leave their newly appointed places to take that job anytime.
Yeah, Michigan. Biff Poggi, by the way, was the head coach at Charlotte the last 2 years. He got fired for that job. Not for cause. Well, the cause was his team sucked. They were 6-16. He was 6-16 as a head coach at Charlotte. Got the axe, and now he's the first interview for the permanent Michigan coaching job.
Yeah, the closest Tom Brady has a better chance of being the head coach at Michigan than the guy who's head coaching them right now.
Could Brady do that? He's already owning an NFL team. He's calling games for an NFL team, or for a lot of NFL teams. Could he also be the head coach at Michigan?
Show up on Saturdays and coach them up like Ricky wanted to do?
Yeah.
It's not incarnate word. It's not like Incarnate Word.
I don't know if they'd allow him to do that, but if they'd allow anyone to do that, it would be.
Yeah, the GOAT would be able to do it.
TB12. What about the Aggies in Miami Saturday morning? That's the 11 a.m. game. That maybe helps Miami that they get a day game in College Station, but that atmosphere is going to be insane at Kyle Field on Saturday. What do you think about that one?
Well, I mean, I like Texas A&M in that game after what we saw them the last time they played. I think they'll play better. I think it'll be close enough. You're going to see some really talented wide receivers on both sides. Miami's got that young freshman that is absolutely outstanding.
Yeah.
I think they'll get after the quarterback. The Aggies got to play better defense. They got to get after the quarterback a little bit better because you can rattle Beck. I mean, you can make him do some things, throw the ball to you. But I think the Aggies will win that game.
Yeah, I think you can rattle both of these quarterbacks, honestly.
Sure.
I think Miami's a better team. I do. I just don't.
You like the other coach better. You like the Aggie coach better than you do Miami's guy who's going to screw it up somehow.
Exactly. Like, I don't know how much I trust Mike Elko in big games. We haven't seen him in a ton of big games. The biggest game he's had at A&M was here in Austin, and he lost. And his team got kind of pummeled down the stretch in that game. So I don't know if he's a great big game coach, but I do know that Mario Cristobal is not a great big game coach.
Yeah, you know that. We know that he'll find
I think Carson Beck is better than Marcel Reed. I think Miami's defense is really good. I think top to bottom, the Hurricanes have a better roster than Texas A&M does. I just don't know if I trust their coach.
The receivers that Texas A&M have, they're still good.
They're good. Yeah, of course. I mean, A&M's super talented too. You don't go 11-1. I don't care that you had a super easy SEC schedule. That obviously helps, but you go 11-1 in this conference. Yeah, you've got to be a pretty good team. But I don't know. I mean, I think Miami can match them with talent. I don't think there's a major gap between them two. And again, I think Miami has more talent than A&M does.
I like A&M by a touchdown.
Okay. Yeah, that line right now is
more than a field goal.
That line right now is 3.5. So it's
I like them. I like them win by a touchdown.
Yeah, I think I'm leaning with the U on that one, but I know I'm going to come back on Monday and be kicking myself for calling my cousin to bet on Mario Cristobal in a game that means something.
Yeah, but I think you're right about Bama. 17-13, something like that.
Yeah. Yeah,
and I can't. I'd like to root for OU because I think OU, because it's at home and they've had their number lately. And what I've seen of Alabama, I'd like to say OU. This is strictly on. I can't root for OU. Period. That's all it is.
Yeah, you should never root for OU.
No, it just I can't do it.
You could pick Oklahoma to win if you think they're going to win. That doesn't mean you're rooting for OU, but you shouldn't be ever rooting for the Sooners.
I can't let the people down. The people need money. The new year's coming up. 2026 just around the corner. I want to start them out in a really nice way here at the end of this football season.
You got some bowl games tonight, and you've got an NFL game tonight. Would you like to
let the Blue Hens go by last night?
I tried to. I asked you yesterday if you wanted to bet on the give your staff infection bowl, whatever the hell it was.
Dude, I couldn't tell what that was all about. What was the staph infection bowl anyway? I mean, what did it? They had commercials, but the same commercials come up anyway now.
Yeah, it was the Staph Cure DNA Bowl.
I don't
or Staph
know.
DNA Cure Bowl. And you know who was on the call of that game, right? My God, I turned it on, and the first voice I heard was this.
Was that that was Fozzie, wasn't it?
Fozzie was the color commentator last night for Old Dominion's win over South Florida.
I wonder if he wore that outfit.
The entire time I'm like hearing this voice, I'm like, oh my God. All I can think about is this damn picture. What are the odds? Like we literally talked about this yesterday on the show. Then I got to listen to Fozzie, who does a great job, obviously. I love Fozzie. He's a friend of ours. But I couldn't get that image out of my freaking head as he's calling this give your staph infection bowl game.
Yeah, what if he rolled in the stadium with that gear on? Like the players roll in?
He does the Chris Collinsworth slide into the booth with this thing on.
Yeah.
Sliding in. All of a sudden, a bunch of little kids come out from under him.
Wow.
I have some questions if he was doing that out.
I mean, what do we got? Who do we have tonight? What bowl game is?
Well, you've got a great NFL game with the Rams in Seattle to take on the Seahawks. That's 11-3 at 11-3, and maybe the winner of that wins the NFC West. Tonight, you've got just one bowl game. It is I think you've heard of this company, Buck, the Xbox Bowl.
Oh, okay.
With Missouri State and Arkansas State.
Wow. That just tells me there's way too many bowls.
Come on, man. Support the kids. Give them a chance to go right out into the sunset.
Well, I'll do that. I'll do that at the end of the show. I'll give a couple of those.
I bet they're getting a free Xbox or something for playing in this game.
There's no doubt. There's no doubt they're getting all the games they want.
By the way, this game is going to be played in the state of Texas at the Ford Center, which is the practice facility for the Dallas Cowboys.
Up in Frisco?
Up in Frisco, yep. Which they played some high school games up there. I mean,
they hold a full 30,000 up there. That should be fun.
Yeah, I mean, it's a pretty small venue, which I don't think you need a huge venue for Mo State and Ark State.
No.
But that is your one bowl game tonight. But again, I mean, the NFL game is the one you should be watching. That's going to be a really good one. Rams at Seahawks. See if Devontae Adams plays for LA there.
I can imagine them saying, no, we're not going to even take this chance.
And Sean McVay had a kid. Well, he didn't have a kid. His wife had a kid this week.
Was that their second
kid? And he's like, you talk about a rough week to have a child. The short week.
Yeah, I think
you're playing a huge game.
He's like banging them out by the year, I believe. That's his second one. He's been married for about 2 years or 3 years. So he's trying to get himself a little football team or a basketball team at least.
I think he's 39 years old. So I don't know if he's quite at the banging it out by the year stat there.
Yeah, you got to be careful of that.
Been married since 2022. So that's 2 kids in almost 4 years.
Yeah, that's about right.
Yeah, going quick right there. I mean, have you seen his spouse?
She's pretty.
I would be doing the same thing that he's doing.
Yes.
Make sure I'm locking that thing down, you know?
Yeah, he's staying in the gym because he gets a little buffed.
Yeah, he's staying. Yeah, you're right. Good-looking coach, that Sean McVay. You would definitely get on the back of his motorcycle.
Oh, come on now.
You would.
You know what? He stays in good shape because when he calls timeout, he's always on a dead sprint. And he wants everybody to see him go down the sideline.
Oh, he's not doing that to try to get the refs' attention.
No,
he's doing that.
There's certain young coaches that like to get on that sprint. You don't ever see Andy Reid flying down the sideline.
No.
Trying to call timeout.
He can't. I don't think he's capable of doing that. And start seeing like cheeseburgers fall out of his pant leg if he does it, which will be the greatest bid ever.
Oh, man.
Oh, my God. All right, so there you go. Some early thoughts on the playoff. We'll chop it up with Lee Sterling at 8:40. We'll get his expert picks on these playoff games and also some of the other bowl games. And we'll talk Texas, Michigan with Lee as well. We got some Texas football news to get into, a couple of funny stories to talk about as well. But before we dive into anything else, Buck, how about another round of sponsor shout-outs?
The folks at Relax the Back embrace a holistic approach for a healthier lifestyle, and my back couldn't be happier. I love this Relax the Back chair, folks, that I'm sitting in my office here for over 20 years. Love the chair, and they can help you feel good too. If you got neck, shoulder, back, thoracic, lumbar, hip area, you need to go see our friends over at Relax the Back. Not only do they have select massage chairs, of course, adjustable mattress sets, Tempur-Pedic pillows and mattresses, Humann scale office chairs, desk, and all the accessories. It's about the accessories too. If you don't want to sit around at your home, but you want to take, if you're going to the golf course, if you're sitting in your car, the accessories that they have at Relax Back, it's going to make your body feel fantastic. Two great locations in Bee Caves at the Hill Country Galleria across the street from Whole Foods, and in North Austin at the Gateway Shopping Center right across the street from the Container Store. Live pain-free like the Buck at Relax the Back.
Yes, indeed. I'm going to go see them today. I'm just going to buy something. I don't know what it is. Like my back isn't hurting too much. I'm just going to buy something to make my life a little more comfortable today.
You need the vibrating ball. Find out about the ball.
I don't want your vibrator, man.
It's the vibrating ball is awesome.
I don't want anyone.
You can put it under your hamstrings, BK, while you're sitting around, and that thing feels great. Yeah, don't neglect your hamstrings or put it on your belly there. You know, your six pack, just sit it there and let that thing vibrate. Don't neglect your core.
The only six-pack I have is the Altstadt Beer.
There you go.
Shout out to Altstadt Beer, a perfect segue right there. Oh, man, the weekend's almost here, but it's Thursday. The weekend's arrived. The holiday season is here. No one's working or doing anything. Anyways, enjoy yourself with some Altstadt Beer. We mentioned it. Great Thursday night football game tonight. Then the playoff starts this weekend. You got tons of great college hoops going on. You got NBA going on. You got the NHL going on. A lot of great sports happenings, plus the holiday parties, plus we're a week away from Christmas. Altstadt is perfect for any occasion. If you want to show up with something cool for your holiday parties, boom. If you're looking for that Secret Santa gift, boom. If you're looking for a stocking stuffer last minute for the beer drinker in your life, how about a six-pack of Altstadt? This stuff is fantastic. And if you got family in town and you're like, God, I got to get out of the house. I don't want y'all destroying my place for a week. How about a trip to the Altstadt Brewery this weekend? Yeah, it's going to be gorgeous here in Central Texas. Short drive down to Fredericksburg. It's a gorgeous drive, and you could go spend a lot of time there. They've got live music. They've got great food, tons of samples of their beer, the indoor and the outdoor beer garden. So much to do. I'm telling you, Altstadt Beer is the best beer there is. The Altstadt Brewery, a great day trip that you could make. This stuff is awesome. Get you some the next time you're at a grocery store, a liquor store, or at your favorite bars and restaurants around town. It is Altstadt Beer. No impurities, no regrets.
Thank you so much to the Kellner family, Mr. and Mrs. Kellner. Thank you for the Christmas card. I love that Christmas card. It checks every box. Catholics, Jewish people, at Hanukkah, it gets everyone. Your mom doesn't miss that because I know your dad doesn't send that out.
No chance.
That's all from your mom. No chance.
My dad probably has no idea that
it even went out. Oh yeah. He took a picture sometime, but I'll just say this. Thank you so very much. And it gets all the holidays. It gets everybody involved, like the ones that you take off. You don't just take the Jewish holidays. You take everybody's too.
Yeah.
I'm sure MLK is going to be awaiting your arrival too. For his holiday.
What, for me to die? Like we're going to hang out?
No. For you to have off.
Oh, of course. I'm going to pay my respects to Dr. King.
There you go.
My favorite doctor of all time.
Yes.
Besides Doolittle.
You don't miss any of them, but thank you very much.
That's great.
I appreciate that.
Glad you got it. Hey, speaking of great holiday gifts, how about audio-visual consultations?
Oh, yeah.
Chopped it up with our guy, Tom McKay. Yesterday, man, Tom every year goes to New York. He does Christmas right. He goes sees a bunch of Broadway shows. He hangs out in the city for a little bit. That's going to be a great time for him. But he's not stopping his work, and his crew is not stopping their work either. So if you're looking for a great holiday gifts, audiovisual consultations, they're the people to call. Upgrade your home TV setup. They do big screens, they do small screens, they do projectors, they do surround sound speakers, sound bars. They also do whole home lighting and surveillance cameras and heated floors for your bathroom. Like, seriously, anything you could think of technology-wise that can elevate your home to another level this holiday season and into the new year. Audiovisual consultations can hook you up because they've been hooking up Central Texans since 1988. All you have to do is give them a call, 512-255-8678. Find out more online, avconsultations.com.
And our good friends over at Woods Comfort Systems, they're coming today. I have an appointment. This is getting ready to go into the new year when they do it twice a year. This one, they've already come. This one is for 2026. They want to get a jump start on it, and I'm fine with it. They'll come and check out the filters, make sure everything's ready. So if it does get cold, but it's not getting cold anytime soon, folks. Next week is going to be beautiful in the 70s. I think Christmas is like 75. So they're going to check out the air conditioning system. They're going to check out the heating system. And right now I have no trouble with the plumbing, but the holiday season is just around the corner. So when I get my ice cream going, who knows what could happen in that bathroom. But Woods Comfort System does it all, folks. They bring their technicians out twice a year. As I said, they make sure your heating, your air conditioning system is working properly. And if you got problems with plumbing, trust in them also. When it comes to that, close to 70 years in Central Texas, nobody does it better than Woods Comfort Systems.
Amen to that. WoodsComfortSystems.com for more information. All right, a little Texas Longhorn football conversation here on a Thursday morning. Another NFL draft declaration from Texas. Yesterday, it was defensive back Jalen Gilbo who announced that he is declaring for the NFL draft. I mean, this one is not a big surprise. Jalen Gilbo was a senior. He was out of eligibility, so he couldn't come back. He just released a nice statement thanking Texas fans for these last 4 years. And I guess the purpose of declaring is he's letting you know that he is not going to be playing in the upcoming bowl game 13.
Was he going to be playing anyway?
All of the reports, and we've talked about these reports on this show, indicated that he was not going to be playing in this bowl game. So, yeah, now he just made it official right there.
He doesn't need the trip. He doesn't need the trip.
He doesn't need the free trip to Disney.
No, he doesn't need the trip. He doesn't need the gear. And he doesn't need the extra practices.
Yeah, best of luck to Jalen Gilbo. I'm curious where he ends up. I think he's probably a day 3 guy in the NFL draft. You know, unfortunately, this was not the year I hoped, and I don't think this was the year Jalen Gilbo hoped he was going to have. You know, he did the Jahdae Barron thing, Buck, where for the first few years of his career, you know, Jahdae Barron was the star, the slot corner on this defense, and then for his senior season, he moved outside to a traditional cornerback spot. Obviously, for Jahdae, it worked. He won the Thorpe Award. He was a first-round pick. Jalen Gilbo does the same thing, and we're like, oh, can lightning strike twice in the same spot?
No.
It could not. And Jalen Gilbo ended up kind of losing his starting job towards the end of the year. Still played a lot, was a big part of the rotation, but it never fully clicked for him at that other spot. So, yeah, it was not a Thorpe Award winner, and he's not going to be a first-round pick. But he's got enough talent. He's put enough on film in his Longhorn career to where
he'll have to do some special teams things immediately to make a squad, but he can run, and he's big enough, so he'll fit in with it. He'll find a way on the team.
Yeah, I think he'll get drafted. And Jalen Gilbo, a father, I think had a kid last year. So, taking his talents to the league, going to provide for his family. Best of luck to him. Cornerbacks at Texas next year. And I guess this year with this bowl game, that's a big question because you're losing Manny Muhammad, who was by far and away your best cornerback on your team. You're losing Jalen Gilbo as well. So it's going to be a lot of guys who are currently freshmen who will be sophomores next year who are going to be tasked with being the top guys unless Texas decides to hit the portal pretty hard.
Yeah, I mean, you're going to see some guys in this bowl game that may have, they're all going to get opportunity. You're going to see names that you haven't even heard of getting in this bowl game at a lot of positions. So, I mean, that's a good thing. And once again, when you're losing a bunch of guys like this, I will say this, the practices don't hurt you just to see them when they're with, 11 on 11 and stuff like that. So at least get some kind of indication. Is this position okay for this person? Are we trying to put him in a position that he can't have success in? Maybe move him to a different position. So these are some of the things you do find out about these extra practices.
Yeah. I'm pretty interested. I think one of the biggest questions facing the Texas defense in the offseason is whether or not they keep Grayson Littleton at star where he played all year. I mean, he started every game this season as a true freshman, which is not easy to do on this talented defense. Or do they make the move to outside corner with him? Because that's going to determine a lot of what else happens. Because I think Cade Phillips, who had sort of took over for Jalen Gilbo as the starting number 2 corner, I think he's definitely locking down one of the outside spots. But now it's, is it somebody else at the other outside corner, or do you move Grayson Littleton out there and find somebody to play the star? That's a big question that the staff's going to
kind of like him at star, really. I just don't see him as being an outside guy covering guys. I think he may get lit up.
I think I don't think that. I mean, that guy had a really, really good season, and he went up against a lot of really talented wide receivers.
Yeah, I like him in traffic. I don't like him on a lone island for some odd reason.
It's interesting. Yeah. I think playing the star position is a little tougher.
Like you said, there's a lot of traffic in there.
A lot of traffic, right? Well, you got the two-way go. You don't have the sideline as your other defender like you do on the outside. And also, you got to be more of a factor in the run game. So you got to be willing.
Which he does,
Yeah, which he did a good job of. So, I think if he stays at star, I think we feel really good about him staying at star.
What's best for the team? What's best for the team is what it's all about.
Exactly. Yes. I don't know. Usually
somebody's going to have to come out of the woodwork. Somebody's going to have to show themselves. Somebody's got a great opportunity right now.
100%. And, there's talent on the team. Texas has recruited the secondary extremely well.
Yes, they have.
You've got Kobe Black, who will be going into his junior year. Wardell Mack will be going into his 3rd year, redshirt sophomore. You've got Warren Roberson, who is still on the team. He'll be going into, I think, his 4th year with the program. So they've got, it's not like it's, they got to rely on a bunch of true freshmen again. There's guys who have been a part of things. They just haven't had massive roles on the defense. But yeah, that's big for that group on the 31st, and obviously big questions facing them next year, because that secondary is going to look vastly different.
Yeah, I just think you have enough. I don't. This doesn't sound like a portal thing, unless you just get a great one at cornerback that you feel like he can. This is what we need to lock down the other side.
Yeah, and they just have more pressing needs.
Oh, yes, they do.
In the portal with O-line and linebacker and running back. I feel like secondary is relatively far down the list. So
I would agree.
We will see. We will see what happens there. But yeah, big opportunity for some of these guys 13 days from now to showcase what they're all about. Jalen Gilbo, though, officially declaring for the draft. Buck, we've got some reports here. Your report guy.
I did not do it.
Your TPS report.
Ooh.
Don't forget
whatever it is, I didn't do it.
Don't forget to add the cover sheet to your TPS reports.
Oh, my goodness.
As they say in Office Space about 100 times. Classic movie. We got a few reports to dive into. Start with this one. Somebody out there has reported that Texas has a $1.5 million offer on the table for Florida running back Jaden Ball.
Okay, do it.
You're telling me to do it?
No, I'm just saying whoever has that offer out there, let's go.
Well, he has yet to enter the portal, so it's kind of tough to do it until he does that.
He's just trying to up the ante, that's all.
I wonder what's happening here. Now, this was not a report from a Texas source, and a couple of Texas sources have said that they don't believe that it is true. Obviously, he has yet to enter the portal, so Texas can't even talk to him. Now, his agent can talk to Texas, and a lot of what happens right now before the portal officially opens on January 2nd is agent games, I like to call it, where agents are doing whatever they can to get as much money for their clients as they can.
Asian games?
Huh?
Oh, you said agent games. I thought you said Asian games.
No disrespect.
No Asians are involved in the making of these games. All right. Agent games here. They're trying to make as much money for the client because ultimately that helps them make as much money for themselves.
Absolutely.
As well. So, I could easily see this just being his agent making something up to try to get more money for Ball at Florida. And I don't know how Florida feels about Jaden Ball, right? It sounds like they didn't care about DJ Lagway, and that's why Lagway decided to enter the portal, right? They basically, I don't think they told Lagway, like, get out of here, but they kind of told Lagway, like, yeah, we don't really need you.
Yeah, we need to move along.
They just said we don't really need you. And DJ Lagway's like, all right, if you're going to treat me like that, then I'm out. I don't know if they're going to treat Jaden Ball like that. Jaden Ball is a better player than DJ Lagway is. Not as premium of a position, obviously, with running back versus quarterback, but he's more proven. He was second team All-SEC, ran for 1,000 yards. He was maybe the best player on Florida's entire team here in 2025. So just because they treated DJ Lagway the way that they did, it doesn't mean they're going to treat Jaden Ball like that.
No.
They could
that money can go to that dude, and they'll find a quarterback in the state of Florida to come play. That's what they'll try to do. They'll try to find some hotshot high schooler like they thought Lagway was going to be, and it didn't turn out that way. But they can't lose that running back.
Yeah, I didn't think
the SEC to lose that guy. Wow, that'll hurt.
I didn't think they could lose either of them. Now I'm very curious to see what Florida does at quarterback. But yeah, I mean, I think they would want to keep. I think they should want to keep Jaden Ball. And obviously, they've got a lot of money there too. And because he's on Florida, and again, still has not entered the transfer portal, he gets to talk to Florida first. Like, that's the only team he can talk to about money right now. So they've got the leg up. They've got the advantage just because he's been there. But he knows that Texas is interested, and Texas is clearly interested. I don't know if, again, that number, the 1.5 mil, is a real number that's actually out there on the table. But there's definite interest right there. And if Jaden Ball does decide to leave, he's going to drive a pretty penny.
Yeah, he is. And, I mean, when you got his running back coach here and you just gave this guy 700 G's or whatever to coach the running backs, man, I would have had, dude, if you come here and we give you this gig, you better find a way to get that guy to leave.
Well, I mean, it's not – what is Jabbar Jalouk supposed to do? Like,
he's supposed to talk his player into coming for the last year of his, still staying in the SEC with Texas and playing for him.
He's got to talk. He's got to talk to the agent right now. The running backs coach has to be the guy negotiating deals with.
He should be.
That's not how it works.
But he should be.
Why?
Why not? Does he want the best running back, one of the best running backs in the nation, playing for him in his first year as a running back coach at Texas? I would think yes. So he should be doing everything in his powers that's legal, which is ethical.
Yeah, not much. I mean, what you're promoting is blatant cheating right there. So I don't think I care. I don't think anybody really cares. It's happening all the time right now. But
I mean, it's college. Is it college football, or what are we doing here?
I don't think Jabbar Jalouk is allowed to contact the running back Jaden Ball right now.
They're friends. They've been friends for years.
Okay.
That kid can't make a phone call. You can't send a text message. Hey, give me a buzz. Hey, while you're doing nothing, because your team's not doing anything.
Right. I don't know. I'm okay with it happening, but again, Jaden Ball's got to hit the portal. Florida, I don't think is going to let him leave, but hopefully he does. Boy,
I know this. If that guy hasn't had contact with that kid, what good is he? I mean, really. I mean, he's coached him over. It's like me not being able to, to have a conversation with Ricky Williams. So, I mean, no, dude, you get a conversation. You've got every private number that kid has. You have every means and ways to get him to call you back.
Yeah.
You don't think he's had to have that conversation with him.
Okay. That doesn't mean he's going to enter the portal and transfer to Texas. It's not as simple as that, right? Like, coaches get hired all the time. Coaches get hired all the time. Every single player at their former school does not follow them to their new school.
No, but I'm just saying that at least you've had you're going to have the conversation with him.
Well, and you got to talk to the agent too. You got to deal with that guy because that's the guy pulling the strings more often than not nowadays.
Or Uncle Willie.
And I don't know if Jaden Ball's number one interest is making as much money as he possibly can. I don't know if he wants to follow his running back coach. I don't know if, hey, I went to Florida for a reason. I like it here. I'm already 2 years into my degree. I don't want to get up and uproot my life. So I'm fine where I am. I don't know.
Oh, yeah. I mean, there may be a lot of reasons why he'd stay. But I'm still saying that guy should have contact with him somehow, some way. He's the guy who can get in touch with him just as easy, with maybe as easy as his girlfriend. That's I would expect that guy to be able to get in contact with his player.
Right. Well, yeah. Okay, that's fair. They have
They've
each
been
other's
together for
phone
a couple
number.
of years, on Saturdays and every day at practice, and good times, the bad times, the ups and downs of a young man. This guy's been a part of his life, so he should be able to get in touch with him.
Yes, he does have his phone number. I agree. He does have his phone number. I don't think that's going to determine whether or not Jaden Ball enters the portal. If he enters the portal, it will definitely help that he was coached by Jabbar Jalouk for 2 years. I think Texas will be the clear front runner for him. Now, Georgia's being linked to him too. So again, it's not like it's just going to be the easiest thing in the world to get this.
Oh no, everybody wants that dude.
But he's got to hit the portal first. So that's where we're at. And until that happens, he's not coming here.
Well, things don't help when his quarterback's not coming back. That he's been around for his last couple of years too. No matter what people think of the player outside of their program, these guys have been around each other for a couple of years. That's not easy. All of a sudden, that guy has disappeared.
Or now they have more money to pay Jaden Ball to stay.
That too.
The other spin right there. So, yeah, I don't know. We haven't seen the domino effect. If Jaden Ball's pissed that DJ Lagway's leaving, he hasn't hit the portal. I think if he was that mad about it, he would have been like, well, I'm leaving too. If you're not keeping my quarterback, then I'm also out. But that has not happened throughout.
It's just hard for me to talk on a money level. And it is. Money has a lot to do with this. It's just weird talking about kids and relationships. And then, let's not forget the money there, Buck. There's money involved in this. And for a kid, $250,000 added on to what you have is a lot of money. I'm thinking like, does that really mean anything? Yes, it does.
Right. Yeah. For a lot of guys, that's the number one thing that matters. And that's fine. That's their prerogative. Go take care of yourself. Go take care of your family. Get your paper. But yeah, no, it's not as simple. Like, here's a basketball example I'll give. Sean Miller obviously left Xavier to take the job at Texas. He got a couple of his guys to follow him, but Ryan Conwell, who was Sean Miller's point guard at Xavier last year, a lot of people were like, oh, he's definitely coming to Texas. He's hitting the portal. He's definitely coming to Texas. Louisville offered him a bag, and he's there playing really well right now. So it's the money. Like, it's not always, hey, I've got this great relationship or pre-established relationship with a coach anymore. It is way more than that these days.
Well, yeah, that's why you have an agent.
That's why you have an agent, and they all have agents these days. So that's one report. Jaden Ball, again, $1.5 million offer on the table from Texas. It has not been corroborated by Texas sources, but somebody put that one out there. And then a couple of updates regarding stay or go decisions for some Longhorns. Trevor Goosby reportedly leaning towards returning to Texas.
That would be awesome.
Which is great news. Yeah, Goosby's camp wants to make sure that he is fully developed by the time he enters the NFL.
Yeah, they want him to be a top 10 pick at that, in the draft, and he could be with his body and his feet. Yes.
I think it's that, but I also think it's more of they want him to have a 10-year NFL career. They're not just focused on let's make him a high, because he could be a first-round pick if he left this year. I mean, I think Matt Miller has him as like a top 15 prospect in his big board right now. So maybe he could be a first-round guy, but I think a lot of it is like he doesn't want to go to the league and still not be polished and finished and ready to roll. Because we talked about it earlier, Buck. That second contract is where you make your money.
Sure.
Obviously, if you're a first-round pick, you get more than a second or third-round pick. But if you play really well on your rookie deal, then that's where you get your top flight money. That's going to be that generational wealth that you're looking for.
Yeah, for him, he can really, if he comes back and shows out the following year, and Texas has a great year, and Arch has a great year, and he's protecting this kid, and he does. You're not going to get worse. You're only going to get a kid like that is only going to get better because he's so raw. So that's a way to make your money.
Yeah, I think you're right. Again, I do think he's got a chance to be an even higher pick if he returns. But just from what I've heard, it's about making sure he is positioning himself to have a very long and healthy NFL career. And also, I don't know how much of a factor this really is, but Trevor Goosby's younger brother, Austin, is about to be a freshman at Texas. He's a 5-star basketball recruit who signed with the Longhorns. So those guys will get to spend a year together at UT if he decides to come back. Again, if Trevor Gooseby was like a lock to be a top 5 pick, I don't know if that would matter too much.
No, it wouldn't.
Considering it's a borderline decision, and then you've got the family factor that helps the Longhorns. That might be the thing.
Well, that does help right there. You're right.
Yeah. So I like that news. Jelani McDonald also leaning towards returning to Texas, which also great news because you're already losing enough in the back end, as we just touched on. You don't
that whole secondary is going to be a revolving door of who's in, who's out, who's going, who's staying, what should he do, what position should they be at. They got a lot of work back there, but they have a lot of players.
Right. Yeah, Michael Taft's already gone. We know that. Jalen Gilbo's already gone. We know that. Manny Muhammad's going to be gone. So that's 3 of the 4 to 5 guys who started the majority of games in your defensive backfield. So you already know you've got to replace all of them, and you do not want to add Jelani McDonald's name to that list.
No.
He's a very good player. And, I think he can almost take the role of Michael Taft next year as like team leader on the back end. Guy who's been here a lot, knows the defense really well, not only plays at a high level, but can also lead and direct at a high level. Like, it would do wonders for this Texas defense. They should be doing whatever they possibly can to make sure that guy is here in 2026. He's another guy who, like, he's not Trevor Gooseby. He's not getting any sort of first-round conversation, but another guy that I think if he did return and Texas did what you were talking about, played really well, got back to the playoff, and continued to be on the national stage at a bunch of big games against a bunch of really good teams, I think Jelani McDonald could potentially play his way into being like a top 50 pick next year.
For sure. I mean, just playing in the SEC and then still teams like Ohio State on your schedule, that doesn't hurt you. Well, it could hurt you if you got burned up, but it also could help you if you had a really solid game. They see that. They look at that. Scouts are looking at that kind of game.
100%. Yeah, with all the talent that Ohio State has on their offense.
Yes.
Yeah, that'll be a big one for Jelani McDonald, the junior out of Waco, who had his best season as a Longhorn this year. 73 total tackles, 3 interceptions, a fumble recovery, 3 PBUs. Again, did a lot of things. But yeah, you just, as good as he is, you want him back for that, but you also just kind of want him back so you don't lose basically all of your secondary.
Yeah, and all you're doing is picking up guys who are sophomores that were in their freshman class and putting them on the field now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
you don't want that.
Happen. It's going to happen regardless.
At least 2 of those positions, that's going to happen.
Yeah, and you'll have some sophomores and redshirt sophomores and maybe some redshirt freshmen getting some significant run in this bowl game, but also next fall as well. And then Jack Andrews, I don't even know what to make of Jack Andrews, dude, at this point. I looked at 3 insider sites yesterday. 2 of them said Jack Andrews is leaning towards leaving. The other one says, I feel better than ever before that Jack Andrews is staying. So nobody knows. I don't know if he knows just yet. And I think we'll get our answer over these next 13 days because I've heard if Jack Andrews is declaring for the draft, he's going to opt out of the bowl game. So maybe it's like, if he's playing against Michigan, then that means he's coming back. If he's not, we'll already know that he's gone. But yeah,
or if he plays in the game and has a great game, he still could say, I'm out.
I don't think he's going to. Again, I've been told that if he's declaring for the draft, he'll do it before the game and he won't play against Michigan. So he could do what you're talking about, but I don't think he will. So we'll see what happens.
Obviously, he's practicing with the team.
Practicing with the team.
Opt out.
Yeah, still with the team. And I'd love to get him back next season. The reason, I think it's a little bit of a head scratcher for some that Jack Andrews might be leaving after the year he had.
Yeah, for me, the reason is they don't have a better tight end.
For him to leave or for Texas to want him back?
I mean, no, Texas needs to have him back because they don't have a guy that's better than that guy.
Oh, yeah. No, Texas wants him back. Like, you're right. He's the best tight end on this team. But the reason Jack Andrews might leave is because this is a really weak draft class for tight ends. Like Mel Kiper has Jack Andrews as his 3rd tight end in this class right now.
Wow.
There are years where Jack Andrews, with the season he just had, wouldn't be in the top 10.
Yeah, you're right.
Position. So you run a risk.
Good young tight ends, Laporta, some of these other guys that have been playing, coming right out of college, right into the NFL and playing well.
This just isn't one of those classes. So I think Jack Andrews is weighing that. Like, I could go higher this year because I don't have as much competition. Whereas if I come back in 2027, that draft, I might. So,
Yeah, well, his agents know that for sure.
Does Asians know that?
His agent knows that.
I'm saying agent. You keep saying Asian.
Agent.
Asian.
Agents. More than one. Their staff knows who's coming back next year and what his opportunities are.
I don't know.
Think he could come back and have a fantastic year.
I do too. Like, I think he should come back. And I think he can have a fantastic year and end up being a high draft pick, even in a more loaded class.
By the way, like I said, they need him here. They don't have another tight end.
Yeah, I don't.
Not a tight end that we can see visibly that's done anything in games. So they need that guy back. I don't care if he's the point of attack and gets pummeled every once in a while. They need him to get down the field.
Yep. You're talking about a win now team. Again, I think there's a lot of potential with the younger tight ends on this roster. Jordan Washington, Amari Winston, Nick Townsend, you name it. But do you trust one of those guys to be your number one tight end on what hopefully is a national championship?
I mean, I've seen them use them all, but I haven't seen anything from them when they've used them all.
Right. Your answer is no. And I think my answer is no. And we'll see what the staff's answer is. They could go to the portal and get somebody else.
True.
1 year rental.
Oh, dude. And they've got some out there, some tight ends out there on a 1 year deal that don't need to take a lot of money, but just a little bit more than what they were getting where they were.
Sure. But retention.
And having Arch Manning as your quarterback doesn't hurt you either.
Right. Retention is so much better, though. It's so much easier. Like, I mean, Jack Andrews already knows the offense.
Yes. Oh, for sure.
He's got that relationship with Arch Manning. Like, Jack Andrews didn't get here until after the spring. So now that he's played a full season and he's going to have a full off season if he stays, like, I just feel like he's going to be so much better next year. I think Arch is better now than he was at the start of the season. So I think that will also help. If you go,
and I just don't think I don't think they target him enough as it is anyway. And the targets he got were those little slip outs and, off a hand fake, dump it off, and he's got to run. He's not a great runner, but he'll run a route well enough to get down the field and help you out. And he'll be better at that, I believe.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think part of Andrews' lack of production is the lack of targets.
Yeah.
I feel like he was always a focal point for Steve Sarkisian this year. But yeah, I don't want to bring somebody else in, a new guy, and have him have to learn an offense and build up rapport with the quarterback. Much rather keep the guy who has already done that. So,
yeah, I still for Arch Manning and his team, the offensive line has to get fixed, and they need an elite runner if they can get one.
Yeah.
And once again, it's about the film work and it's about what the coaches do and who they find as that elite runner. That dude can come from the MAC. I don't care where he comes from.
Sure.
If there's a guy out there that's an aggressive runner with a certain style that's going to help this offense move the ball, and it doesn't always lay on the shoulders of the quarterback and the wide receivers, they got to find that person.
100%. Yeah, they're after it. There aren't a ton of big name running backs in the portal just yet, but there's going to be some who enter. Everyone's top choice is Jaden Ball from Florida. We'll see if he enters, but if not him, then yeah, they're still going to go after somebody and spend a lot to get that position cleaned up. They know they need it. All right, we'll take your thoughts. Dakota text line 512-222-9328. The YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, and Twitch live chats are rocking and rolling as well. Keep hitting us up. Lee Sterling from Paramount Sports will join the program in about 5 minutes to give some picks for the first round of the college football playoff and make all of us some money for bowl season. But before we shift gears, how about some sponsor shout-outs?
Say hello to our friends over at Hat Creek Burger Company. Good day to go over and get yourself a burger. Get yourself a banana pudding shake over at Hat Creek Burger. Or, you can get that strawberry shake, BK, with a little whipped cream on the top and the cherry at Hat Creek Burger. Love the fries, but also for some folks, locations throughout the Austin area have breakfast starting at 7 a.m. If you want a little breakfast taco, some pancakes, waffles, you can head over to Hat Creek Burger. And for mom and dad in the evenings, how about a nice margarita when you unwind from work? Although, who's working these days? Nobody. But that's okay. You can still unwind at Hat Creek Burger while the kids have their burgers. You can have a margarita. Some of the locations have alcohol available to you while your kids play on those wonderful playscapes at Hat Creek Burger. I'm going today double with cheese today. That's right, onion. Hey, leave your pickles to yourself. Take your pickles home if you need to.
Mm.
I don't even want them on. I don't even want them on the side. I'll just have my cheeseburger, double cheese. Not a little hat anymore. I'm a double cheeseburger guy now.
I don't believe you.
Big man.
Not big man, small man.
Sorry, not extra small. Just I'm a medium. Let's just say that I'm medium right now.
Are you at 160 yet?
No, 156.
You ain't the big man until you get to 160.
Gosh,
that's been your
so
goal
different.
for like 2 years. How are you not there?
I can't get there, man. I can't
Not
eat
with that attitude.
I can't eat 3 meals a day. That's a punishment to me.
Eat 2 giant meals then.
Maybe that. I don't know what I'm going to do. I'm drinking these protein deals. I got these little core drinks, they're called. They got grams and grams of protein in them. It's just my belly I got baby belly. That thing fills up in a hurry. It's like my bladder.
Protein helps, but you got to get some fat in there, dude. Some calories.
I need to walk in here with some brisket, don't I?
Yeah, you're trying to put on weight. That's how you do it.
You got to become a fat person first.
I didn't say that.
I got to go Elko.
I don't think 160 makes you that.
Yeah, but I have to watch my fat intake, too.
Dude, there's got to be 2. Well, you keep watching your fat intake, you're going to stay at 156. If you're comfortable with that, then keep doing what you're doing because you're very consistent with your weight. That's impressive.
I need more of my wife's lasagna. I need to eat more of that, don't I? Instead of having that, I need to go 3 days of straight lasagna.
That'll work.
Yeah, she does good. She does a great lasagna.
How fast would Mike Elko be able to down a tub of your wife's lasagna?
I think he could eat that whole block in a
sitting.
meal. No, that's just not right. I don't know.
Two of you is Mike Elko, by the way. You're talking about getting to Mike Elko, like that's 2 of you put together, sir.
Yeah, I'm not. I'm going to do the lasagna. It's the holiday season. It's time to get the lasagnas in the little squares in the freezer and get me doing that. I can always eat those for lunch. I don't know why I don't just pull out one. I don't have to have it for dinner.
Sure.
I could have chicken at dinner, but I could eat the lasagna at lunchtime.
Why not?
But I'm a truck driver. I'm busy. I'm on the go, man.
Eat in the car. Truck drivers are very unhealthy. You got to live that lifestyle if you're calling yourself a truck driver.
No, I feel like I should be headed to Taco Bell today.
That'll work.
Some crunchies if I'm on the road.
That'll work. Go get you a chicken and waffle at Daymaker. You keep talking about that.
Tomorrow, Friday, I'm doing that.
All right.
That's my Friday deal. Friday, I'm going to head to the Daymaker and have myself some chicken and waffles. I'm going to get that over with. Large glass of orange juice, some grits. Hey, a little grits with bacon on the side there. It's happening.
All right.
Can you eat chicken? Can you eat chicken, waffles, and bacon?
Yeah, if you're not a puss.
I mean, people are going to look at me like, you got chicken here. Why do you need to have bacon?
Well, because bacon's always good. Yeah, bacon's always good. What do you mean, why do you need to have bacon? Fried chicken and bacon are 2 of the best foods ever invented, sir.
Waffle, chicken, and bacon? Yeah.
Why not? Right. All 3 of them are great.
Maybe I have a large stack over there at Daymakers.
Come on. Love Daymakers.
I do too.
We were talking earlier about the craziness on the roads. Hey, if you get hurt in a car wreck or somebody you know gets hurt in a car wreck, hopefully it doesn't happen. Hopefully you never need my guy, Hurricane Hecht. But if something happens, you get hurt in a car, you get injured on the job, if Bucky Trucker is running into you, call Hurricane Hecht. He's the best personal injury attorney in the city. He's been a friend of mine for more than a decade. He's been fighting for justice and big results for more than a decade. And he's a great guy. He's going to treat you with the utmost care and respect. But while he's compassionate with his clients, he is a junkyard dog in the courtroom. He's going to fight like heck to get you every single dollar that you deserve. He's not going to stop until the job is done. Why? Well, he doesn't get paid unless you get paid. And I know my guy Hurricane, he likes getting paid. So he's gonna make sure you get paid, so he also gets paid. He'll be fighting for you every step of the way. Don't call those jabronis you see on TV or on the billboards. They're spending too much money filming and being in photo shoots. They're not in the courtroom actually fighting for you. Hurricane Hecht is 512-938-8929. You can find out more at hechtlawfirm.com.
Yeah, I need somebody said I need more tortillas.
Tortillas will work. I mean, you got
those little Hawaiian rolls that I like that I get yelled at about. More stuff in the tortillas, especially the homemade tortillas, a little bit more buttery.
I feel like Hawaiian rolls and tortillas are 2 very different things. No?
Well, I mean, it's bread. I mean, it's bread.
Oh,
It's
yeah. Yeah. I mean, yeah, you load up the bread. That's like if you're eating chicken tonight, which you
Yes.
talked about, put it in between two buns, you know?
Yes, that's I think I'm gonna do that.
You get a little more calories, some carbs with that bread. It's good stuff for you right there. You
Yeah,
need that.
I'm gonna have to have some ideas about the meals I need to do to put on, get to that extra 4 pounds. I need to get there.
Okay.
I need to be there in the new year. I'm supposed to be there in September. No.
Well, I
Because
think
you know what happened? I did that whole thing of not having ice cream. By the way, I've only had maybe 3 ice creams since I got off of my ice cream fast. I've let my body is even let down about this.
you're a normal human being because your New Year's resolution last year was to get to 160, and here we are on December 18th, and you didn't achieve your goal.
No.
You're not alone. Plenty of people set these New Year's resolutions, and they don't do them. So that's you. That's going to be your New Year's resolution.
I don't want to be one of those people.
And you're not going to do it again.
No, my New Year's resolution is to hit the lottery. So, I mean, but
Did you win the power? Did someone win the Powerball yet? I didn't even look.
No, dude. I think we're over $1 billion. We're probably $1.5 billion now.
I think we were at over $1 billion before the last draw.
We were just about over $1 billion. So I think this one on Saturday is going to be humongous.
We're at 1.5 bill right now.
Yeah, there you go.
For tomorrow night's Powerball jackpot drawing. Okay.
I bet you if I hit that, I'll be at 160 that night.
Oh, you're going to be eating so much that day?
Oh my God.
You'll throw it up right after. You can't handle
all that. I'm not that. I'm not going to regurgitate my food. What's going in there is either coming out one way or it's staying in there for a while.
Real quick before we talk to Lee, story you informed me about before the show. Doug Gottlieb, the head basketball coach at University of Wisconsin, Green Bay, who's also been, hosting a daily radio show on the side. He is giving up his daily radio show. He is stepping down as his gig as the host of the Doug Gottlieb show, and he will no longer do live radio so he could spend more time focusing on his team, Buck.
Is that what they told him at the university? You need to, at the big university there, Wisconsin, Green Bay, you need to focus more on this team than trying to be the funny guy on radio?
I don't know. He did say that he's still going to be doing his podcast. So he's not completely leaving the media space, but he is giving up the daily show to focus more on his team. And that's 2 stories in the last week that have hurt me, right? I was trying to push for you to get the Texas running backs coach job while also doing Texas Sports Unfiltered. And, my inspiration, my reasoning on why you could do it was because Doug Gottlieb's been doing it. And now he's backing off.
Yeah, because the people at the university said, hey, dude, you need to go to work here. Between playing golf and messing around on your radio show, you're not doing enough work here with the basketball team.
I'm a little surprised that he chose the basketball team over the radio show, honestly, if he was given an ultimatum.
Yeah, really.
But I will say this. Wisconsin Green Bay, last year they won 4 games all season.
What?
This year they're 6-7.
How the hell did they even have a job at Wisconsin Green Bay? They won 4 games?
They won 4 games. Yeah, 4 games last year.
Oh, my God.
But again, hey, they're on their way up. They've already passed their win total from last season.
A little 6-7, have they?
They're at 6-7 right now. So it's working. Now he's going to focus more on the team. Watch out for Doug Gottlieb.
10 games. They can win 10.
Stealing some wins and stealing some credit cards, Buck.
Wow.
It's just what he's all about. That's what he's always been about.
Man.
All right. One of our favorites for the last time in 2025. Now we'll chop it up with this guy when we get closer to the Super Bowl because everybody likes to bet on the Super Bowl. But for the last time this fall, we chop it up with our favorite, the man, the myth, the legend, the hottest handicapper in the history of the known universe, the great Lee Sterling from ParamountSports.com.
Hey.
Joining us here, Lee. Happy holidays. Happy Hanukkah.
Holiday, man.
You too, guys. Great time of year, and want to wish both you and your families and this rest of your staff and the listeners out there, except for maybe Bill Cohen, happy and healthy holiday.
Yeah, how about that, Buck? Lee Sterling, obviously.
We're not talking. We've
Of course
almost
not.
reached. He texted me this morning, and we reached that point where we just cease all communications until after the game.
How about that?
There you go.
Lee, a huge Miami fan, Bill, a huge Aggie fan. Those two teams duking it out against one another. We'll obviously get Lee's pick on that game here in a little bit. All sorts of great games coming up. We're talking about the playoff, Buck, but also talking about some upcoming bowl games as well.
Bowl games, Lee. We're still doing bowl games.
Bucky and I probably remember when there used to be 8 total. Remember that, Bucky? 8 bowl games?
And I played, Lee, I was a part of the worst bowl trip in America, the Liberty Bowl.
Were you really? Wow.
Boston College played Notre Dame, and Mark Bavaro was playing at Notre Dame, and they just hammered the crap. We had Doug Flutie, they had Mark Bavaro. People were burning wood in the stadium at the old stadium there.
How bad did you lose?
I think we lost by about 13, 14 points.
Oh, not bad.
But we always lost to Notre Dame. I have never beat Notre Dame, so I don't understand what that's
What
like.
an entitled bunch, huh?
Yeah, really.
God.
Always winning, always wanting something. Yeah, they were entitled.
You and I can remember, Bucky, going back. When I was a kid, there was only 4 TV stations. So, and on Sunday morning, before the NFL Today show, you watched Notre Dame highlights.
Oh, yeah, that was it.
Yeah, Notre Dame highlights. I'm trying to remember who was the I think it was it Lindsey Nelson?
Lindsey Nelson, yeah, Lindsey Nelson. I met Lindsey Nelson at when Boston College played University of Houston, I believe. I got to sit in on a production meeting with Lindsey Nelson. What a guy he is.
Yeah, he was. And BK is probably saying, Lindsey Vaughn, that's about the only Lindsey I know.
Yeah.
Yeah, Lindsey's a dude.
What's made me, I'm going to be nice, dislike Notre Dame was they could be up 14-0 in the first quarter and the second quarter get outplayed and be losing 17-14 going to the half. And all Nelson would say, let's move on to further action. And they would just skip over a whole quarter like it didn't exist at all. So never a fan. And then my good friend Mike Kirby always wanted to go there. He ended up having to go to Air Force. He ended up burning him and beating him 2 games in a row. Once in.
They're always good at beating up on our military, Notre Dame.
But actually, I think Air Force. I think he was the first team in 25 years, something like that, to beat them. And I think Air Force won 4 straight, and he was a part of 2 of them. So I know that was special for him. So let's get after it. Got some nice bowl games here we're going to cover.
Yeah, absolutely. Buck, you want to start us off?
Lee, the first one, Tennessee -2.5 over the Fighting Illini, Chief Illini gang, where I was there in Champaign, Illinois. I like the matchup there. I just think it's, Tennessee being -2.5. Illinois down the stretch didn't play very, very well.
No.
They got beat by Northwestern. They got beat by a couple teams at the end. They started off that they were going to be hot. Everybody thought they'd be in the thick of things, Lee, but I don't know. 2.5 this bowl game. This seems like a bowl game. Who's going to be interested in playing, really?
Yeah, well, let's look at just the bowl games last night. Both underdogs came in.
Oh, yeah.
So if you like underdogs, if you have a conviction for an underdog, you play them on the money line, and you will even see some double-digit underdogs win straight up. So every underdog, you should play a quarter to probably a third of your wager on the money line, and you'll make money. Already 2-0 so far this year. So this is a game I think Illinois is going to be sky high for. They lost, obviously, to some really good teams. Indiana lost to Ohio State and also lost at Washington, where Washington played their best game. And teams going east to west and west to east have been, it's been tough for them in the Big Ten. So,
and dude, they want to get out of the cold, Lee. Those kids will be sky high. Oh, this game's in Texas, right?
Yeah.
No, it's the Liberty Bowl, Buck.
Oh, shit. It is the Liberty Bowl. No. Oh, no. Lee, they are not going to like that.
No, I like Illinois here. So I think that their offensive and defensive lines are good enough to do their part here. And they might pull out a few trick plays here. Let it all go here. This coaching staff is going to be sky high for this game. Brett Bielema. I'm going to go with Illinois here. Wrong team favored. Illinois. 34-28 over Tennessee.
I think I crapped on the Liberty Bowl because I had to spend Christmas there in Memphis.
I beg your pardon, guys, not the Liberty Bowl. It's the Liberty Mutual Music City Bowl.
No.
I saw Liberty and assumed Liberty Bowl, but now
Well, at least it's not a condiment.
At least it's not a condiment. Yeah.
Financial investment, that's fine.
Staph infection.
Well, we've got a cheddar snack cracker, Lee, for the next game. Texas and Michigan. I have never been more lost. I have no idea who's going to win this football game, right? Like, Michigan obviously doesn't have a coach. They're dealing with all the distractions with that. Texas isn't going to have a defense because they've got like 7 starters opting out of the game.
Right.
The Longhorns are favored, and that line has gone up since Sharon Moore got canned in Ann Arbor. Your thoughts, if you have any, on the Cheez-It Citrus Bowl?
Well, first of all, it should be Cheetos. Cheetos are better. Let's be honest.
Ooh.
My opinion. You agree?
Are you a Puffs guy or are you a crunchy guy?
Crunchy guy.
I'm a crunchy guy. I don't like the ones that get all over your fingers.
Yeah.
They all do.
Well, they both of them get all over your fingers, but
Yeah.
I'm more of a crunchy guy. So I like the Cheetos. And here's the thing. This line should be like 3.5, 4 tops. I mean, if this happened, the whole Sharon Moore thing happened within like a week of the game, the distractions, might be enough. But look what Michigan did last year in their bowl game against Alabama. They were sky high. So they couldn't match up against Ohio State. That was Ohio State's Super Bowl. Look what happened the week after that. When Ohio State beat Michigan, they were celebrating like they won the national title for a second straight year. And the next week they were, flat on their face, and Indiana beats them here. So I think Michigan will be able to play with Texas because of the opt-outs here. I think that the talent level is going to be very similar because of the opt-outs here. And think that Michigan, they're another staff here. They're going to let it all go here. They're going to have some fun here, and they have nothing to lose. I think they're going to hit on some big plays here because of the back end. You're missing your star safety. Where do you project him? You think he's what do you think? He's a second, third rounder in the NFL?
I think it'll be a third round pick.
Okay. Yeah.
Probably around there.
I mean, it used to be just first rounders. Now you got some 5th, 6th, and 7th rounders, opting out. I mean, some of these agents. So I think they'd be better, most of these kids, by staying in and playing in this game, having some good tape on film here, going out on a positive note. If I had a kid playing, that's what I'd tell my kid. But I like Michigan here. I think they win this game here straight up 28-25.
Okay.
Right.
Another game. Now we get to the playoffs. Ole Miss is a big number over Tulane. And I think we'll find out that the Tulanes of the world and the Dolly Madisons of the world, what they're going to figure out. But all these games, there's so many games that have so much confusion within the program. Ole Miss, now they've got their head coach is headed off to LSU. Tulane's guys gone. It's just, how do you get everybody on the same page? The next in line, who now is the coach there, how does he get the guys interested and ready to go? Now, Ole Miss will be interested because they're in the play. Tulane, I just don't know if they have the talent to hang with this group.
Well, how about the Ole Miss quarterback is thinking about – there's talk now about him leaving. So that's another distraction. I assumed he was listed as a senior. Maybe he's going to apply for another year. Mm-hmm. I guess when you play at Ferris State for 4 years, they only count that as 2 or 3 years. Who knows what's going on? You threaten a lawsuit and you win. That's today's modern world here. But sure. I think without their head coach, that's a negative. John Summerall's been split in time between Tulane and Florida. In that first game, it was a close game for a long time. In fact, half the points that Ole Miss scored, 22, happened in the fourth quarter. So I think that Summerall's going to be able to come up and scheme up some defensive looks and maybe be able to get a couple takeaways here. Motivation is all on their side. That Ole Miss, with the distraction of the coaches, what's going to be next year and the situation of maybe playing Georgia next round in Miami, got to be weighing on these kids. And, they already beat Tulane fairly easy. Jake Retzlaff in that first game was terrible. He'd only been there a little over a month, 5 for 17 in that game. Quality quarterback, not saying he's an NFL quarterback, but he's not far behind, the Ole Miss quarterback. And I think they're going to slow down the tempo. They're going to take their good old time like the Colts did in that game, and they can make this one possession game. They feel they have a chance going in the fourth quarter. I think the line's too high. I think Ole Miss wins 31-23. Last year, all four favorites won. This is the first underdog I think it's going to come through, and we're going to have a whale of a game here.
All right. Well, whale of a game tomorrow night, at least on paper. Alabama and Oklahoma meeting for the third time in the last 13 months, Lee. Obviously, the Sooners 2-0 against Roll Tide. This line's been back and forth. Bama favored in some books, OU a slight favorite in some books, pretty close to a pick'em. Maybe it'll end up as a pick'em by the time we get to tomorrow night. But your thoughts on the Crimson and Cream from Oklahoma against the Crimson Tide of Alabama?
Well, now OU, Oklahoma is the favorite now by a point and a half. And big money came in the last 18 hours to move this line 2.5 points from Alabama, 1 point favorite, to OU, a 1.5 point favorite. And I think maybe justifiably so. I told everyone that Georgia was going to beat the brakes out of Alabama. I didn't think they deserved to be college football playoff. I think they'll be a little bit better. Obviously, they're going to get 4 or 5 starters back, but their offensive line, even getting a couple guys back, allowed 10 sacks in the last 3 games. Ty Simpson, not 100%, I believe, still with that bad back. I mean, just watch him. Just doesn't look like the same quarterback we saw even in midseason. And then on top of that, I think that special teams, big edge here for this Oklahoma team. Tate Sandell, their kicker, he's money, anything from 65 in. So a game that, you get the home team, better defense, better special teams, and, maybe John Mateer finally shows out. He hadn't looked great. Maybe that extra couple weeks does him a bit of good here. I think the right team's favored. I think Oklahoma wins this game here 24-20. Start the playoffs off real good game here tomorrow night.
All right. How about one of my favorites, because BK will say I'm such an Aggie. Yeah. Texas A&M Miami at College Station. The kids from Miami won't be intimidated by the scene there, but it is what time is that game? Is that 11 a.m. game? Did you
11
say?
a.m. Central kickoff.
Boy, that's an early get up and get going game. And boy, you're going to see some great wide receivers. I love the freshmen, obviously, at Miami. But A&M has 2 wide receivers that are unbelievable. It's going to be about the quarterback play, Lee, I believe. I think both defenses are pretty good, but I think it'll be about which quarterback plays better.
Hey, if I may jump in here, I'm going to go ahead and make a pick before Lee does.
Oh, all right. We're going to get BK. Is this going to be your first pick of the year?
First pick of the year on this segment. Buck, you and I were talking about this game earlier, and I tried to make it sound like it'd be close and whatever. It's going to be a beatdown. Remember what South Carolina did to A&M in the first half a few weeks ago? It's going to be 4 quarters of that at Kyle Field on Saturday morning. It's going to be a beatdown for the Hurricanes in Kyle Field. All right.
Got a score?
Let's go. I'm going to go 37-10 final.
Wow.
I'm feeling nice to the Aggies today. I'll give them double-digit points, be a late field goal or something. I'm going to go 37-10.
Wow.
It's all about the U, Lee. What say you?
All right.
What about the running backs? A&M's running backs healthy now?
Yeah, it looks like he's going to play. Wants going to play, yeah. So here's what's interesting. I've been able to read these two teams when they matched up. 2022, I went to that game with Bill Cohen. I said A&M's going to win the game by 6. And I think they won by 6, right on it. I think they won something like 26-20. And they went to that game with Dick Van Dyke. I mean, Tyler Van Dyke in that game. So the difference between him and Carson Beck obviously is huge. I think by Miami playing there in 2022, it helps them. There was a lot. They had a ton of illegal procedures. They also had some delay of games here. So that should be helpful for them in this game. Early start time. A&M is formidable. Here's why I'm not 100% Miami wins this game. A&M probably played, if not their worst game, for worst or second worst against Texas. Miami played their best game against Pittsburgh. They dominated Pitt so bad, I don't even know if Pitt's going to be able to field a team for spring football. Those kids' confidence physically and mentally are shot. I do believe that this game is going to be won in the trenches here. And I think Miami is a little bit better. Also, look at A&M's schedule in the SEC. The teams that they played before Texas, a combined 11-40 record. I mean, are you kidding me? They got the benefit of the doubt there, and they finally played Texas, and Texas came up with a great game plan. We're physical that day. A&M does have two great receivers. The key here is to keep Marcel Reed in the pocket. If they can do it by rushing 4 and sometimes 5 and stay in their lanes here and keep him running, scrambling less than 5 times, I think that Miami's got a real good chance they make him throw the football here. He's erratic out there. And I don't think that A&M is going to be able to get a whole lot of pressure on Carson Beck here. So Malichi Tony he might have deserved the Heisman Trophy. Had 84 passes thrown his way, didn't drop a single pass. And now they got him running reverses, throwing the ball. His senior year, the kid Bell is going to play quarterback for you. He got hurt. He stepped in last year and played quarterback too. He's thrown a couple passes last couple weeks. And even special teams now, the kid Osborne, who transferred Miami, thought he was going to be the kicker. We got a kick from FAU. The kid's money, anything from 55 in. So A&M's had trouble with their place kicker. That could be a problem with Bond. So I think Miami's going to force a couple turnovers here. The wrong team is favored. Miami 24-23 and move on to play a rematch against Ohio State of the 2002 Fiesta Bowl for the national championship. Here we go. I got a little something for you to listen to.
Rock you like a hurricane, the Scorpions.
Come on.
Oh, Bill Cohen.
Win, lose, or draw, this will be Miami's last game. That'll matter.
Cancel. Bill's canceling all of us. We're done. We are done. Oh, man. All right, Lee, last but not least, Vanderbilt, Iowa. That's your game of the week, your game of bowl season, but it's double down December. You got the NFL Sunday ticket. You got bowl picks. If folks want to get in on everything, where do they find you?
Yep, we've won 12 of the last 15 weeks, and on college football and the NFL on the weekends, you want to hop on board. Double down December. Every game through December 31st, if you use coupon code SAVE100, not $397, $297. I think we have 26 or 27 bowl games from now until the end of the year. 2 weekends of college football playoff action. We'll have some games and totals there. 2 weeks of the NFL on a run there. So you want to hop on board, use coupon code SAVE100, just $297 through December 31st. And go Canes. Go Canes.
Hey, what about them Dolphins this week with Quinn Ewers?
Yeah, we'll be rooting for him. Yeah, absolutely. I've had enough of Tua. I mean, Tua,
have you had
a mere shell of himself. Isn't it crazy? I mean, they should have gone, everyone. I mean, even the media was saying go year by year with a guy that, has had so many concussions, and they paid him big. I think they're on the hook. Gets paid in full next year. I think like $52 or $57 million.
Yes, between 52 and 57. Yes.
Yeah.
Crazy.
So,
by the way,
go Quinn. Go Texas. Go Canes. Oh my. Is that ugly?
This is the suit that Bill Cohen's going to be wearing allegedly for the Aggies playoff game on Saturday.
Is that, put that on at 11 o'clock in the morning?
We have to have a poll question. Is that suit from Bingo Long's Traveling All-Stars, the movie, or that's got to come from someone's graduation in 1959?
Oh my
God, right? That one of the ugliest things you've ever seen.
The maroon pinstripe suit.
Wow.
He'll be wearing that. He's going to wear that on Saturday. He said he had that made by one of the best suit makers in all of Europe. Can you imagine if he wears that Saturday in Joe Cohen and Son Jewelers? He may not even get anyone to step 4 or 5 feet into the store.
Close down the store. Just close the store.
Close it down.
My God. Well, Lee,
and if the Canes win, maybe we'll come back and do something before the new year. How's that sound?
Awesome.
There we go. Love it.
All
Well,
right.
we'll say happy Hanukkah and Merry Christmas just in case.
Yes, buddy.
Thanks for joining us all year, and we'll chop it up around Super Bowl time. But always enjoy it, my friend, and we'll all chop it up soon.
You
Thanks,
guys
buddy.
take care. All you and your families and your staff and all the listeners out there. Happy, healthy holiday. Happy Hanukkah. Merry Christmas and be safe.
Same to you and yours, Lee. There he goes. Lee Sterling, ParamountSports.com. And of course, we're always poking fun at Bill, but man, we love him. The Paramount Sports segment, always brought to you by our great friends at Joe Cohen & Son Jewelers, Austin's oldest family-owned and operated business of any kind. Hey, Bill wanted me to say thanks to all of you TSU listeners who have gone to see him. I think we got a couple of comments last week from some of y'all going to get your holiday gifts for your significant others at Joe Cohen & Son Jewelers. They're giving you 10% off. All you have to do is say you're a TSU listener. Jewelers don't give discounts. That's not a normal thing. Bill's going to do that for you if you're a TSU listener. Plus, the gift wrap is always free. They've got expert advice. They do returns and exchanges if you need them. Free parking in downtown Austin. I mean, they've got tons of great inventory that they want to sell to you for the holiday season. And we always say it. You don't need to know a thing about jewelry. You just need to know Bill and his great team at Joe Cohen & Son Jewelers. Whatever your budget might be, whatever gift you're looking for, they've been doing this since 1883, the year Buck got his driver's license. Go see him downtown, 611 Congress, online at joecohenjewelers.com. And you know what? I was dunking on the Aggies, but because I love Bill so much, P.S., beat the hell out of the U.
There you go.
Giggle.
Yeah, gig 'em is right.
I'm going to throw up from saying that there. All right, let's bring on the boys. It's Double R back at home.
I'm here. No echo.
Today. I was calling you Lou Gehrig yesterday with the echo that you had, sir.
Yeah, that was good, wasn't it? I tell you, man, I have that road system down pretty well. I don't know what the hell was going on. Well, I do know what's going on yesterday. So anyway, it's figured out.
It was the Motel 6 you were in.
That's what it was. That's really what it was. It was the acoustics in there weren't very good.
Where were you? Were you at the Knights Inn, Motel 6?
Oh no, that wouldn't happen at the Knights Inn because everything is made out of the same thing that the rug is. The walls are the same. It's all acoustically designed.
Well, here's the problem. Was I was actually at the DoubleTree, so that's the problem. They put me in a fancy place for this corporate thing that I was at, and that I'm not used to that. I'm a red light district kind of guy. So it's
DoubleTree still doing the chocolate cookie.
You know it, buddy. You know it. It was there,
dude. I didn't know that was a thing, and I just happened to be staying there. It's like a friend's bachelor party or something like a year ago, and I checked in, and one of my friends was there. He's like, "Did you ask for the cookie?" I'm like, she wasn't that hot. I don't think I was interested in that. He's like, "No, they got cookies," and I'm like, "Whoa, they are good."
Yeah, they're delicious.
Like I figured there's no way they're going to be good if they're mass producing that many, but
they ask you that when you check in. They're like, would you like a couple of waters? And most importantly, do you want a cookie? And I'm like, huh? It's same thing. I'm like, what kind of cookie are we talking about here?
I feel like that's code.
I know. Like anchovies on the pizza.
Yeah, or something. Oh, good callback. Loverboy. Good callback.
One of the few movies that I'll reference because I'm not a big movie guy. But
I don't think BK's ever seen Loverboy yet.
Oh my God, BK, come on, dude! Kate Jackson is in that one.
Everybody's working for the weekend. That Loverboy.
Close, but no. Patrick Dempsey kind of getting his.
Sorry, this is me at the DoubleTree going in for a second time. Never cookie. All right, sorry, Wax.
No, you're good. No, he's I think it's. Who's the lady that played Princess Leia? Carrie Fisher. Carrie Fisher's in that movie as well. Yes. Carrie Fisher's she's in it. Kirstie Alley. She's in the movie as well. So lots of 80s actresses, right? But that's where Patrick Dempsey kind of got his start, right? Loverboy. But I think Can't Buy Me Love is the one that really hit Patrick Dempsey off with the rom-coms. But
I love that girl.
This is up there too, man. What teaches you how to dance, teaches you how to be a romanticist.
Oh,
yeah, he got cool. He got cool.
He went from dork to cool, man. He was working at a pizza shop, and he's just like, man, what do? I don't know how to talk to girls. And then all of a sudden, he was just serenading and fine dining, and doing other things to.
And Can't Buy Me Love, he paid the cool high school girl to go out with him.
To go out with him, right? That was another one.
So he became kind of a form of prostitution, actually. If
There you go.
think about it.
Good job on him.
No, I don't think that's called boosting, man. I don't think that's prostituting.
Boosting. Boosting. That's a good way to put it. Boosting.
If it's not sex, he wasn't paying for sex. He was just paying for a date.
Yeah, she just went out with him, and so they were like seen together, and they're like, and actually, his name was Ronald.
He was the lawns keeper, the landscaper.
Yeah.
He cut her yard, like he cut the grass for her yard, and then he was just like, "Look, man, I'll take all the money that your family's paid me if you'll just go out to prom with me for one time, just so I look cool."
Yeah,
and she ended up falling in love with him. All of her friends ended up falling in love with him. There you go.
Yeah.
There's the story.
Yeah, and I think they said he went from geek to chic, and so his name was Ronald. And when he got cool, you know what they were calling him? Ronnie.
Oh,
Ronnie.
Ronnie.
You know what I saw last night, Ronnie?
What's that?
My cowboy flick of the night.
What's that?
The Man Who Shot Liberty Valance.
Oh,
I didn't finish it again.
There's no way you've seen that, Ronnie.
I've seen that.
John Wayne, Jimmy Stewart, John Wayne.
My granddad used to watch those things.
Lee Marvin.
Yeah, I know what it is.
I always thought it was wild to see Jimmy Stewart in those movies.
Yeah, in the cowboy flicks.
Yeah, because like I remember Jimmy Stewart from Wonderful Life. That's basically the only thing that I kind of remember Jimmy Stewart from, and the fact that he served in the military or whatever.
Yeah, but the Duke was the Duke.
Can I say this? I'm probably gonna get dragged for this. I don't enjoy. I've seen country movies. I went down the country little avenue of approach there, and I don't enjoy John Wayne movies that much.
Really?
Yeah, give me Henry Fonda with
Jane Fonda.
Henry Fonda with Charlie Bronson, right?
Okay.
And
Clint Eastwood.
And well, I don't think Clint Eastwood was in that I think it was Jason Robertson, right? For
on the Dallas Stars, Jason Robertson.
No, not that one.
Jason
that's
Robertson.
Robo. No, but this is Once Upon a Time in the West, right? Or Once Upon a Time in the West, I think. And it's not a Eastwood movie. It's a Leone movie, but it's not an Eastwood movie.
Buck, you know this one?
No, I don't. I don't recall that one. I haven't got to that yet. Well, I've probably got to it, but you know me, I watch half the
movie. Once Upon a Time in the West, man. I think that's probably one of my favorite. I hope I got the title right.
So, Sunday when I was driving through Oklahoma on the Missouri border, I had to like stop and take a break, and so I stopped at the Will Rogers Arch Museum type thing, and man, that was pretty cool. It's like sitting right over US 44, and like you see the traffic go through, and the irony to the story is I stopped at a really cool place, and they had a McDonald's in there, and I went to get hopefully number 9 of you know what, and they're like, that promotion has ended.
Oh no!
Oh
yeah,
no McRib,
no more.
He's done. He ate them out of house and home. He put them out of stock.
Speaking of gaining that extra 4 pounds, I need. That's what I needed.
That would do it.
I needed the McRib.
Oh,
you need to go on the road with me, Buck. Come on the road with Ronnie. I'll fatten you up.
Once Upon a Time in the West with Claudia Cardinale.
Oh yeah,
sounds like a boxer.
She's not a boxer. She's not. She's got some things that can box your face, but she is not a boxer.
Sounds like
Terrence Crawford's retiring. Speaking of boxing,
I saw that. He said, "I'm undefeated. I've had enough. What else do I have to prove?" I like that.
Yeah, I beat Canelo. I'm gone. I'm done.
That's it. That is it. All right, guys.
That is it for you guys, right?
Yeah, we're only 14 minutes into your show, so I think it does feel like a good time.
We're 2 hours tomorrow, right? So it'll be back to back 2 hours. All right,
2 hours. And are we on the road tomorrow?
No, Monday is your super
Monday. Thank you. We're going down. See, I thought Jay wanted to stay a little bit longer and wanted to stay more and often. So I'm just trying to jump in Jay's Christmas stocking. That's all.
He'll have you. I don't know what that means, but
I'm just trying to get close to the family. That's all.
If you're spending money, he will have you.
Absolutely. Hopefully they got some stockings down there at St. Patrick.
They do. All right. See you boys tomorrow.
Later.
I'm glad
you mentioned Monday. Here
we
are, amigo. How are you, good sir?
Good.
No echo. I hear you once. right?
Nice. Yeah. I'm glad you mentioned Monday because I got to call my probation officer and be sure that I can get out. No, no, just kidding. I'm just kidding.
Well, I don't know what happens with you on the road. I mean, you live
No.
3 different lives sometimes. So.
Yeah, I tell you. No, it's good. I was telling them, and I did eventually figure out what that was. There's one device that I can take with me to transmit through, and I'm always like experimenting, but so I'm like, I'm just going to take the one that I know that works. So that will not happen again.
There you go.
Bad, Ronnie.
You know what? We got through it, amigo. We got through it. Where do you want to go first? We got some news around the NFL. We got a big NFL game tonight. We also got to maybe do our playoff scenario and our predictions here that are coming up. If there's still any chance that the Cowboys can get in, there is, but they need some help. But yeah, we'll be talking a little bit about that. Anything else you want to talk about?
There was another coach fired for misconduct. Jeez,
all that. Did you see the Ohio coach as well?
Yeah, Brian Smith. The Ohio.
Is that who you're talking about?
Yeah.
Okay.
Not just misconduct. Serious
drinking on the job, buddy. Boozing it.
God,
hosing it down.
And I saw that the
he admits that he was loaded. Drunk. Loaded, not drinking, drunk.
I didn't hear that part. Now enlighten me. Now you've intrigued.
I'm paraphrasing. I'm just seeing what I saw on Instagram.
Wow. So. That's great. Well, the Sharon Moore thing, I saw that apparently this is like getting even deeper. I'm like, my God. I go to football
it's not
to
a good
escape
scene
all
right
that.
now for college football, right? Like the college football coaches scene is a little bit of a show. And then also like we got to talk about the board too, right? Like, is this a real is this real? Are the rumors surfacing that he could potentially leave and head to Ann Arbor? Is this real? Or it is real. It's absolutely real. Is it something that you would realistically leave Alabama for to go in midst of all the disarray that's going down there up in Ann Arbor? Is that something that you would be willing to take on? Now, look, we've already talked about it, right? We've talked about trying to fill the shoes of a great one, right?
Yep.
Like Nick Saban, it's hard to fill that space, but Kalen DeBoer caught a little bit of shrapnel coming in there, but it seems like he's got T-Town kind of starting to buy in a little bit to his productivity, right? Now look, it's Saban, right? So
we'll see tomorrow night.
Right? Yeah, I guess to follow in the shoes of the GOAT is pretty tough to do, and I mean for Sharon Moore, it's kind of the same way. Like you're inheriting a program from Harbaugh, right? And now that program is absolutely just dismantled. Any type of culture that you had there, it's got to be rid of. You got to cut the cancer out completely and kind of move in fresh. If DeBoer if he's willing to welcome that on, Godspeed, right? That is an absolute headache that I would just not want to deal with right now. I mean, you're at Alabama, man, and things are working well. You missed the playoff last year, right? But you're able to kind of sneak in even after. I wouldn't say sneak in, limp in after losing the SEC championship. I don't think this is a knee-jerk. I don't think it's a spot where you take the knee-jerk reaction and leave an NFL machine. Can we still call Alabama an NFL machine?
I think you have to. Yeah.
Right? I think so too. And still they stop producing the, at least 5 players per year, into the NFL. I still think Alabama is a place where you can go there and get to the end. Like that is a destination, a good stepping stone to where you're going to level up. All right.
Yeah. Yeah.
Michigan, I'm not saying that I'm not trying to take anything away from Michigan, but I mean, with all this shit that's going down, when do you think that you can actually start to get winning back into that locker room? Right.
Well,
the first year is going to be pretty tough. All right. Second year might, you might still struggle with changing the culture there a little bit, but I mean, God, go with what you know, coach. Go with what you know.
Yeah, there's a big part of me that thinks right now, if Michigan would hire the interim coach, the dude that's taken over, hire that dude, try to keep the coaching staff together, and build and try to keep your players. But that's a little part of me. But I guess a lot of that is it all depends on who rejects them. And look, I mean, that list has grown very thin because a lot of the in-demand coaches have moved off and have taken new jobs. And Kurt Signetti and all these other guys have re-upped. The dude at Vandy, he's re-upped. But here's my thought with DeBoer. And I think a lot of this is very hingent on what happens tomorrow. So with DeBoer, you want to talk about in the situation. Look, this is night and day. So you go into a situation.
Can I ask you one more question though? If you're Pogge though, like why would you even want to stay there if you're Pogge?
I mean, who else would want him as a head coach? I think would kind of be. I'm sure people aren't beating down.
I didn't structure that question well. If you were Pogge, why would you want to stay there in that disarray?
I guess that depends.
So I'm not asking. I'm not asking for Michigan side. I'm asking from a Pogge perspective.
With all the mess.
Why would I want to stay here?
Yeah.
Why wouldn't I want to associate myself with another program?
I think that would be the only thing that would, depending on his personal beliefs and personal stance. And hell, maybe if he stays there long enough, we're going to find out that he knew about this too. Which
Rodney,
I don't know how he didn't. Like, how did he not? Right? Yeah, it's like the whole thing with Harbaugh and all of that scandal.
You know how much shit we know, and we're not even like in the inner circles and the stuff that we know can take down programs.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I'm not embellishing. I'm not bullshitting.
Yeah, don't bullshit a bullshitter. But so the thing with DeBoer. So here, following a legend, and that's the thing where folks talk about where this is a no win for him. Because what's he lost?
It's a tough spot.
Yeah, he's lost 6 or 7 games. It's a totally different scheme. He's a guy from the West. I mean, it just didn't seem like a good fit. People didn't like him before he ever started, in Tuscaloosa.
Well, I think a lot of us questioned if it would work, right? Because the different types of styles coming in there. But ultimately, I think we all land on the answer. Like, it's Alabama. How much can you fuck it up? Like Saban's already created it. How much can you destroy it? I think that's probably like the perspective coming into it, right? For any head coach that fills the shoes for Saban, it's just like, all right, this dude left you a dynasty. I guess it was kind of declining there with the whole NIL and transfer portal being open, with Pandora's box being open, but still, the dynasty was kind of there, or the foundation at least was firmly intact for Alabama, for Kalen DeBoer to come in there.
Mm-hmm. But this is where I think that the Michigan thing to me is intriguing to Kalen DeBoer, because you talk about the standards that he went into when he got to Tuscaloosa. You go to Michigan, and where you had to follow the legend over there, you go to Ann Arbor and you can save and fix the program.
That's another good counterpoint, right? Like, you can be the savior. All right. Instead of coming in and filling the shoes of a great one, you can go in there and kind of
fix it. You clean it up
from the ashes, right?
Yeah, you're the custodian. You go in there and you clean it up, and you bring the school together. And look, I think it would be a good hire. I think it would be a popular hire right now if they went and got this dude. But and to me, that's the biggest thing. And I think this is also hingent on what happens tomorrow, where I think if OU beats Alabama, which I don't think they are, but maybe they will. But I think that's when we are really going to be having this discussion, because I think this savior thing is a big deal. I mean, you move over there and the pressure is, after 2.5, 3 years of what you've been dealing with in Tuscaloosa, you go there and it's like, man, just clean this up. Just clean this up. And I think it's a legit thing. I think it's legit that he might make that move, even though that's like, he'd leave Alabama. Hell, we don't know. He might want to leave Alabama. It hadn't been the smoothest for him.
Well, I mean, I wherever you go, I don't think it's going to be that smooth. I would figure that Alabama would be a smoother landing spot and a smoother place to kind of.
But the standards are way up here for them.
I understand that, but I mean, But I mean, so what? You're going to Michigan now because the standards are lowered because of the culture, or because of the state of the program, right?
To me, Michigan just fits better for Kalen DeBoer. Even, I don't care if it's 2 years ago, right now, it just seems like it's a better fit. I just never really saw Kalen DeBoer as an SEC Southern type of guy, just like Brian Kelly, but not quite to that extent, to where just, you know what I mean? It's like
Brian Kelly's a chameleon. Brian Kelly will bend his damn personality to kind of
his skin rips
right.
off.
He will do whatever he takes to fit in. So
I mean, and that dude
he will do whatever it
out there
takes
working.
to lie to your kids to get them to go to your school.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I'm just not a Brian Kelly fan.
And I think that's why that's the real intrigue to me as to, I guess it really does matter who wins or loses in the big picture. But I'm like, if Alabama gets bounced, I think this Kalen DeBoer thing, and I keep hearing, well, he said he's not going. I'm like, how many times have we heard that?
Everybody says that shit. That's what PR is, that's what you're trained to say.
Yeah. So I don't know, man. I think it has some legs. I mean,
one and a half right now. I think I don't put that much weight to it, right? Because here's ultimately at the end of the day, I ask myself, why would I want to leave Alabama, right? Like the worst part of being at Alabama is done with, right? Like the comparison to Saban, you're always going to be compared to Saban, but you got year one out of the way, right? Year one out of the way, and you didn't make the playoffs, and you're still surviving. Now you're back in the playoffs. I think the worst part of that exchange and that transition is gone, right? And now you have to answer to the boosters and answer to the rest of the fan base. Like, hey, how many championships are we going to bring in here? All right. Like you've gotten the first part out of the way, right? To where, hey, just the acclimation part, coming from, Pacific Northwest. Let me get my program in here. Let me get my recruits established here. After next year, I think we can start to be very critical on the board. But I mean, give the guy at least 3 years to kind of make something work before we throw everything at him, right? And if you're DeBoer, like how can you for me, I'm not saying DeBoer, right? But if I'm in DeBoer's shoes and I'm going to take a chance at Alabama, I at least want to stay long enough to know if I made an impact, or to know if I was dog shit or some type of successful, right? Like you take 2 seasons in Alabama, you got in 1 year, you got out 1 year, you're not in 1 year and you're in the next year. For me, that would drive me nuts moving on for the rest of my career. Like, yeah, I was at Alabama, but what did I do?
Right. Yeah.
Right. Like have a defining moment, have a definitive moment while you're at Alabama. And if it's a losing definitive moment, so be it. You build up from that. But ultimately, man, I think us, in ball, like everybody that plays ball, I think you ultimately want to land wherever you land. You want to make an impact at where you're at, right? You don't just want to be, and honestly, like if that's DeBoer's personality, if that's his mindset, then Alabama might not want him, because to me, Alabama is a place where championships are won. So that just might be the old news. But if you're Kalen DeBoer, you're embracing that old news and you're trying to continue that legacy.
And it's so weird where everything has changed so much to where it used to be, back where you had these coaches, and it didn't matter if it was college football or the NFL, to where it's like, okay, you come in as a position coach, then you become a coordinator, whatever. You kind of work, then you become a head coach, and you stay in that spot for a while, and there's your career now. And we say, I mean, Mike McDaniel, for example, we see it with so many guys to where it's like, you become that hot commodity. You get elevated into that. I mean, there's probably going to be 7 or 8 coaching jobs in the NFL here, I think, by the time that
do you think McDaniel, if McDaniel gets fired from Miami, do you think McDaniel will get another head coaching spot, or do you think he'd have to take a step down and kind of regress a little bit?
I think he's got to be like 2 years off the map as an OC, as a coordinator.
This experiment kind of fell apart. Like it was working for a minute, but it kind of it's gone to dog shit now.
Yeah. That's where it's like, that used to be the path, but now it's like, okay, you're the hot commodity right now, and boom, you're elevated. Then you fall on your face, 2 or 3 years, whatever. You take a step back, and maybe
crawl, walk, run. You ain't got to just jump right in and do backflip gainers into the damn pool and start swimming laps and shit.
Yeah. Tom McKay on the Dakota text line right here. I can't understand why these coaches are leaving jobs, are leaving the jobs they have for another job at a school that will gladly pay you to build a reputation, a decent reputation for themselves. Every time they go to another, they screw up their careers.
There it is. Yeah, they just take a step back, man. Yeah, and then this is from Stephen Elgato here. Does Tuscaloosa even have big donor money as far as in NIL? I don't know that, honestly, but I would think so, right? Based off of the championships that they've won, or whatever Saban has built, and the pro ball players that they put into the NFL, right? I would think that the alumni and donors would have enough to kind of
Yeah.
usher that type of support in for that program, right? I mean, it's Alabama. I would like to think that Roll Tide has the dough. I saw Delgado. I don't know if if the stat still holds, but I believe the number was 2.1 and 1.1 in terms of revenue being brought in each year, annual revenue. Texas with 2.1 billion, and then the next program underneath of that is 2, and that's Alabama at 1.1. Now that was a few years ago. I'm sure Georgia is kind of ran into that or kind of put Alabama down a little bit, but I mean Texas I would think is still like the king of revenue in terms of college football. But Alabama has to be there with NIL money or with donor money, I would think.
And the other part of that to think of, like the way that question's asked, does Tuscaloosa have money? I mean, remember, the money coming into the pro, it doesn't necessarily have to come from Tuscaloosa. It can come from wherever. I mean, whoever, a lot of the narrative when people talk about
wasn't
Austin,
Troy Aikman donating to UCLA?
Probably.
I think like old ball,
yeah.
Players that have been in the program before. I think if you've been there or been in the locker room at one time, I think they do hit you up and be like, hey man, you want to pay some NIL here?
Yeah, when you start dealing with corporate NIL money, it doesn't matter where it's come from, and that's the thing where this thing is so wide open to where it's like it can come from anywhere, and that's why I've always thought when it comes to like true down homegrown money, that I've always thought where if Arkansas, and again, I don't think that Arkansas made the hire that's going to take them the next 10 or 15 years with their football program. If Arkansas, there's a lot of money sitting over there in Arkansas with Walmart and all these different, if they could get those people invested.
If you say Walmart's going to get invested in Arkansas football,
the Walmart people, I don't
hit a William Jefferson Clinton.
I mean, there you go.
He's from Arkansas, huh? Suey?
And it's like where folks talk about with Vanderbilt, the sudden resurgence of Vanderbilt. They started winning, and look at all the money.
All the doctors and lawyers started putting some money in there, right?
That's exactly right. I mean, that's what it's all about. So I don't know. This DeBoer thing is going to get. Sorry about that. Is going to get interesting here, depending on what happens tomorrow.
Ultimately, regardless of what he does, if I'm DeBoer, I'm staying. I would stay in Alabama just to see what you got. Right, your ball players are already there. I know that you're in the SEC, right? I get you're going to get that SEC bias if you're playing at Alabama or if you're coaching Alabama. You go up to Michigan, right? Hell, you're going to get fired just because you lose Ohio State. I'm not bullshitting. Like that's you can win a national championship, but if you don't beat Ohio State, that's the caveat.
Hey, they wanted
you did great,
Ryan
coach,
Day, yeah,
exactly, a la Ryan Day. Now the standards might be different for Ohio State as there are for Michigan, but I would think people with that same type of mantra and wanting to beat the chest, or the programs that want to beat the chest like that, still have those same types of standards, right? You might have won the national championship, but you lost to Ohio State. Who would want to deal with that bullshit, right?
Well, he kind of that's the thing. I mean, you kind of have that with Bama. I mean, don't lose to Florida, don't lose to Tennessee. I mean, don't lose to any of those. So it's kind of, that's the thing with Texas, where imagine this year, let's just say, imagine this year with everything that happened, if Sark's team would have lost to A&M, despite the fact that A&M was undefeated. There was already some, I mean, not fire the coach types of things, but I think if Steve Sarkisian would have lost to A&M, we'd be questioning
how much hotter that seat would have gotten.
Yeah. Is this?
Well, I'll be honest with you, buddy. I thought that seat was going to be blazing because I expected us to lose to A&M. So,
and it's funny. It is funny now that when we go back and look at this, to where a lot of people said that the season was a failure, with being out of the college football playoff picture.
I wholeheartedly believe the season was a failure.
I don't, because I had the more rational expectations than some of the national people, to where it's like Arch is going to take, and I'm watching what's happening now.
You looked at this team and you didn't think that this was a playoff team?
Not when you look at the offensive line was going to be as depleted as it was. I knew that Arch was going to need some time to grow into this. I mean, I knew it was going to take some time because you can't just.
Rodney, we did our football predictions, and you had them at 2 losses.
Well, I missed it by 1. So I didn't pick the 4th one.
We both said that they were going to the playoffs. We both even said that they could be contending for SEC championship.
Okay. Well, they were. They were contending for an SEC playoff or SEC championship. But I think you just have to realize that it was a tall hill to climb. But if they lose that game, now I'm looking after the A&M game where folks are saying, okay, pretty good season for Texas, all things considered. But I think if they lost that A&M game, Wags, Sark would be, I think that seat be pretty hot.
I agree. I think the seat would be hot, but I ultimately think that this is a failure of a season. Whenever you don't make the playoff, that's a failure of a season. Like that's where our standards are at. Okay. We're not playing winning football here. We're playing championship football here, or the standards are championship football here, and we're playing winning football. All right. Anytime you can't get into the playoff, you can't get into the dance. That's a kick in the dick, and to me, that's a disappointing season. That's a failure of a season.
You must
especially when you're rated number 1. And I get it. Texas usually gets overrated in a lot of hype for preseason, but still, like it absolutely sucks that we're not in the playoff. And yes, it is a failure of the year.
You're a Doritos guy. You don't like Cheez-Its. That's what it is.
I eat the shit out of Cheez-Its. I got a box right here. Well, they're in the trash, but yeah, I eat Cheez-Its. I mean, do you like it? I woke up feeling the cheesiest, Coach. I don't know about you. I woke up feeling the cheesiest. There's a new lawyer in town, and he feels the cheesiest. It's Ryan Hurricane Hecht. And when that cheesiness hits you, you got to call Hurricane Hecht, your personal go-to injury attorney right here in our Fairburg of Austin, Texas, fighting for fellow Texans and fighting for fellow Longhorns, wearing that burnt orange pride suit in there, man. Ryan's not just a lawyer, though. He's a Longhorn through and through, and he brings that same fire of pride to the courtroom. You're injured in a car accident or you got any type of personal injury at all, give our guy Ryan a call. He's been fighting for justice and big results for over a decade now, and you don't pay unless you win. That's right. No fees in your pocket no fees that you have to pay unless the green is in your pocket, all right? He's aggressive in the courtroom. He's compassionate with clients. He knows what you're going through, and he's going to fight like hell to make it right. He's supporting local sports, local businesses, and local families. Friend of the show, fighter for the people. Let that burnt orange shoot push all those things wide, push the case wide open. You won't have to deal with any of it. Just let Ryan Hurricane Hecht get it for you. 512-938-8929. That's 512-938-8929. Email Ryan at hechtlawfirm.com. That's Ryan at HECHT-lawfirm.com. Tell him the crew from TSU sent you.
That's right. Ryan Hecht, the Junkyard Dog. Hey, if you're looking for that new or pre-owned car, truck, or SUV, friends, Junkyard Dog, great wrestler back in the day. You remember the Junkyard Dog? Came out with Kano. Oh, love that dude. Covert Bee Cave, covertbeecave.com. Looking for that new or pre-owned car, truck, or SUV? Man, there is one call to make, one stop to make, one place to check them out.
I don't have to worry about shopping for mechanics to make sure it's done and done right. I come up here, I'm in, I'm out. They give me a loaner sometimes, and it's hassle-free.
If you have any questions, they'll go ahead and help you out and educate you. They're not just here just to sell you a vehicle. They're here to build a relationship.
They treat you like family, and then they make the experience what you want it to be, not what they want it to be.
Covert, born and raised in Austin,
where you are always treated like family.
Aiden, thank you, Dan. Nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever. Check them out online today at covertbeecave.com. Also have to tell you about my man, Mike McCall. It is McCall Custom Homes. If you're looking for that home renovation project, what a better, well, you're running out of time. You're running out of time right now if you want to surprise your significant other with a home renovation project, or at least here's what we're going to do kind of gift for the project. There's one call to make. There's one text to make. It's 512-633-9580. That is my man, Mike McCall with McCall Custom Homes. Look, guys, these guys have been doing it for 40 years. A father-son team right here in Central Texas, taking your projects that you have in mind and making them into reality. And again, it's not just projects. If you want a new home, hey, man, they've got an on-site folks right there that can help you develop plans, whatever you're looking to do. It is the custom homes part of that. But the renovation part, I think, is what's so powerful right now with interest rates still kind of flat a little bit. And you're sitting on equity, guys. If you have a property that you want to invest in and give it more value, add value to yourself, add value to your home. And that's what McCall Custom Homes does. Check out the gallery of projects at McCallCustomHomesATX.com. Again, I've got a primary bathroom, amazing. Just that was one of the things I got home last night. It's like I go into my bathroom, I'm taking a shower, I'm like, man, I love this project. And it was done by McCall Custom Homes. Living spaces, bedroom spaces, outdoor spaces, whatever you're looking to do, they'll take care of it for you. But you have to make that call or text. And right now, during the holiday season, be sure and mention Texas Sports Unfiltered, and it is a free estimate. 512-633-9580. They're family owned. They're local. They want to make you a satisfied customer, just like me, just like Bucky Godbolt, and just like Central Texans for over 40 years. Check them out today at McCallCustomHomesATX.com. 512-633-9580. It is McCall Custom Homes. We build value into your home. Also, right now, holiday movies, sports, basketball, football, bowl games. You got bowl games tonight. You got a massive NFL game that we're going to talk about here in just a moment with the Rams and the Seahawks. There's only one way to enjoy all of that. Date night, Netflix and chill night. NASCAR's coming up, and I love it because I have it on my Tom McKay system right up here in the AV Consultation Studio. The sound, the visual, all of it. And it's done by the professionals at AV Consultation. No wires hanging, none of that. Everything's hidden. I remember the day that Tom came over here and I had my stuff set up, and he's like, who did this? And I said, your man right here did it. He said, we're cleaning this thing up. They're ready to do that for you right now during the holidays. Here's more.
Hi, this is Tom McKay, owner of Audiovisual Consultations, and all of us at Audiovisual would like to wish you and your family a happy holiday season. This time of year can get a little hectic, so we want to remind you to relax, enjoy the season with your family and friends, and give us a call at 512-255-8678 for all of your home entertainment needs. This is my favorite time of the year. I love the holidays, the music, the decorations, the presents, the whole darn thing. So this year I'm asking all you listeners to help make this a special holiday for everyone. Smiles are contagious and free, so let's give them away like the government gives away your money. Let's high-five strangers on the street. Hold the door for people behind us. Tip your servers more than they've ever been tipped before. Give to a charity, or hell, give to a bunch of charities. If someone does a good job, tell them they did a good job. Pat someone on the butt. Sing in public places just because it feels good. And as always, hug your kids until they beg you to stop. Watch some games with your friends and make love to your wife or your husband. I know there's some women listening too. You can still give us a call at 512-255-8678 if you'd like to get some cool electronics. But more importantly, have a great holiday season and a fucking awesome next year.
avconsultations.com, 512-255-8678. Code text line is blowing this morning. Our man Chan checking in. Mike McCall himself checking in and implying that maybe some of this NIL money is coming from the Saudis. I know that happens in golf. I know that happens in Formula One.
Can you elaborate on that?
No, he's just saying, he just said maybe it's some Saudi money coming in here somewhere. I don't know. I've heard some rumblings of that. I'm not sure. I haven't investigated that quite.
Speaking of money, Delgado chimes in. Troy Aikman gave $1 million to Malachi Nelson only for him to transfer. I don't know if that's official or not. I did hear rumors about that. I thought it was more than just a transfer bill, though.
Oh man,
would it matter? I don't think it would matter. So
yeah, I don't think they really care where it comes from,
right? Well, yeah, or what it's for. Just the fact that the person in the intended target gets the money. So
yeah, and I will say that I think it is really great. I mean, now that these people have the flexibility and the ability, if they have the means to do it, to where they're doing things
players, or NFL players should be getting played 100%, but there has to be some type of regulator on this damn thing, right? Like we talk about Pandora's box being blown wide open. It absolutely has. You just can't. There's no way to get the lid back on it.
Yeah, this is so out of control. You can't put the genie back in the bottle, as they say, to where it's like, how do you?
Right. I guess that's a better analogy. You can't put.
I keep hearing, how do you fix it? I'm like, you're not going to fix anything at this point. Somebody's got to regulate shit.
You do have to find a way to amend it or regulate it, but it's not going back to the way it was.
Yeah, you can't pull it back. I mean, it's like with this. I think what's going to the big talking point that's going to come out, probably it's really going to catch fire on Sunday, is where, okay, we need to go to 16 teams. That's going to be the next conversation, because if one of those G5s goes in there and actually gives some sort of, competitive bout, Maybe we don't have that. I'm hearing that now, and that's going to be the next thing. But all this NIL, I mean, regulate this shit somehow.
So
put a cap on it.
Where are we at with Oklahoma and Alabama? All right, Oklahoma won. First, we all know it's tough to beat a team twice, and it's almost impossible to beat a team 3 times. And that, even though the third game's not going to be a factor here, but game 2 in Norman this time, Oklahoma won in Big T. Only a point and a half here, amigo.
Yeah, I am leaning to Alabama, and I think this is going to be a sloppy, dirty game.
Alabama's been playing terrible. Well, not terrible. They have not been playing their best ball this past month. Right, almost limped away against South Carolina, honestly. And then, of course, I say this a lot, but the Iron Bowl is the Iron Bowl, and you should. I don't think you should have struggled against Auburn like that. But again, consider the emotions of the game and the magnitude of the game, I guess, right?
John Mateer to me just seems very fragile right now. And I think that's where it's going to be. Hopefully the game plan is going to be to get after John Mateer and make him even break glass, if fragile, break glass or whatever. Fragile, break glass, as you see that sign. But
fragile must be French.
There it is. There it is. Fragile.
Sorry.
What's the over under on this, Wax?
I think it's 39.5. Let me.
Oh, man. I can truly see this at like a 7. Well,
39.5. 39.5
education right here. I can truly see this as like a 17 to 13, 14 type of game. I think it's going to be yes, very. He's not right. He hasn't been right for a while, and you can kind of stem this back to. And again, not to throw the orange Kool-Aid into this. You remember when he was hurt going into the Texas game? He came back. I think they rushed him back, and he just hasn't been right since. Yeah,
12 touchdowns and 10 interceptions. Not exactly the Heisman campaign that he was gunning for, in the beginning of the season, right?
It's Tua Tagovailoa numbers.
It's you ain't gonna be here much longer numbers is what it is.
Well, and that's where I think seriously this game is so huge tomorrow. Where if Alabama does find a way to win, that maybe that'll extinguish a lot of the Kalen DeBoer stuff because then you keep going. But I am going with Alabama here, man, and it's kind of this is a coin flip, and I think that line may change even again. I think I heard Lee say that some money came in on Alabama. It seems like over the last night or so, but I don't know, dude. This is wow. Defensive battle, I think, and not so much a defensive battle.
I think Bama wins this. Like I'm looking at it right now. There's just no way. I don't know how Oklahoma won in T-Town the first time.
Yeah.
But if Alabama comes out and runs the damn ball like they're supposed to do, and hell, you'd like to think that Bernard can actually get busy after. I say that, but this Sooner defense is still pretty damn formidable, right? Like they've had some step backs, they've had some quirks, right? But there's still a defense that can contend. Bernard's gonna be it's gonna be tough to stick with Bernard, sure. But I would like to think that Simpson should be able to come out and throw on this defense, right? Like I'm seeing the numbers, I'm seeing the spread here. I'd like to think that even though it's in Norman, I think Alabama walks out of this with at least 3 points to their good.
Yeah, I keep seeing, where it's like, well, Georgia punked Alabama. Well, yeah, that's Georgia. They're not playing Georgia this week. They're playing Oklahoma.
Yeah, that's
I keep seeing that OU is going to win this game, and I just don't. And it has nothing to do with the fact that OU is kind of the team that I despise the most.
I'm going to go Alabama in spite of Bama playing so poorly the past month. I'm going to go with Alabama on the road here in Norman, Oklahoma.
Yeah, I agree. I totally do too. I'm going with Bama.
I thought you just said Bama. Okay.
Yeah, no. I said Bama's going to win this game. Yeah. Bama will win.
All right, amigo. Let's get into Thursday Night Football.
Oh man, here we go. Hopefully, this one lives up to the hype. Right? This should be good.
It's set to be on paper. It's set to be a dandy. All right, Rams and Seahawks fighting for the West. Fighting for the West here, amigo. Sam Darnold. I was going to say Sam Darnold playing for some last-minute MVP playoff or MVP hopes here, but you're gone. I think it's done. We've solidified it, right? It's between Stafford and May, right? Allen might still be there in the conversation, but ultimately it's Matt Stafford, it's Drake May and Matt Stafford. Ultimately, right?
Yeah.
With Stafford having the edge.
Stafford just the edge just because of, I mean, obviously his
Stafford has had some turnovers, Stafford's a couple of picks, a fumble in the past 3 weeks. Still playing lights out ball. Still playing. I think he's only got like 5 interceptions all year long. Still,
yeah. And people are still going to lean to Stafford simply because it's Matt Stafford versus Drake May. I mean, Drake May is he's a new guy coming in. You know, he's the new.
See, that shit is that I don't weigh that into the factor. I weigh in offensive productivity, where they're at, where their teams are at, and if they have a chance to contend for a championship. And then I go back and I say, well, let's take this dude off the team. Where are they at?
This conversation we're having sounds like the college football playoff, because I think a lot of people, when they look at the MVP thing, it's like, well, you know, Stafford has the body of work.
And what Derek just said right here, Drake May is the better player. I don't know if I can agree with the former of the sentence here, but Stafford has better weapons. I absolutely agree with that. All right. Yeah. Like when you got Nakua and you got Devontae Adams, you got a red zone threat like Devontae Adams that is just absolutely. I don't know what he has inside of the 10, but I think he's got like 6 or 7 touchdowns inside of the 10-yard line this season, right? Which is fantastic. Just a great red zone threat and target for Matt Stafford there. But then also, like, you're outside of the 20 and you need to hit from like a big score or like a 40-yard play. Puka Nakua, right? You got Puka Nakua that's basically leading the entire NFL in all of reception yards. And then also, he's caught up. You have some other speed on that field with Atwell and Tutu Atwell, and then our guy Jay Whittington as well, Jordan Whittington as well. There's a lot of weapons, and Williams coming out of the backfield too, right? There's a ton of weapons on the Rams. The Patriots do have Diggs, but ultimately outside of Diggs, they're I would say blossoming wide receivers, right? Like allowing wide receivers to grow where they're planted, right? Travion Henderson and Stevenson, rather, being able to have a decent tandem coming out of that backfield, right? A Hunter Henry starting to, being rekindled into that offense a little bit there, or reestablished into that offense. Drake May is doing absolutely what Derek says here. He's doing more with less, in my opinion.
Yeah.
I kind of, with that, I kind of want to lean towards Drake May, but ultimately we all know that, we fall in love with the stats, and the stats don't lie. And that touchdown to interception ratio for me is too, it's just too great to throw away. Like I can't sneeze at it, right? Like and ultimately for me, Matt Stafford's probably the MVP.
And the thing is with tonight, I'm seeing a lot, some concern about not having Devontae Adams, because he is. I mean, you get that dude inside the 5-yard line, and there you go. I mean, you know what the Rams are going to do. But if he doesn't go tonight, if you go back and you watch maybe the last, 3 or 4 weeks of what the Rams have been doing, the Rams have been really good in the red zone as well at throwing out a 3 tight end package. And I mean that kind of, when you do that, I mean that's. I mean, I'm not going to say that's a 90% chance that you're going to work inside the red zone, but doing that sort of stuff, if you don't have Devontae Adams, that's huge. But with Darnold, this is a huge Darnold game to me, because Wags, this is the same Rams defense that broke his heart last year in the playoffs.
Here you go with the damn emotions.
Yeah, and look, man, this dude threw 4 interceptions in week 11. 4 interceptions, and it was still a 2 or 3
stat that jumps off of me, right? 4 touchdowns in week 11. So
yeah, and with Seattle, they don't run the football. I mean,
they can't. They choose not to do it, right? Like, I think Walker is a formidable back. I think that he can absolutely tote the rock. But if they dedicated themselves to running the rock, I think they'd be okay. They'd be more balanced, and I think that they could go into games without turning the ball over as much as they are. I mean, and if they stay clean, right? They stay clean tonight. If Darnold doesn't throw an interception or they don't put the ball on the ground, there's a good chance that they probably win, honestly, right? Like usually when Seattle is firing like that and they're playing clean football, they absolutely win. But look, the over-under on tonight's game is a little bit shocking for me, right? Like 42.5. I feel like it's going to be around like the 49 mark though, right? Like that just feels absolutely low for me. But we say it all the time, right? The casinos get built for a reason. Down in Vegas. I kind of think it's going to be a barn burner, man. I think we're going to be, treated to an offensive firepower or an offensive show.
I think so too.
I think Stafford's going to throw some bombs, and I think ultimately Sam Darnold's going to have to try and answer those bombs, and he'll be able to keep up for a little bit, and then towards the end of the game, he's just going to make a mental mistake, throw the ball late over the middle, and ultimately throw the game away for the Rams, or throw the game away to the Rams. Yeah,
I looked at the injury report this morning, and Charles Cross is out for Seattle, a tackle, and I think that's something that could be imposing in two ways. Number one, if you choose not to, or you cannot run the football, that right there is not going to help. I mean, missing that dude. And then if you're going to rely on trying to throw the football and trying to do quick plays, whatever, without one of your tackles, that's going to make it hard on Sam Darnold. I would like to see.
Anytime you lose a lineman, let alone a tackle,
a tackle. So I'd like to see Seattle maybe to kind of try to with that running game, get the screen game involved, maybe a little bit or something. You're going to have to do something, because this Rams defense is pretty damn good.
Seattle's favored because it's up in Seattle, but still, I think I'm taking the Rams with this, right? I was gonna stay away from it, but this got a good return for the Rams if you want to take the Rams here right now. I'd like to think that it's probably going to shave down to probably a half a game or a half a point, or probably a pick 'em by a kickoff. So if you can buy it now and then kind of tease it, I think you'll have a better return for your game here, man. Let's get into the rest of the slate if you want to, or honestly, we kind of get into the rest of the slate. Go ahead.
Tomorrow we got 2 hours tomorrow.
Yeah, I know we got 2 hours tomorrow, but we can break down, I guess, the rest of Oklahoma and Alabama if you want to get into it.
Yeah, Oklahoma, Alabama. Got a bowl game tonight.
Other questions or any other comments that you want to get off your chest?
How about a great bowl game tonight? I don't even know who's in it, to be honest with you. I just know that there's a bowl game. I think everybody's watching NFL tonight. The other thing about this game tonight, I think a lot of people are and we can kind of dig into this as the next couple of weeks, but with this whole thing about this decides the West.
42.5 is crazy. Like, that's
low.
Very low. Like,
seems low.
Yeah. Oddly low for these two teams.
Yeah. But where folks are saying that this decides the West, don't forget, San Francisco is sitting right there.
Come on. I mean, they've been hanging around. They've been trying to stay in the conversation, but these are the two teams, right? Like, I can't put any stock in San Francisco because I think they're just going to be. I think they're fakers. They're fakers to me, right? Like, if they go up toe to toe with either of these two teams, I think they get blown out of the water. They don't have the key pieces on defense because of injuries, and then also they're injury riddled on offensive side. We know that their productivity only comes from Christian McCaffrey, and then works out, right? It goes from backfield to out instead of wide receivers to checkdowns. It's checkdowns is your priority there with Brock Purdy. I think if you keep that intact and just be able to take CMC out of the game, I think you're fine. They don't really have any other weapons that they can pose outside of CMC. Kittle down the middle, Kittle for sure. But I mean, Pearsall, you're not getting the alpha wide receiver one productivity that you would like to think that you would get from Pearsall. Now I know that he's been riddled with injuries throughout the season too, but ultimately they just can't get it together. And what's the situation with Brandon Ayuk, right? Like, clearly he's off the team. Like, he hasn't even been, practicing or hell, even staying in communication from what I hear with San Francisco. So there's so much going on with San Francisco that I can't even I can't even give them an inkling of a notion. Like there's no fucking way. I don't feel like they're a real team.
The thing
real.
about
I would almost consider the Bears over San Francisco, man. And like I don't believe the Bears right. I think the Bears are pretenders as well. So
yeah, the thing about the 49ers to me, where I have to legitimately give them, and they do get Seattle. They get Seattle, I think, in 2 weeks. Where and again, we don't know what tonight, kind of sets everything in motion in a lot of different ways. But for San Francisco, their schedule, I mean, when you look at schedule pound for pound, they have had, and again, this is where if it was the committee, they would look at San Francisco's schedule and be like, that's a hell of a schedule, and they found a way, even with Mac Jones.
They don't. I mean, that's irrelevant. They don't.
I don't know, man. Yeah, I know. I'm just saying hypothetical, but it's San Francisco to me, man, is a team that's not. I'm not saying they're going to come in here and shake shit up, but kind of got to keep them in mind right there because they've managed to stay with a tough schedule. Have managed to stay in with these guys.
Is that legit? Is that in fact going to happen? I know he was questionable.
Everything that I've seen really points to that he's not going to play. That he's not going to play. That he's going to be out, and that's why I go back to.
That's fine. I still think the Rams can still handle Seattle without Devontae Adams. Like it takes away from your red zone threat, but I mean, look at what Parkinson's being able to do now down inside the red zone in spell of Devontae Adams. Devontae Adams, a little bit knocked or a little bit banged up on Sunday, and then Parkinson able to insert himself and have a banger of a game. I guess it doesn't matter. We talk about weapons, right? Like Matt Stafford's going to find his toy in the toy box that he wants to play with. He's got that that benefit that he can choose from now. So
yeah, and I do think that's where McVay's going to go to rolling to the 2 or 3 tight end package in the red zone, and kind of you can never make up not having Devontae Adams down there with. I mean, he's just so good on his routes down there in short distance. I think they'll be fine. I'm still going with the Rams straight up.
The surprise for me with the Rams has been Blake Corum, though. Like Williams has been fine, but then in spell of Williams, you get Corum just bursting out for 40 yards or 40 points in the damn fantasy realm here, man.
Mm-hmm.
Just wild scene. And of course, when they drafted Blake, I'm just like, all right, nice little fit there. Maybe he'll find the field every now and then, but he's made an impact on the field, dude. Kind of how I felt like Bucky Irvin would be. Like I thought Bucky Irvin would be able to get some decent totes in Tampa Bay, but I didn't think that he'd be the guy, right? It feels like Bucky Irvin's the guy in Tampa Bay now.
Yeah.
I know White's still there, but I feel like whenever, those two backs are healthy, it feels like Bucky Irving's getting the majority of the totes there.
Yeah.
The payload.
And I think whoever comes out of this as the winner, which I do think will be the Rams. I think that, this is probably going to maybe. I know I keep throwing, when I mention San Francisco, I'm talking more about as a wild card team. But I mean, this is going to be number one, I think, in the NFC. I think number one in the NFC comes out of this game, when it comes to seeding. And that's where it's like, okay, for the Rams, it's great. They play, that Seattle environment. If the road through the NFC goes through Seattle, that's pretty raucous right there. Not quite as much as DKR, but it's pretty raucous.
Seattle's got a nasty environment.
They do.
Not as much as DKR. Are you kidding me?
70% chance of rain tonight, Bear says. So that tells you right there. And those folks are going to be lubed up. It's going to be loud in there. I think we get a good Thursday night game, but I think that over-under is low. That is low.
Yeah, low over-under. Give me the Rams to upset in – give me the Rams to upset in Seattle, and then also I'll take the over. And I'll advise clients on that as well. I will advise clients on that. All right, anything else we got to get out of here?
Key word right there. Man, I think we got everything covered. And then tomorrow's loaded because we can finish off previewing. Got to talk A&M in Miami.
Sure, no, we got that. In terms of, I guess, culture and stuff, outside of sports, you watching anything, any type of movies catching your eye?
Absolutely. I have not watched anything.
Nothing,
to me, it's only been sports at this point. You have any recommendations that you can pass on to your clients?
I was going to say, do you play any video games that are sci-fi related. Do you play a game called Fallout at all?
No, man. Right now,
There's
the
a
only thing I'm
really,
playing is
there's a
NASCAR
really good
25.
adaptation. There's a really good adaptation on right now. It's on Amazon Prime. It's Fallout Season 2. Started watching that last night. It sucks because they're releasing it episode by episode. I would love to just be able to binge watch it. But of course, you know, strategically, you have to release them episode by episode, or else people will just buy the service for like a month or whatever, watch out all their shows, and then get rid of it, and then, you know, come back whenever their shows come on. But yeah, Fallout, I found myself, you know, after watching the movie or watching the adaptation of the series, going back and then loading up the game and trying to play a little bit of Fallout last night. And they made some updates to the old console game. Now they made it to where there's new gen graphics and new skins on there. So if you guys haven't seen it in a while, go ahead and check it out. But yeah, Fallout, I don't know if you'd be into it. It's kind of like how do I say? It's not like The Walking Dead, but there's definitely like nuclear fallout that's happening clearly, right? Fallout.
Yeah.
But it's, you know, you're in a land, a wasteland after nuclear war has happened, and you know there's bomb shelters all around, and now that there's been nuclear explosions and stuff, there's radiation all around, you know, the country or whatever, right?
Oh my god, that's too stressful, man.
I'd be so fucking
throw
into bigger lizards. Everything that was smaller are now bigger because of radiation.
Oh my god,
it's a wild scene, and I'm into that type of shit. You know that, so all you guys know that. So if you haven't seen it, check it out. It's Fallout.
I'd be so stressed out playing it, and then I wouldn't be able to sleep at night.
That's the that's the best part of the game, right? You got the headphones on, you're kind of getting immersed, and then you're hearing the sounds, and then all of a sudden there's nothing going on, and out of nowhere there's just something that's going to scare the shit out of you, right?
Yeah. Yeah, no, I'd have bad dreams. No, that would be.
It's out right now. I can't wait to start watching the new season. Patrick, it's out. I watched episode 1 last night. It picks up, so it does kind of roll out a little bit slow for episode 1, right? Which is kind of a little frustrating because you're already into a good full story when it finishes with season 1, right? But now they're bringing in a new storyline, you can see, which is really effing all. I don't want to give it away for you, Patrick, but yeah, it's if you played the game, if you played all the games of Fallout, you're going to be familiar with the storylines that they're bringing into it, man. But yeah, it's a lot of Rob Tech tomorrow, or for the season 1.
Oh, dude, I'd be so overwhelmed. I'd be stressed out, man. I would be so stressed out doing that. I'd probably throw the remote control.
Wags, I'm interested in the story, but not enough to play the game. Is the series any good? The series is fantastic. It's fantastic, and it's got Walter Goggins in it. One of the, you know, if you haven't seen anything that Walter Goggins has done, just, you know, go anywhere from Sons of Anarchy to The Shield to what the hell was he? The White Lotus. He was just recently in The White Lotus. He's usually known as a character actor, but I mean, he's starting to get the bigger leads and the bigger roles for films, and he's just, to me, in my opinion, one of the better modern day actors right now.
Nice.
But yeah, it's fantastic, you guys. You guys definitely check it out. Anything else on the slate here, my dude?
We talked about all the coaching, talked about Joe Burrow again. That people are. Do you think Joe Burrow is going to, let's just say, finish his career?
Are you saying that? So I'm hearing that Joe Burrow is not balled in and he's checked out.
I think that's what it seems to be, that people are reading into him. But again, Joe Burrow's not a, cheerleader, rah-rah kind of guy.
He's not an outspoken guy. Like, you'll see him maybe he'll smoke a stogie in the damn locker room and celebrate with his team. But actually, I don't know. He can flip some code every now and then. Joe Burrow can flip code.
I think it's one of those things to where if Joe Burrow plays for the Bengals, as long as he chooses to play the rest of his career, he's going to be fine. If a trade came up to where he wasn't being traded to like the Jets or somebody like that, he was being moved around, I think he would be totally fine as well. I mean, the dude is just kind of, in the words of John Cena, you can't see me. You can't see what he's really like.
Right, so let me ask you a question. Like, how do you go through a campaign like this to where even when you feel like, things are starting to to hit home, there's just always a hiccup, right? There's just always something that's going to have you step back. And in this point, it's injury, right? It feels like the past couple of seasons, Joe Burrow hasn't been able to get off the injury bug, or there's just been something since the Super Bowl, since getting to the Super Bowl, there hasn't been a full season to where not just him, but either with Higgins or either with Chase, none of the three are on the same cylinder, or just firing on the same cylinder, or on the same field for that amount of time to make that impact.
It feels like to me, Wags, where Joe Burrow right now, one of two things needs to happen, or is going to happen, where he does an Andrew Luck, but I think that he's not everything with him. It's been the lower extremity injuries and all that, so it's not so much of a concussion type of thing.
Rodney, he's been the most sacked quarterback since he's been in the league.
Exactly. To where it's those type of things to where I think he can still play in a better system, or it's a Stafford thing to where somehow, and I don't think that the Bengals or Bengals, whatever you call them, would be a cool enough organization to send him somewhere to let him, blossom like Matt Stafford did, because that's where you look at the Detroit thing, and both of those teams happen to win, to where it's like
Cincinnati's not doing any type of shit like that. They can't even figure out their contract with the wide receivers.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's where Detroit was such a class organization to where they're like, go finish your career out.
Are we sure Detroit actually did that? Because the way that they might have put the narrative out there to do that, but with that trade, they got some pretty good return on that.
I'm sure right now Detroit's like, we sent you out to go grow your wings. Shouldn't you quit by now? Can you finally quit? And here he is about to win an MVP.
I think his wings were already established when he left Detroit.
His wings were clipped in Detroit.
Went to the Rams. Gentlemen, we're talking about wings whose aren't clipped. These two right here.
Two angels right here.
Two angels. What's I don't know if we can say that they're angels, but they got angelic voices nonetheless. What's up, gents? How are we?
I'll say this right now. If I had to play for an organization that has it in their history reusing jock straps, I'd probably retire on the spot too, or just. I guess Jordan doesn't know that story about the Bengals back in the ask. TJ Hushmanzada said that they had reusing jock straps. So yeah, no wonder he sounds like he's about to go cry in the car by himself wanting to get out of Cincinnati
with Tabasco sauce and Tiger Bomb on them.
Nice.
Jeez.
Yeah,
that's a Lucas reference right there.
So the Bengals have always been the cheapest franchise, because everyone saw this weekend, they didn't clean snow off of their seats, and it's required by the NFL
franchise, right? Are the Bills not the cheapest franchise?
Who?
The Bills?
Wags, I think for a certain point in time, like when I was a kid before I was really like watching football, you can make the argument the Bucks were very much a cheap franchise as well. But I mean, Jordan, to your point, yeah, like how Buffalo, they usually like pay the city, the people in the city.
They pay
like
people to come.
Bucks. Yeah, Paul Brown ain't paying anybody. Here's a fun fact to Jordan's question. The Bengals were one of the last teams to actually sign up for naming rights on their stadium, because Paul Brown was like, no, it's Paul Brown Stadium, right? And it's like, oh, wait a minute. We actually need money to make this thing work? Oh, okay, now it's paper.
Yeah.
I mean, I just think nowadays it has to be the Bengals. Like the way they handled stuff with Trey Hendrickson.
Yeah.
They draft terribly. They're like, hey, the NFL sack leader, we don't want to sign him to whatever max deal he wants. We're eventually going to do it because we need him. But before we sign him and agree to pull our head out of our ass, let's go draft an edge rusher who sucks. But he has a lot of potential that he never reached at Texas A&M. His name's Shamar Stewart. Yep. And he had 4 sacks his entire career. And we think that if Texas A&M and Jimbo Fisher and Mike Elko, of all people, can't get this guy to play his ass off, play with his hair on fire, that we, the Cincinnati Bengals, can make it happen.
Right.
And by the way,
it took
they didn't even sign him right away. Yeah, if you remember, they were trying to be cheap with him too.
Yep.
It's a dog shit franchise. I haven't paid much attention, so I don't really know what's going on with Joe Burrow.
I think Tennessee is another organization that's kind of a dog shit company or dog shit organization that kind of lowballs their players. I mean, hell, they tried to pin everything on Mike Vrabel and say that he was the reason why they were losing. And
did you hear that Cam Ward says
what's going on in New England right now in Foxborough? So
Cam Ward said that in the coaching search, he wants to be in on the interviews of every potential.
Why not? Like, he absolutely should be, right?
I mean, it ain't college. You ain't a freshman 5-star. You ain't Bryce Underwood. It's the NFL.
Still,
a little different.
He should know what system's coming into the locker room. Or
well, yeah, but I mean, what is it like? You might as well let the cafeteria lady sit in the interview. He's not going to have any say in it.
Lunch. Maybe we'll all be in lunch lady land then. I don't know.
Yeah, but okay. Do any of y'all know what's actually going on with Joe Burrow? I because I haven't paid attention there. I just saw an interview he did like in the last week.
It's rumors. It looks like he's just checked out, man. That's all.
So last week he said,
why is he even playing though?
Like why? I don't even know why the Bengals brought him back. Like,
I think that's what
to me that would check me out. Like, if the Bengals are bringing me back, knowing that we have a dog shit of a season, somebody's got to win the North. We get that. It's probably going to be Pittsburgh. It's probably going to be the Ravens, honestly. But you're still 2 games behind Pittsburgh and Baltimore. You still got to climb your way out of the damn hole. You have a whole roster that's injured with riddled with injury. So why the hell would you bring your franchise quarterback coming off of a foot injury, who's already been sacked the most or hit the most in the league, rather? Why in the hell, since he's been in the league, why in the hell would you want to bring him back and risk another injury that's just going to prolong the franchise to get back to full status? It's mind-boggling. And if I'm Joe and if I'm going into this type of shit, dealing with it, I'm like, get me the hell out of here. Like, I'm calling Jamar Chase. I'm like, hey, where you want to go next, dude?
And I think a lot of the comments from last week, because this all stems from Jordan, to where last week that he was they were asking him something, and he said, I'm going to do this as long as I'm having fun. If I'm not doing fun, if I'm not having fun, I'm not going to do this anymore. And folks immediately go to, he's not having fun. And we know that, Joe Burrow's not a circus clown that comes out juggling and shit and just ball of energy that you're going to get from this guy. And I think that's where now it's like, okay, he wants out or he's going to quit. And maybe he's pissed that they brought him back. I mean,
hey, that's what I would. I'd
be pissed.
I'd be pissed. You rushed me back into here to do this dog shit season, knowing damn well we ain't got any defense. I got to put up 40 points just to me in consideration of winning a damn game here, man.
Has anyone remembered what time of the year he is? Maybe he's upset his family left him at home again. Macaulay Culkin, Home Alone. I will say one thing I saw that I think is damning of the entire organization. Did anyone see when Joe Burrow threw a pick 6 this past weekend versus the Ravens? No. Mike Gesicki, the tight end, is who he's trying to throw to. And the linebacker makes a great read, picks it off. And he kind of jumps up like this and tips it to himself and catches it for a sec. Mike Gesicki can make a play on this guy and tackle him. And it's very easy to tell he's faking it. He's looking around trying to see where the ball went when it's tipped, and everyone's running down the field away from him. And it ends up going for a pick 6.
Come on,
he easily could have caught the guy. Let me see if I can find this video.
This is George Pickens Jr. here. Come on, man.
Yeah.
He says, I'm not a linebacker. That's not my job.
He made an executive decision. That's
real quick. While Jordan's finding this, can I just rattle off a couple examples of the Bengals being cheap? I talked about the used jock straps. This is from AJ McCarron. Making them pay for extra condiments at TGIFs in London. You got making them pay for their own parking spots here. Like, there's so many examples of this. Selling old gear at garage sales, making them pay for their own Gatorade. There are so many examples. Remember, this is the same organization that drove Corey Dillon to want to retire. The throwback reference with Corey Dillon, the old running back, he went to New England. Drove Carson Palmer to retire in order to get out of Cincinnati. So that's what we're talking about.
Yeah. All right. I found the video. You're going to watch Gesicki run across.
I got him. Yep.
And he looks around behind him after clearly seeing the ball's been picked off.
Okay.
Is this not some weak ass shit? 88. Okay. He's not this guy. He's going to run across.
I got him.
Like, he watches the ball get picked off.
He's waiting for 87 to go make the play.
No, he acts like he can't see that the ball got picked off.
I know.
So
I'm being.
Yeah, but this is horrible. This is horrible. Like, can you imagine if this was a Georgia tight end? He wouldn't play for 3 weeks.
Nope.
You know? So, speaking of which, anyone see the video that went viral yesterday?
That kid?
A Georgia student took a video of them in like a parking lot on campus near the practice field, and you just hear Kirby Smart motherfucking the entire offense.
That's why
it's awesome. We get one of those videos like every 3 weeks.
That's why they
like
win.
Georgia students are walking to and from class, and they just take a video, and you can hear Kirby Smart just tearing someone a new ass on a megaphone.
It works. It looks like it works.
That's what it should be. Yep.
All right, boys, I'm going to get out of here, man. Y'all have a great one.
Have a good show, gentlemen.
Actually, we won't see you tomorrow, will we? We will not see you tomorrow.
2 hours.
No.
2 hours.
No, I'm not.
All right. Y'all be good. Enjoy the week.
All right. Peace. Well, hey, welcome into the Lone Star Playbook. I'm Jordan Scruggs. That is Eric Henry. Today, going to be talking some Texas football. This is Woodcrest says here. Horns 24/7's Chip Brown reported this morning Jaden Baugh is likely to enter, not likely, is expected to enter the transfer portal when it opens in January. I'm sure the Florida staff and Texas staff are just so happy at Chip about it. But hey, that's part of what journalism is. You report what people don't want out there. And with Jaden Baugh, one of the top running backs returning to college football next year, and if he does end up in the portal, is pretty much guaranteed to be a top 3, top 5 running back in the portal. So some notable news there. Longhorns are obviously interested. They hired Florida's former running backs coach, Javar Jaluk. He scouted, evaluated, recruited, and signed him. Actually flipped Jaden Baugh from Arkansas right before signing day. And I mean, kind of makes you think, man, like Arkansas, y'all do a really good job of evaluating these big running backs. They got Rocket Sanders, Raheem Sanders before he left for South Carolina, and then almost had Jaden Baugh and lost him at the altar. So, pretty big news. Obviously, with anything that is transfer portal related, you have to see it happen first. You have to see the player actually end up in the portal. But, and I know this is something pretty much everyone that covers Texas has been having, their ears out for, their eyes out for, looking for it. But I don't know. Any thoughts, Eric, just seeing that getting a little closer to Jaden Baugh potentially going in the portal and being a Longhorn?
Yeah, first off, Jordan, appreciate you having me on for another Thursday. Shout out to my boy Cade watching the chat. Hookem, I see you there. Appreciate it. Here's the deal, right? You know that this is, I don't want to say it's a must-have for Texas in my mind. I'd be curious to see, Jordan, what you think. I think it's a nice to have / would like to have, only because you have the issues on the offensive line you need to address. You have linebacker you need to address, right? But with that being said, I expect Florida to do everything in their power to keep him, right? Whether that is going out and finding, I don't know, a $2 million offer. And maybe that's what it takes, right? I saw Jordan some chatter on our boards talking about the fact that, man, does it really take, 1.5, 1 whatever to get a running back? Saying that the person who commented said, I thought the running back position was kind of like the NFL where it's devalued. Not the case in college football. No player is like that in college football because it's all a matter of what your agent can drive, right? And how desperate a team is for said player. So yeah, it's definitely going to be it's going to be a topic of conversation. But as I said, I think it's one that is don't get me wrong, Jaden Baugh would be a very excellent piece on this team. But I still think, given what Texas faced last year, the real issue is going and finding an offensive line to stabilize that unit for Arch Manning's basically final year in college. And super quick, I saw some of the comments also talking about Ricky Stewart. I believe, Jordan, you can correct me if I'm wrong, I'm pretty sure we reported that months ago because Ricky Stewart has been gone for a while.
Yeah, I mean, he hasn't been practicing with the team since I don't know how long. And I mean, we've had the story already in the chamber waiting for him to announce it, I guess.
Okay.
Inside Texas has posted it, so I guess we're free to run it. We'll probably get that up right when I get off. But, yeah, it's expected. He hasn't been in practice for a while. And, I mean, it was an interesting development taking him to begin with. I mean, this is last season or last recruiting cycle in 2025 was a pretty down year in Texas for running backs. Longhorns obviously ended up with James Simon too in that class. And, to be honest, James Simon kind of fell in Texas's lap. LSU took an early commitment from Harlan Berry. They wanted 2 running backs. The other running back that they ended up taking was JT Lindsey, who is now in prison, actually. He was the LSU running back who was harboring 2 fugitives wanted for murder. But that's, another story. But LSU basically went to James Simon and said, hey, this kid wants to commit. We want your commitment as well, but we can only take one of you. And he wants to do it sooner than later. And we're not going to wait around. And that was in April. He said, I want to wait. I want to take OBs. And LSU said, okay. They took JT Lindsey's commitment. They were full, stopped recruiting Simon. And then literally the day after that, he had a visit scheduled to go see Texas. So James Simon fell in their lap. And then regarding Ricky Stewart, I was told from several people in the high school coaching world and, in the building in Austin that Tashard Choice viewed Ricky Stewart as the best running back in the state of Texas last cycle. Now, he was never ranked that, but, rankings aren't exactly – they don't always match up with evaluations. Now, I remember hearing that and thinking like, what is Tashard Choice seeing? Because Ricky Stewart, he's a good player. Statistically right now, he's the 11th leading rusher in Texas high school football history. He's a 4-year starter at Tyler Chapel Hill. Led them to a state championship as a junior, was very successful. But, he was like a 5'10", 170-pounder that didn't have a ton to offer besides an elite first step, didn't have a ton of pass-catching experience, a lot of mileage on the tires, and, did pretty well in East Texas versus 4A competition. But, there's levels to it, man. And I do think very quickly upon getting on campus, it was pretty evident to everyone that, hey, he probably cannot play at this level or at least in a game. So I don't know where he'll end up. I know Baylor loved him out of high school. Keenan Hall, their running backs coach, at one point had Ricky Stewart committed to SMU. And he decommitted from SMU about a week after Texas offered him, and then ended up committing to Texas the next time he was on campus about 3 months later in April. So wishing him the best. Would look at Baylor or SMU. Maybe he ends up somewhere else, somewhere smaller perhaps, in Abilene Christian or something. I'm really not sure. I think there might be some medical stuff there that's interesting. And, he's got to get his stuff in order. This guy just had a kid as well in the last year. So NIL is probably going to be pretty important. I don't know what kind of offers he's going to end up fielding. But, to wrap it up, this is very expected. Everyone that covers Texas is in and around Texas knew this was happening. So, that's the stuff on Ricky Stewart. And regarding Jaden Ball, in the comments of Chip's Jaden Ball story, a subscriber on our site posted highlights of Trey Wisner and Ball, and it's like, is Ball really better than Wisner? It's like, brother, are we really doing this? Like, yes. And I've said this several times. Of the 9 Power 4 opponents played, 9 Power 4 opponents Texas played this year, everyone besides San Jose State, Sam Houston, and UTEP. How many times did you look at the other team's running back and say, yeah, Trey Wisner is better than their guy, or Texas's room is better than their room? You couldn't say that a single time. And if you did, it was like maybe versus Kentucky or OU, but even then, those are debates. There's an argument to be made there. So they had to upgrade. They will upgrade, whether that's Jaden Ball or another person. They're going to go try to find a difference maker running back in the portal. That's what Jaden Ball is. And I do think I know they're actively looking at difference makers at receiver in the portal. Now, they're not going to take 2 or 3 of them, but probably 1. So offensive skill is definitely going to be upgraded next year. They have to do it. Arch Manning, obviously, it's his final year. And, what you brought up, even more important than upgrading the offensive skill positions, it's the offensive line. The running backs, dynamic running backs set the ceiling, and it is what raises a ceiling for a run game. But you don't have a floor without an offense. Last year, Texas didn't have a floor for the run game. And the 1,000-yard rusher streak for Steve Sarkisian ended. And, I also do want to provide the context, Trey Wisner rushed for 1,000 yards last year, but it took 15, 16 games. He didn't do it in the regular season or by the end of the conference championship. So, I don't know. I do think though that, like I said, definitely going to be an upgrade at running back next year. So yeah, some other stuff here.
Jordan, do you think it's worth addressing? Because this is the second time I've seen that name come up. Woodcrest comment on Carius Kearney.
Yeah, it's by the way, Carius Kern.
Kern, my bad. Go ahead.
Yeah, no word. Yeah, so Carius Kern is a prospect I absolutely love. Now, Texas never offered this kid, but he's from a small town in Arkansas that's right on the border of Arkansas, Tennessee, Marion, Arkansas. It's just outside of Memphis or West Memphis. But awesome prospect. I mean, this kid is 6'5", 300 plus pounds and can do backflips. It's like total freak show. And LSU honestly got away with highway robbery. I've talked about their strategy where for in-state kids, they can kind of be like, Eric, we're going to pay you $50,000. And Eric's like, holy shit. Because, he comes from a small town. His family's never seen money like that. That is exactly what happened with Carius Kern. And he ended up starting, I believe, 5 games for them. I know he played in 7 or 8 this year. Started 4 of those games at right tackle, 1 at left tackle. Can play either. We ranked / projected him as a guard out of high school. But in college can be a tackle. Definitely probably a guard in the NFL, though. Doesn't have the longest arms. But, I mean, early on, he's the premier offensive lineman in the transfer portal. 3 years of eligibility left. Texas didn't offer recruit him out of high school. And honestly, I don't see a way he ends up at Texas unless he's buying into playing guard. But I definitely think he can do it. And also, you could get 2 years of starting play out of him because he was a true freshman last year. So I saw Pete Nakos at On3 came out with the story of, the early schools to watch. Texas was not in there. It was like A&M, Arkansas, of course, his home state, Ole Miss, Mizzou. And he did choose LSU over Arkansas, Ole Miss, and Mizzou out of high school. Mississippi State was in there. I think Kentucky was in there. And I think also Penn State. So not sure on Texas. He's going to be one of the higher priced, O-linemen in the portal. But in my opinion, it'd be worth it to pay him because there is so much to work with there. And, I mean, this is a guy I've loved going back to high school. So another thing, too, he also has a kid that is somewhere between 1 and 2 years old now. So NIL is very likely to be the driving factor there. And I mean, it's not like it isn't even for the guys that don't already have kids. But yeah, so I love Carius Kern. Don't know how realistic he is for Texas, but that dude's a baller. He's going to play football for a long time. Yeah, but I saw yesterday you did a story on potential O-line targets, kind of teased us with it at the end of yesterday's show. I guess just speak on that. Any guys you like? I know some of them are G5 guys, and you bring up their rankings and ratings because people are like, oh, why would Texas want this guy? And it's like, well, he was ranked higher than this guy, and this guy that Texas took out of high school. So I don't know. Floor's yours.
Yeah, no, I'll run through it. That's the reason I actually asked you to bring up Carius Kern because I had someone who asked, hey, how come you didn't include Carius Kern? Little inside baseball. I wrote the story prior to Kern being in the portal, and I set it to run later, so he wasn't available at the time. So there's that. B, and this is what I'll run through the names on the list, and then I want to kind of bounce this off of Jordan to get his thoughts as someone who can speak to some of the guys who are going to be high prospects, high talents. I prioritized people who have played football, right? Because I think for Texas, again, I'll emphasize this, and I can't emphasize this enough. You got 1 more year of arch left, right? You need people who have played football. I think that is, for me, if I were Steve Sarkisian, that would be the prerequisite, right? They've played, they've shown they've at least done something. Not that Kern hasn't, right? He started, a handful of games, but guys who've played at least 700, 800, 900 snaps of collegiate football. So that was kind of the starting point there. So I'll run through some of the names. Again, it's so awkward to do this because of the fact that you basically have to look at players who are on other rosters, right? And be like, hey, is this a guy who, quite frankly, Texas could just buy out, right? That was where I was going with this. So I talked about Evan, and I'm going to mispronounce his last name. I think it's Tenskadal is how you pronounce that, from Cincinnati. Per Pro Football Focus, he's the highest graded interior offensive lineman who is not draft eligible this year. One other thing I'll add is I purposefully wanted to seek out guys who were not one-year rentals, guys who, in theory, Texas could have for multiple years. The highest graded interior offensive lineman who is not draft eligible this year. Classic, G5 prospect, right? I know Cincy's in the Big 12 now, but when he was recruited by Cincy, they were a group of 5 team. 3-star prospect, as Jordan noted. So you'll say, all right, this kid started at Cincy. He's a 3-star. He was actually graded higher than every interior offensive lineman Texas recruited, except for one over their last 3 recruiting cycles. Okay. So that should give you an idea of the type of prospect he was. Certainly someone who he's graded as an 88, right? And I don't have the exact rating on me, Jordan, but there were a bunch of guys who were either 87s or 88s, and his 88 was just a bit higher than every other except for one. I'll have to go back and find the name in the story, right? So he's a guy to keep an eye on, played really well this year, been a 2-year starter. This is, for me, what I think if you're just swinging for the fences, you got an Iowa offensive lineman kid by the name of Cade Piper. Again, classic late bloomer, right? A kid from Nebraska, was a 6'4", 230-pound D lineman. He goes to Iowa, red shirts, puts on 50 pounds, one of those corn-fed Midwestern kids who, has the body to put on weight. He steps in, was the second highest graded offensive lineman. And this one, if you want someone who played at a Power 5 school, right? Again, multiple years of eligibility left. The thing there, just acknowledging the obvious, right? He's from Nebraska. Highly unlikely he's going to want to leave that area. That's why he's at Iowa. May not want to come down to Texas. But there's that one. Then I have one name that's in the portal and one name that's local. The name that's local is Brock Riker, Texas State Center. And I don't know if Jordan, if you know anything about this kid.
I do. Do you know where he went to high school?
Brock, Texas.
Yeah, Brock High School, and his name's Brock Riker. Yeah. It's kind of like if he ever makes it to the NFL on Sunday Night Football, people are going to think he's doing a bit like people do when Terrence Steele says Steele High School because he went to Cibolo Steele. Sorry, go ahead.
No, so since Jordan is actually familiar with Brock Riker, I'm going to make this quick and let him opine on Riker. But center at Texas State, redshirted last year, started this year, so you're getting multiple years of eligibility. Played fairly well. Again, if you look at the PFF ratings and just by the counting numbers, only allowed 1 sack. Had a couple penalties as expected for a redshirt freshman playing, but played over 800 snaps. That's a spot you need to identify. And the last name, as far as names who are in the portal, again, when I wrote this was the highest graded name in the portal per 247. That probably is going to change now with the additions coming in. But former UConn tackle Ben Morawski, he played guard last year, started at left tackle. The thing about him is his size. I don't know how you feel about this, Jordan. I'm not I get the big humans tagline. I'm not a fan of 6'7", 6'8" guards, right? And I think, again, this is kind of splitting hairs. You can do it at 6'4", 6'5". I think the way your body composition, 6'8", 335 is more of a tackle to me than anything else, right? So that's the thing. But he did play guard last year. Played again over 700 snaps. The big thing, he was really good in run blocking, not great in pass pro. Allowed something like 24 pressures per Pro Football Focus for comparison point. The Texas player who allowed the most pressures this year was Brandon Baker, who allowed 21 in 805 snaps. So there is that. But if you've got anything on Riker, I'm all, and I should have reached out to you yesterday, to be honest, and I just didn't. But yeah, go ahead and take from there.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know where he's at on the board, if he even is on the board, but he is he's one of the earlier guys that announced he was going in the portal earlier than most. When that happened, I do know Texas was checking him out. Thing with him, I mean, he's a center. Could probably play center. Texas would probably want him to stay at center. And Connor Robertson can be back for his 5th year. That still seems TBD, but right now I do think he's going to be back and will start next year. Also saw a photo of him and Arch Manning. Checked out Dirty Martins yesterday. Dirty Martins posted it. They love when those guys come through. They're always, great to chop it up with the kitchen staff and all them. So I do think he's back next year. It's not official, though. And then also behind him, Daniel Cruz. For the last month, last few weeks, I have heard some things about Daniel Cruz potentially being a guy who'll go in the portal. That hasn't happened yet. And with bowl practices, the extra practices they get with the opt-outs and, portal guys, young guys are getting more opportunities than they ever have. And even the ones that didn't have opt-outs or portal departures at their position, they're also getting coached up more, and there's, a bigger magnifying glass on them than ever before because they're kind of trying out for their spot next year to some degree. So Daniel Cruz, I think, is TBD. Jackson Christian can play center. Nicholas Robertson, the 2026 offensive line signee out of Klein, he can play center. They recruited him to play center, and he moved from tackle to center for his senior year. So not quite sure on Riker. And the thing, too, that is so interesting about the portal, like your market is what people will pay you. And Texas can see this guy as, hey, we like Brock Riker, we'll take him, but we can't pay him more than $250K. He's not worth more than that. But Mizzou might need a starting center, and they'll take $500K, buddy. Come on down.
Right.
And that's what it is. And you move on to the next guy and the next guy. So the reason I brought up Karius Kern is I just think someone's going to pay him true, starting left tackle money in the SEC, which is probably 7 figures minimum this year. You don't pay that for a guard, and you don't pay that for a guy who might not even be a guard in college like him. And on the flip side, like, I don't think there's any way in hell Jordan Seaton comes back next year, but like Texas is not going to pay Jordan Seaton money to him. They're not. And he also is a tackle. Like, they're not benching Baker or Trevor Gooseby for that either. So I'm very curious how Texas is going to approach it. There's obviously another Texas State offensive lineman, Talek Lockett, who's originally from Florida, actually went to Miami Northwestern, where James Johnson's out of. I know he's being linked to Texas, and I do know he's on the board. I don't think that one's realistic either because I think someone else is going to pay up for him.
Jordan, okay, I shouldn't shit on this on the air. Talek Lockett? Okay, let me give the background. All right, for those who don't know, Talek Lockett was at Texas State. His father, Telly Lockett, was or he's coaching somewhere, but was at Florida State staff. Talek Lockett began his career at Marshall. So I remember him as a G5 player. Talek Lockett had a nice year at Marshall. Was it Marshall or Southern Miss? It might have been Southern Miss. I'm one of those G5.
I think he was at ULM before.
No, he was at ULM. It might have been, dear God, there's so many G5 schools. Anyhow, the point is, I covered the G5. I'm forgetting which school. He definitely was at ULM at one point. He had a good year, and I think the expectation was that he would go to Texas State and like really excel. That didn't really happen from people I talked with. Not that he was bad at Texas State, but he never took that next step. I just don't view Talek Lockett as a guy who, I understand offensive lineman is a premium, but like Talek Lockett is not the guy I'm thinking, all right, he's walking through the door and saving us, right? And so that's, I don't know how familiar you are with him as a player, but that's just my thing from him when he's covering the G5s.
I'm with you too. And I mean, I've seen the schools linked to him. Like, one of them is going to stupidly overpay or offer more than Texas wants. So, yeah. By the way, here's a video of, so I can, I guess, tease y'all and y'all can maybe get your hopes up. Here's a video of Karius Kern doing backflips. It's like a 17-year-old. Like, freak show. I like this kid a lot. And they threw him into the fire at LSU, and he was great. So, yeah.
Super quick, just to clean that up. His Telly Lockett was at Marshall, but also coached at Florida State. So that's where the Marshall connection came in. But yeah, Jordan's right. ULM to Texas State. That was the route.
Got it. All right. So, got about 10 minutes left because you got to run early.
Yeah.
I wanted to ask you. I know you're not a recruiting guy by any means. I doubt you've watched any film on these guys or much at all if you have. But, like, what guys from the 2026 class are you excited to see, once we get out there in spring ball during spring availabilities, and just, I don't know, excited to see, excited to cover these next few years because they obviously have a few big names, but, it is a good ratio of high dollar, play now, high ceiling players. And then the back half of the class, which is a year away from being a year away, but you don't have to pay them anything. So if they hit, you get great value. And if they don't, guess what? They go in the portal. So I don't know. Any thoughts? Any guys you're excited about from the incoming class?
Yeah, Trot O'Neal. No, I'm just playing. I'm just playing on the fact that Jordan said that I don't do a ton of recruiting, so I just choose a long snapper. No, I guess I'm torn if I want to start with just low hanging fruit Tyler Atkinson, or do I want to start Richard Wesley? I think I'll start Richard Wesley just because the obvious. He's 16, but that frame, right? Everything, and I saw the video of him dunking a basketball. Like, the athleticism is there. That frame at 16, and the fact that Jordan, I'm going to lean on you here if that was just coach speak by Sarkisian, or if there's actual, legitimacy in it, validity in it. But when he's like, yeah, we think he could be a guy who could play early. I'm like, really, at 16? I mean, I know the body's there, but, you got some edges on this roster. Lance Jackson, Zena, Colin Simmons. Is that really a possibility? But I included him in when I did it on signing day, like 4 or 5 players to watch just because of Sarkisian's quote. I guess Atkinson, especially because of the situation at linebacker, right? Like, and being super transparent, you and I had an hour-long car ride from his high school, from his area over to Athens, so we had a chance to talk about Atkinson a bit. So that would be one. Derek Cooper, obviously a Floridian, South Florida running back, like that. That is obviously going to intrigue me for sure. So those are 3 guys right there. I'm trying to think. And I mean, Jermaine Bishop, I've heard you talk about Jermaine Bishop a ton. So like, that's obvious. I'm trying to think of anyone else that's, maybe not quite as low hanging fruit. I'll go with another Floridian, James Johnson out of Fort Myers. I know he's from Miami, went to Miami Northwestern, but he was at North Fort Myers, Jordan, prior to that. I think it was North Fort Myers.
Yeah, he was at North Fort Myers. And ended up at Northwestern for his senior year and played in like 3 games before missing the rest of the year. So horrible ROI from Northwestern. But yeah,
for those who don't know, North Fort Myers is Deion Sanders' alma mater. North Fort Myers is the hood of Fort Myers, just for anyone who finds himself in Fort Myers, and then went down to Miami Northwestern. So yeah, those are a couple of guys I'll rattle off.
Yeah. Regarding Wesley, I mean, I don't know, man. I don't think he's redshirting. He's going to play in 5 or more regular season games. But I mean, like, to get him in, they'll probably stick him in on field goal and extra point, like the blocking units. Not like when Texas is on defense on those units. And I do think he will play some. I mean, Ethan Burke didn't even redshirt. As crazy as that sounds, and he was the kid that Texas offered at 10 p.m. the night before signing day, and was a lacrosse player that didn't even play football till his junior year of high school either. So, I mean, look, at the end of the day, they have to play the best players. It's what it is. Like, yes, the financial investment makes an impact. You don't want the investment on the bench, especially as freshmen that are making more than most of the team. But I mean, he's a tremendous prospect. He had double-digit sacks, and he doesn't play in the Trinity League like versus Mater Dei and St. John Bosco, but they're still playing pretty good competition out there in California. So can he make an early impact? Yeah, he can, but I mean, I don't think he's going to have a season that Lance Jackson did this year, that Colin Simmons did last year, and he probably won't have the snap count of either of those guys either. So, he's a guy to get excited about for sure, but you got to remember he's 16 right now, like Sark brought up. So I do think that was kind of Sark getting a little bit excited. But guy I'm excited about that you didn't bring up, Zay Capel I brought up, Jermaine Carlton. And I'm like 90% sure this is Jermaine's best friend, Zay. Shout out to you, by the way. Thanks for tuning in. But with Carlton, I mean, look, interior D-line, edge, buck, jack, it doesn't matter. He can project to so many things. 6'4.5", nearly a 7-foot wingspan, great head on his shoulders, great kid, super explosive on the hardwood. He's been Temple's best basketball player for 4 years in a row, and has God-given uncoachable traits that don't come around every recruiting cycle, especially in the state of Texas. So how much can he play year one? I'm not sure. I do think he definitely has to get the body right, put some more weight on. I'm not worried about it because he has a frame that could, hold over 300 pounds pretty easily. So I'm excited to see him. And the main thing I'm curious about whenever we do show up in spring ball for the media availabilities is where is he? Is he with the Bucks, the Jacks? Is he with the interior D linemen? And what does the body look like? Because I mean, every time I've seen him almost for a year in a row now, he's holding more weight on his frame than he ever has. So really impressive young man, impressive prospect, and a guy I'm happy ended up at Texas and not Baylor. So, yeah, and then you brought up Atkinson. I mean, he'll probably have more year one snaps than any player on defense, I'd say. He's more ready to play than any linebacker in the 2026 class. And, is always treated it with the pro mindset. Is he physically maxed out? A lot of people are worried about that. Yeah, I think so a little bit, but it doesn't really matter. He's been all about the grind from the jump. He's watched a ton of tape his entire life. He's always been prepared. Coaches at Grayson can't say enough good things about him. I've even talked to other coaches in Georgia high school at Under Armour camps that played him and just talked about the impact he had, how hard it was getting ready to scheme that week for him. So Atkinson will play a lot. A guy I don't think gets enough love is Samari Matthews. I mean, he was thrown at 15 times this year and picked it off twice, and I think allowed like 4 receptions on those. So tremendous ball player out of North Carolina, wasn't tested much, really physical boundary corner. And the main thing we wanted to see from him as a senior, he's been great in camps and showcases and was one of those kids that got recruited like when he was going into his freshman year of high school. So he's been around for a long time. And at each showcase camp, invite-only thing he showed up to, he's been one of, if not the best players there, and consistently won at the catch point and was physical off the line and press and all that. But it hadn't really translated to Pats. And as a senior, it did. I mean, it took off as a senior, and so much so that teams they were playing weren't throwing to his side of the field or running to his side of the field because he was making plays. So I'm super excited about him. I don't know if Texas has landed a corner that I think is more ready to play year one besides him. Maybe Malik Muhammad, Cade Phillips, and I guess Grayson Littleton. But even Littleton was a bit of a surprise how well he's done this year. So I love Samari Matthews. I think he's going to play a lot next year. Probably a similar snap count to what Cade Phillips played about the first 10 weeks of the season. And, a bit down the road, but Kosip Pala, like tremendous athlete, 6'2", 6'2.5". He's about 230. He's like a +6 wing, played off the edge at the high school level, a lot of 2-point stance stuff. Also a bit of, overhang defender roles, but never really played true off-ball backer. So he's going to have to learn that. But, the good thing is if he can't learn that, he is really good off the edge. And this is a kid who, I don't want to call it identical, but incredibly similar testing data to what Colin Simmons had out of high school. And great young man. And one of the main things I like about him, too, he plays at the worst program in KDISD. KDISD is like 12 schools, and he plays at Maid Creek. It's in the worst part of town, and never played in the playoffs. And every single offseason, schools in Houston would try to get him to transfer, and each time he stayed. His freshman and sophomore year, he was coached by Rashad Bobineau, former Texas linebacker. He ended up leaving to take another job, and then he refers to Brian Arakpo as his godbrother. Never heard that term until I met Kosip Pala, but, they're family friends. Arakpo went to Houston Lamar. Obviously, in Houston, when he was growing up, there's a pretty big Nigerian community in that part of town. Kosip Pala and Arakpo are Nigerian. And his father was part of a group of men in the area that helped kind of raise Arakpo and get him out of there, get him to Texas. So I told this story before. The first time I interviewed Kosip Pala, it was like 3 days after they offered him their second offer. It was his sophomore year. And told me off record, like, I'm going to Texas. So that one was an easy one to cover. There was no drama at all. And, you look at the schools that develop and recruit linebackers really well. Like Penn State desperately wanted him, but he didn't like Happy Valley or the cold. Miami really wanted him towards the end once they discovered him, but they were kind of too late to the process. If they came around as a sophomore, he could have ended up there. So I really like him. I'm excited for him. Probably not going to do much year one outside of special teams, but is going to be an impact guy in the future. Kind of like if he successfully pans out, he'll be basically what Trey Moore was this year on steroids, because he's more explosive than he is, better chase down speed and all that. So yeah. But Jose's got a question. Said, Eric, I just joined. Has there been any talk around Dwayne Akina or Chris Jackson? Chris Jackson has an expiring contract, and Akina is old.
I'm not gonna lie, I saw that coming. It's just the Akita's old part just made me laugh. Jordan and I have been talking about it all, at least let me take it back, not all week, but we talked about it yesterday. Conversation still basically what we talked about, right? The Chris Jackson situation, as Jordan noted. There was, some NFL interest last year, but teams don't want to pay buyouts. NFL teams aren't in that business. This isn't college football, right? So there's that. It's a situation definitely to keep an eye on. You got to see, what's going on in terms of post the contract running out, right? I mean, not there yet. It ends after the bowl game. So we'll definitely keep an eye on that. Dwayne Akina, definitely another topic of conversation as far as whether or not he will be back. I still wonder maybe if is there a, and I say this respectfully, like both Akina and Texas, is there a situation where maybe he could take a lesser role, one that's not necessarily what he's doing specifically now? Would he even want to do that, right? Would he view that as an insult, right? That's certainly something to keep an eye on, but there hasn't been any news, post what we've been talking about, which is spots to keep an eye on.
Yeah, I do think we're going to have an answer on those two once we get out of the bowl game, and probably an answer on if Kyle Flood is back or not. So, yeah, and Antoine, I have heard of like godparents, godmothers, godfathers, but no one has ever – I've never heard about a godbrother or anything like that. But yeah. All right. This is a great question. Eric, you can answer it first because I know you got to run. But looking 2 years ahead to the 2027 season, first season without Arch, who do you think is the starting quarterback? That'll be a year 3 KJ Lacey battling a year 2 Dia Bell.
Yeah, Kate, it's a great question. You could have texted me, but that's cool. I'll answer it here. No, I think Dia Bell. I think Dia Bell is being paid, quite frankly, like a player who was going to assume those reins once Archman leaves. Not that KJ Lacey didn't, have his own NIL, but Dia Bell's is earning a nice penny to come to Texas. Also, I mean, listen, if Dia develops into the prospect that most people believe he can be, and I've seen Dia, from the time he was in 7th grade. Again, his dad went to FIU, he was from South Florida. I was down there. Jordan will be able to give a more, kind of in-depth recruiting analysis, but I think just taking a look at both, it's not that KJ Lacey isn't a nice player and someone who deserves to be at Texas. I think the belief is that Dia's ceiling is higher than KJ Lacey. Jordan can let me know if I'm off base on that or not.
Yeah, you are correct. You want to hear something very interesting, though, that I realized in like late September? So Dia Bell has been on varsity since the 8th grade because in Florida you can play varsity in 8th grade. However, despite starting for 3 years and being on the varsity team for 5 years, he's arriving at Texas with less career pass attempts than every single quarterback Texas has landed in the Sark era, including Quinn Ewers, who only started 23 games at South Lake Carroll. Like, that is nuts.
Right.
And so my expectations are a bit tempered for him. His season, back-to-back season-ending injuries. As a junior, it happened in the playoffs, leg injury. As a senior, it was a shoulder injury. Like, the injuries, he has to stay healthy. But, I mean, whoever wins that battle, like, whoever loses is gone. Because if KJ wins, he's probably going to want to start in 27 and 28. That means Dia would have to wait till year 4 to play. And if Dia wins, then KJ would have to wait till, like, year 5 to play. And I don't think either of that is happening. So 2027 quarterback is a lot more important than I think anyone realizes because of the Dia injury stuff and the fact that, like, yes, he's ranked higher. Yes, he won the Elite 11. Yes, he has a high ceiling. But he's not – like, it's not guaranteed for him to just come in right away and ball out. Like, there's going to be an adjustment period. Shit, Arch Manning had more starts, more career games played, more pass attempts than anyone – Texas is signed, and even he had a grace period, a struggling period at first. So, yeah, going to be very interesting to watch. But I know you got to run, so you can get out of here.
The basketball presser, appreciate it, my guy. Do it again
Yes,
next week.
Oh, yeah. Peace. All right, so I'm going to close it out here in a few minutes. If you have any recruiting questions, holler at me, and I'll answer them. Before I roll over to AT&T Stadium, missed Munster versus Shiner this morning, but – going to be seeing Grandview versus Yoakum. I have no idea who Grandview has. Who was talking about Grandview earlier? Patrick, tell me about the Zebras because I don't know anything about them. But I do know Yoakum, home of former Longhorn Joshua Moore, who lost his mind. But Yoakum has Xavier Barnett. He's an SMU signee. I have no idea what the hell he's going to play at SMU. He's like 6'3", 190, sub 11 kid, had like a 20-foot long jump. I think he went 6'3" or 6'4" in the high jump. And I mean, I found that kid his freshman year. I was going through track stuff, and I was like, holy shit, Yoakum has a 6'3" kid that played varsity, had like 500 receiving yards, 40 tackles. He did this on the track, and it just never took off because he like still doesn't really have a primary position. I assume SMU is going to try to get him to play linebacker or something like that, or maybe a jumbo nickel, that Buffalo nickel role. But even then, I mean, I don't know. So I'm fascinated to see him. I've seen him in person working out at camps before, but I've never seen him with pads. And then Yoakum has a freshman running back named Jamarquise Robinson that has like Texas State, UTSA, I think UNT, the classic early offers in the state of Texas. And he's their RB1. I believe he's already over 1,000 yards on the year. And, he's on the shorter side, 5'7", 5'8", but he's a freshman. He's got time, and he's got it. So probably going to be a power forward kid. And then the 382 game, I don't know anything about Wall, but I'm pretty sure they're supposed to get run off the field anyways. Newton, on the other hand, has a sophomore running back named Kendra Porter Jr. He goes by KJ Porter, and he is the younger half-brother of Raylan Adams, who went to Newton and is at Sam Houston State. Y'all probably have no idea who I'm talking about because he was like an 87 3-star, but Raylan Adams is a fucking monster at Newton. I mean, like back-to-back 1,000-plus yards receiving, ended up playing QB for them at times, was their leading tackler, and had like, I think, 11 interceptions in his career as a safety too, a few return touchdowns. I mean, just a small school monster, and I'm pretty sure played at Sam Houston this year in year 2 and actually got snaps in that receiver. So I'm excited to see KJ Porter. I would cover Raylan Adams because he played for a 7-on-7 team, and I knew the owner or the guy who runs that program pretty well. And I remember, seeing Porter when he was like a little kid. So excited to see him, today in Jerry World when he's trying to get his team a state championship. But yeah, yeah, TJ Finley does need to hang it up. He needs to make an Indeed profile and a LinkedIn. Yeah. Oh, Rodney Smith won its second state championship. He must have played 6-man ball, huh? Because I think Hamilton was the only 11-man school, and I think they already had that was their first ring. So, but nonetheless, congrats. Yeah, Wags brought it up. Nick and I are not going to be on the show tomorrow. We are both going to be at the state championship games. So, yeah, but for those curious, here is a look at the rest of the state championship slate. If you want to watch these games, they are free. You just have to go to victoryplus.com and create an account. Again, you do not need to put your credit card or debit card or your PayPal, any of that into it. Just to create an account, your email, password. It's pretty easy. You can watch the game for free on a live stream. I also believe like on smart TVs, on Apple TVs or Samsung, they have a Victory Plus app where you can watch it there if you don't want to like airplay it off your phone or your computer. So, yeah, but tomorrow, Stephenville versus Kilgore, Carthage versus West Orange Stark, Frisco Lone Star versus Smithson Valley. And then Saturday, the day everyone's waiting for, a rematch of last year's 582 championship, South Oak Cliff versus Richmond Randall, Duncanville versus North Shore. The 6th time in the last 8 years that Duncanville and North Shore have met in the state championship. And then you got DeSoto versus C.E. King. DeSoto is the favorite, whereas King is making their first ever appearance at the state championship. One thing that is ridiculous, right? Look at these two 6A games. Duncanville and DeSoto are in the same district, and North Shore and C.E. King are in the same district. And they both have bordering school zones, both of them. So pretty crazy. Obviously, that South Dallas district is called the District of Doom. The North Shore C.E. King district doesn't have a nickname like that, but it is very talented. Humble, Atascocita, Humble, Summer Creek are also in there. I mean, Summer Creek played for a state championship in the last 2 years as well. So a lot of good football coming up this week, and looking forward to getting over to Jerry World. Okay, Patrick, put me on to Grandview and Jayton. That's where Rodney Smith went to Jayton. CBS, whatever happened to Fox Sports Southwest? It's a great question, but I'm taking Victory Plus over Fox Sports Southwest, Bally Sports. Like, basically no one had those channels, and so it was very hard for the state to watch some of these games if they weren't there. But excited to for people to see it on Victory Plus. This will be the last one I answer before I run. Antoine said, any thoughts on Ray Gates leaving North Crowley? Yeah, this has been in the works for a few weeks. I mean, since they hired Neil Brown, pretty much. But guys want to move up. They want to coach in college. Ray Gates won a state championship, turned North Crowley around. I mean, they've lost, I think, 3 games in the last 3 seasons, and 2 of those losses came this year. And of the losses, it was Duncanville, Allen, and Rockwall, pretty good. But he had a really good senior group after graduating a really good senior group last year. So I don't want to say jumping off the ship, before the talent pool weekends, but they are losing a really good senior group. Obviously, John Turntine's in there. Aaron Bradshaw, the safety, going to Texas Tech. And then last year, I mean, they sent Quentin Gibson to Colorado, Chris Jimerson to North Texas. And then they had 2 running backs who went Power 4 as well. So I don't know who North Crowley will hire. I think they're either going to promote from within or they're going to go try to hire Eli Reinhardt back. Eli Reinhardt was in his first year as the head coach at Hutto, going into year 2. And before Hutto, he was North Crowley's offensive coordinator and was their OC whenever they made it to the state championship and the state semifinals the year before. And before North Crowley, he was at Austin Anderson, where he coached Ed Small and was actually who put me on to Ed Small early on. So I think Eli Reinhardt's one to watch. I love Austin area football, Centex football. It's where I'm from. And I think, the football community down there is a better place when schools like Hutto are good. But he is a guy that I think is going to be coaching in college one day. And I think North Crowley, if they have their ducks in order, the first call has to be Eli Reinhardt. So, those are my thoughts. But regardless, North Crowley's going to be okay. When you get a coach in there like Gates who builds sustained success and they hit the portal a little bit, they got some young kids in there who got offers. I mean, they're going to be fine. They're going to be back in the playoffs next year in the thick of it and contending for a title. So, Texas high school football is in a great spot. But getting out of here, up next, this week's edition of the Stampede Podcast with Bob Ballou, Vince Young, and Mac Brown. You can check that out on the Texas Sports Unfiltered app. Like I said, I'm getting out of here. I'm going to end the stream, but at 2 p.m., Chip and Zay will be back on the stream. YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, wherever you get your live stream from. And I'll see you on Monday. You all have a great weekend. Should be a great weekend of state championships, and peace.